Nation, benching first high school's class awakening hall. You've used both of your independent awakening attempts. Buying a class and fusing it with yourself is your last chance to awaken. Are you sure about this? The counselor behind the console was already growing impatient. I clenched the few bills I had saved in my pocket and asked quietly, I only have 800 yuan. What kind of class can that buy? The hall fell silent for a moment. Then laughter broke out everywhere. Thousands of years ago, a cataclysm transformed the world. Demons, monsters, dungeons, and secret realms appeared, while humans gained the ability to awaken classes. Classes were divided into 9 tiers, from F to SSS. Combat classes were the most desirable and the most expensive. Even the worst F-tier combat class cost nearly 10,000 yuan. Both of my awakening attempts had failed. As an orphan, 800 yuan was everything I had managed to save through holiday jobs and months of living as frugally as possible. The counselor searched the inventory for a long time before finally looking up. There actually is one. An F-tier Taoist class. It's been sitting here for years because no one wanted it, and the price happens to be exactly 800. The crowd grew even louder. Taoists had limited growth, and both their skill accuracy and damage were laughably low. One Taoist who had been trained for years once dealt a record 100 damage inside a dungeon, and that was considered the class's crowning achievement. My homeroom teacher pushed through the crowd and tried to talk me out of it. Your grades are good, but a class isn't your only path in life. After graduation, you could deliver food, work as a security guard, or find a construction job. At least you'd have a stable life. Don't waste your last bit of money on a Taoist class. I knew she meant well, but if I did not awaken a class, I would be giving up on the national entrance exam. I had worked for 3 years of high school, and I did not want it to end like this. Thank you, ma'am. I'll take the Taoist class. My classmates immediately began mocking me. Some called me vain. Others said my future would consist of wearing Taoist robes while live streaming myself hauling bricks. A few joked about my failed awakenings and my poverty. I did not argue. I stared only at the class panel that appeared after the fusion was complete. Class, Taoist F tier. Level, 0. HP, 100/100 recovers 0.1x maximum HP per minute current recovery. 10. Mana, 100 out of 100 recovers 0.1x maximum mana per minute current recovery. 10. Strength, 109 agility, 70 spirit, 66. Skill, Palm Thunder. The panel was almost identical to the Taoist template in our textbooks. 109 strength was enough for everyday life, but my 70 agility was below the average for combat class students my age. Even my slightly higher spirit could not compensate for the class's defective skill. The rating was not merely an insult. It was the conclusion reached after accounting for growth potential, initial attributes, and skill performance. Palm Thunder. Cast after charging for 30 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes damage. Current spirit, /2. With my current spirit, one attack dealt only 33 damage. No wonder everyone treated Taoists as a joke. Once the class fusion ended, our homeroom teacher announced that the class would immediately travel to the beginner dungeon known as Dreadshade Forest. Kills during the dungeon trial would count toward our national entrance exam scores. But when she reached me, she told me to go home and study instead. Dreadshade Forest was only a beginner dungeon, yet graduates still died there every year. She feared that I had no damage and would also become a burden on my teammates. The return scroll issued by the school could activate only while its user remained conscious. If a monster truly lunged in for the kill, I might not have time to crush it. Other classes at least possessed armor, movement skills, or healing. My only Palm Thunder required a 30-second charge. My teacher's refusal was based on casualties from previous years. She was not deliberately trying to ruin my future. My classmates also told me not to go. They said bringing me along would only dilute their experience and force them to waste effort protecting me. The contempt of people I had studied beside for 3 years chilled my heart. I was about to answer when a voice suddenly sounded inside my mind, and a golden screen unfolded before my eyes. 10 billion evolution system activated. Binding successful. 10 billion evolution points issued immediately. Evolution points increase by 100,000 per day and can be used to improve attributes, skills, and equipment. Enhance personal attributes. The system offered no explanation of its origin and no so-called beginner tutorial. The target of every enhancement, its cost, and its final result were all displayed directly on the panel. Evolution points would be deducted only after I confirmed a choice. In other words, it would never alter my body without permission. I could calculate everything before deciding. Skill Palm Thunder detected. Spend evolution points to evolve it. At the bottom of the panel, one glaring number had appeared. Evolution points, 10 billion. I stared at the full 10 billion and nearly burst out laughing on the spot. It had arrived incredibly late, but my system was finally here. I counted the digits again from beginning to end. Every one of those 10 zeros was present. The laughter in the hall continued, yet it suddenly sounded as though it came from far away. A few minutes earlier, I had been calculating how I would afford food next month after spending my 800 yuan. Now the evolution points that would automatically appear every day numbered 100,000. My homeroom teacher saw me staring into empty air and assumed I had suffered a breakdown. She was about to steady me when I hurriedly closed the screen. I was the only person who could see the system. There was no chance I would expose a trump card like this in the class awakening hall. I also did not start arguing with everyone merely because I had obtained a system. The evolution points on my panel were still only numbers. I had to enter a dungeon and verify whether they could truly become combat power. If the effects fell short of their descriptions, I would remain an F-tier Taoist who dealt only 33 damage and could attack once every 30 minutes. But if the system was real, everyone who had urged me to accept my fate today would learn that a class's tier could not determine the limits of a person's future. 10 billion evolution points could improve attributes, skills, and equipment. Ordinary professionals could increase their attributes only by leveling up or replacing their equipment. Skill books were even rarer, and obtaining one depended entirely on luck. I, however, had suddenly gained what felt like an inexhaustible treasure vault. My homeroom teacher saw me standing there in a daze and again advised me to go home and rest. I suppressed my excitement and said earnestly, "I still want to enter Dreadshade Forest, ma'am. I worked for 3 years of high school. I don't want it to end like this." In the end, she did not refuse. She only urged me to find a party if possible and crush the return scroll issued by the school the instant I encountered real danger. No one was willing to take me. Even on the bus, no one would share a seat with me, so I sat alone in the last row. That suited me perfectly. With no one watching, I opened my panel again. The balance truly was 10 billion evolution points. It was not a hallucination. Add 100,000 to spirit first. Let's see what happens. I did not distribute the points evenly from the start. Palm Thunder's damage scaled only from spirit. Increasing strength and agility would not make it finish charging any faster. Raising the most direct source of damage first would let me confirm the system's effect at the lowest possible cost. Evolution successful. Current spirit, 100,066. Palm Thunder damage, current spirit, /2. Remaining evolution points, 9,999,900,000. My balance had decreased by exactly 100,000, matching the spirit I had added. At this stage, one attribute point therefore cost 1 evolution point. The system charged no fee and concealed no loss in the conversion. I closed the spirit enhancement screen and reopened it. The number remained stable, proving that this was not a temporary buff. If I poured all 10 billion points into spirit, the damage would certainly become even more absurd, but my body and mana would remain at a beginner's level. An unknown dungeon might contain forced melee combat, reflected damage, or enemies immune to spirit. I had no intention of gambling every resource on a single attribute during my first allocation. 100,000 spirit meant Palm Thunder already dealt more than 50,000 damage. Every student in my graduating class combined might not be able to produce that number. Taoist was a backline class, and spirit was currently its most useful attribute. There was no urgency to raise strength or agility yet. I decided to keep the remaining evolution points until I obtained a skill book or equipment. The attribute increase brought neither headaches nor loss of control. Instead, every sound around me became clearer. I could distinguish the vibration of the bus engine, the hushed conversations in the front rows, and even leaves rubbing together beyond the windows. The 100,000 spirit was more than a number on my panel. It had genuinely transformed my perception. The bus arrived at Dreadshade Forest. Vendors crowded the area around the entrance, and a dungeon description hovered above the black vortex. Dreadshade Forest, Difficulty 1. A forest transformed by the cataclysm. Its monsters are not powerful, but caution remains essential. Standing before a real dungeon for the first time, even I could not stop my heartbeat from quickening. Xiaoxing approached with several followers. His second awakening had succeeded, granting him the A-tier class Full Moon Sword Master, and his family possessed considerable influence in benching. He grinned and said that if I called him Dad once, he would allow me to join his party. His party already had a full lineup of tanks, damage dealers, and support. Adding another member would dilute their experience, so his supposed invitation was never sincere. Xiaoxing only wanted to make me bow my head in front of our classmates before kicking me out because the party was full or my class was unsuitable. His followers immediately joined in, as though being allowed to call him their father was some kind of honor. I did not get angry. I only asked, how much damage can your full moon sword master deal right now? Even if the Xiao family had bought him an advanced skill, his damage at this stage would struggle to exceed 500. My palm thunder, which had not even evolved yet, could already deal 50,066. He was still considering how best to show off when I smiled first. All of you together would struggle to kill a goblin in one hit. What makes you think you're qualified to bark at me? Xiaoxing cursed furiously and threatened that once I entered the dungeon, I should not expect anyone to rescue me. I stopped walking. If you think you're that good, earn a higher trial score than mine. If you're still unhappy, you can attack me inside the dungeon. Then we'll see who ends up calling whom dad. My classmates entered the vortex in their parties one after another. I alone passed through it by myself. On the other side lay a damp, shadowy forest, with constant rustling among the branches and leaves. I walked to an isolated spot and immediately summoned the system. Raise Palm Thunder to its maximum level. Raising Palm Thunder to its maximum level requires 200,000 evolution points. Confirm? Compared with 10 billion, 200,000 was not even pocket change. I confirmed without hesitation. Outside the entrance, Xiaoxing was still accepting his followers' flattery. Full Moon Sword Master was indeed stronger than the classes of most graduates, and his family could prepare skills, equipment, and potions in advance. Without the system, the gap between us would have widened with every level until I no longer qualified to stand before the same dungeon entrance as him. But now, I was the one who needed to conceal my true strength. Before entering the vortex, I checked the return scroll issued by the school one more time. It could forcibly remove me from danger, but it could not guarantee I would survive long enough to activate it. My homeroom teacher had told me to rely on the scroll because, deep down, she still believed I could not fight. I placed it where I could reach it most easily, but had no intention of using it without good reason. The forest contained countless branching paths, and our map marked only the general regions. Other parties would study tracks first, send a tank ahead to scout, and have a priest maintain their condition. Alone, I had to handle both reconnaissance and damage. Fortunately, my 100,000 spirit had made my perception far sharper than it had been at awakening. No unusual movement behind the foliage could escape my notice. The system's price of 200,000 points was exactly twice my daily reward. 10 billion points could pay the same cost 50,000 times. That thought erased the last trace of my hesitation. Golden light erupted across the panel. 200,000 evolution points consumed. Palm Thunder evolved into Primordial Chaos, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Remaining evolution points, 9,999,700,000. Primordial Chaos, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, Heaven Tier Skill. No cooldown consumes 10 mana per use can be cast instantly 10 consecutive times. No cooldown and 10 consecutive casts did not contradict each other. The restriction came from my current 100 mana. 10 points per cast would exhaust it in exactly 10 uses. The skill itself never entered a waiting period. Once my mana recovered, I could cast it again. Increasing my mana cap later would also increase the number of consecutive casts. Its 3,000-meter range moved with me as the center, and target acquisition depended on my spiritual perception. Even if I could not see a target, the lightning would still descend as long as I knew its precise location. But if I mistakenly identified an ordinary person as a monster, the consequences would be equally irreversible. I had to identify every faction before clearing an area. Can attack any location within 3,000 meters of the user. Damage, Spirit X 1,000 current damage, 100,066,000 skill duration, 1 second. Chance to land a critical hit critical damage, total attributes X 5,000. The phrase, total attributes, in the description did not refer only to spirit. Strength, agility, spirit, and the other values on my panel all contributed. At present, my normal damage was supported by 100,000 spirit, while critical damage would continue increasing with every attribute I raised in the future. Even if the probability was currently unknown, it represented an additional upper limit. My breathing tightened as I stared at it. Skills in this world were divided into 4 grades: Yellow, Profound, Earth, and Heaven. Above them were Saint and Divine grades. Even the lowest yellow grade skill book cost tens of thousands of yuan. Profound grade books often sold for hundreds of thousands or nearly 1 million, while anything higher existed almost entirely in legend. Yet the system had spent only 200,000 evolution points to push the ungraded Palm Thunder all the way to Heaven tier. A 3,000-meter attack range, more than 100 million damage, and 10 mana recovered every minute. Even if I stood perfectly still, I could empty the surrounding area of monsters. I had advanced less than 100 meters when a hive the size of a calf suddenly shook, sending a vast swarm of bloodthirsty jungle bees diving from a tree. Bloodthirsty Jungle Bee Level 1. HP, 200 Strength, 80 Speed, 100. Skill, Venomous Stinger. Dense stingers flew straight at my face. I raised one finger. Primordial Chaos, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. A cold light flared at my fingertip, and serpents of lightning swept through the swarm in an instant. Minus 100,066,000. Dozens of 9-digit damage numbers appeared simultaneously. The bloodthirsty bees had only 200 HP and did not even leave remains behind. The lightning reduced them directly to ash. Bloodthirsty Jungle Bee slain. EXP plus 2. Notifications flooded the screen, and all the experience belonged to me alone. Level increased to 2. All attributes plus 5. Reaching level 2 from level 1 required 100 experience. An ordinary party of students would have needed to clear at least 2 swarms and then divide the experience. I finished the task in 1 second. Yet nothing had dropped on the ground, leaving me strangely disappointed. Without equipment, how was I supposed to test the system's evolution function? Experience from dungeon kills entered the class panel automatically, but drops had to be collected personally. I parted the grass blackened by lightning and confirmed there was no glow from a skill book or equipment before moving on. My first battle had verified my damage, while also proving that dealing more than 100 million did not automatically improve the drop rate. For the next 2 hours, I advanced steadily toward the forest's depths. Demonized Willow slain. EXP plus 4. Red-Eyed Boar slain. EXP plus 5. Berserk Wolf slain. EXP plus 5. Level increased to 3, 4, and 5. All attributes plus 5 with each level. The highest level students in the outer region had not yet reached level 3, while I had already reached level 5, the minimum level required for the national entrance exam. My only problem was that after 2 hours of farming, I still had not obtained a single piece of equipment. By the time I realized I had taken the wrong path, I had entered the deepest region of the dungeon. The dense forest ahead contracted like a living creature, and an enormous treant tore itself from the ground. Boss, Sinister Treant level 10. HP, 2000 Strength, 700 Speed, 200. Skill Spectral Vine Entanglement. Releases dense vines that strangle a target and absorb it as nourishment. The treant's roots covered the entire clearing. One more step would carry me into the center of its entangling field. A speed of 200 did not mean its vines were equally slow. Once the absorption effect activated, an ordinary tank would continuously lose HP while restrained, and ranged teammates might fail to locate the core buried underground. Ordinary monsters here had no more than 400 HP, while this boss possessed 2,000. I was almost pleased. At least slightly less of my skill's damage would go to waste. The treant waved its dead branches, and countless vines came twisting from every direction like venomous snakes. I had locked onto it long ago. Raising my hand, I summoned Azure Lightning. Primordial Chaos, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. A pillar of lightning crashed down, turning the shadowy forest as bright as day for an instant. At that same moment, Xiaoxing's party was still fighting a level 1 red-eyed tusked boar in the outer region. The monster had 500 HP, 150 strength, 70 speed, and a skill called Frenzied Charge. I learned later that Xiaoxing had made the priest buff him, then unleashed full moon sword arts repeatedly. His attacks dealt 110, 180, 200, and 10 damage in succession. He was drenched in sweat by the time he barely completed the kill. He also warned his teammates not to approach the boss region, insisting that only professionals above level 10 could challenge the sinister treant. 1 second later, they saw lightning fill the sky deep inside the forest. It was not the arrival of some legendary expert. It was merely one casual attack from me. When I cast 9 Heavens Divine Thunder for the first time, I paid close attention to its mana consumption. 10 points disappeared from my 100 mana, while the panel still showed a recovery speed of 10 per minute. In theory, as long as I controlled my rhythm, I could reliably cast it once per minute forever without exhausting myself. In a true emergency, I could also unleash 10 instant casts in a row. That meant the skill description contained no exaggeration. When the bloodthirsty bees attacked, I could see the flight path of every monster and distribute lightning strikes precisely throughout the swarm. This was not a single target lightning spell capable of hitting only one point. My spirit allowed me to control the entire 3,000-meter domain. I did not advance mindlessly in a straight line while clearing the later monsters. Demonized willows disguised themselves as ordinary trees. Red-eyed boars charged from the brush, while berserk wolves circled behind me. I used my perception to locate each ambush first, then dropped lightning from the angle the monsters would find hardest to evade. Every time, their HP bars reached 0 before their skills could fully activate. Against the sinister treant, I likewise confirmed the vine's range first. Spectral vines sealed the area from both underground and the canopy, leaving ordinary melee fighters almost no path of retreat. Nine Heaven's Divine Thunder, however, required neither proximity nor an incantation. I waited until every vine had revealed itself before bringing the lightning pillar down on the treant's core. Even if one strike failed to kill it, I would destroy its control skill first. The thunder faded, and the sinister treant's massive trunk had already been reduced to dust. The spectral vines lost their strength the moment the lightning pillar came down, then carbonized along with the main trunk. The nutrients they had absorbed never formed a second HP bar, which proved the core really was inside the trunk. If an attack only severed the outer vines, the boss would keep replenishing them from underground. The blinding light from the lightning strike had punched through the canopy, which was why every team on the outskirts had seen it. I could control Nine Heaven's Divine Thunder's area of effect, but I couldn't completely hide its visual impact or energy fluctuations. Whenever I used it in a public dungeon, I would have to account for the possibility of someone investigating me afterward. -100666000. Boss Sinister Treant slain. EXP plus 300. Level increased to 6. All attributes plus 5. One boss alone gave me 300 EXP. Unfortunately, dungeon bosses only respawned once every 24 hours. Otherwise, I could camp right here and vaporize each one as soon as it appeared. Reaching level 10 wouldn't take long at all. After a level up, attributes grew automatically according to a class template. Gaining plus 5 to every attribute each time was already precious to an ordinary student. My 100,000 spirit made the increase look insignificant for now, but it still counted toward Nine Heaven's Divine Thunder's damage and critical hit formulas. No growth would ever go to waste. The school's emergency announcement suddenly came through my communicator, ordering every student to leave the dungeon immediately. My homeroom teacher was frantically looking for me too. Only after hearing my classmates talk did I understand what had happened. They believed the lightning had come from a powerhouse of at least level 50 who possessed an Earth-tier skill. The school feared the students might offend that person and decided to clear the dungeon entirely. Xiaoxing, meanwhile, had led his team out at the first possible moment. I replied that I was on my way back. Just as I was about to leave, I spotted a faint green glow among the treant's remains. Equipment dropped. Tempered steel shoes, heroic quality. Agility plus 5. Provides a small amount of evasion and may avoid 10 points of damage. Avoid 10 points didn't mean every attack dealt 10 less damage. It meant the shoes offered a chance to deflect a low damage hit. That could save my life against beginner monsters, but it would be nearly irrelevant in higher difficulty areas. Their real value was their heroic quality, which gave the evolution system a much better starting point than ordinary equipment. Equipment was divided into ordinary, heroic, epic, legendary, and transcendent qualities, represented by white, green, purple, gold, and red. A complete set of ordinary equipment provided only modest attribute increases, yet cost nearly 10,000 yuan. These heroic quality shoes alone would be enough to cover my food and rent for at least a year. But I had the evolution system, so of course I wasn't going to sell them. I placed the tempered steel shoes in my backpack and hurried toward the exit. The moment I emerged, my classmates complained that I had wasted everyone's time. They mocked me, saying I must have been so terrified of the monsters that I'd hidden somewhere. Hearing that might have hurt me before, but now there was no reason to care what they thought. My homeroom teacher relaxed after confirming I was safe, then tried once again to persuade me to give up on the college entrance examination. To sit the official exam, a student had to reach level 10 and assemble a complete set of ordinary equipment. In her view, neither condition was possible for an F-tier Taoist with no team and no family money. There's still half a month until the exam, I said. No one knows what might happen in 2 weeks. Just register me for now. If I don't meet the requirements, I naturally won't show up. Registration itself didn't require the school to vouch for me. I simply had to pass the level and equipment inspection before the exam. My teacher hesitated because she was afraid I might take out a loan to buy equipment or risk entering a dungeon far beyond my abilities. I didn't show her my level 6 status panel. Explaining how quickly I had leveled would only create more questions. I was already level 6. I only needed 4 more levels. As for equipment, I just had to farm a few more bosses. Xiao Xing came over and started insulting me again. Pointing to the lightning we had just seen, he said people like him were the ones with a chance to become that powerful, while a Taoist like me was only fit to get out of the way. I nearly laughed out loud. If he knew that sea of lightning had come from me, the look on his face would be priceless. If you're really that capable, why didn't you come find me in the dungeon? I stared at him. Talking big proves nothing. Do you have the guts to fight me? Xiao Xing froze. He was used to my former silence and had never imagined I would challenge him directly. I didn't waste time waiting for his answer. I turned and boarded the bus. Right now, the most important thing was evolving the tempered steel shoes I'd just obtained. Only after the bus had pulled away did Xiao Xing shout threats at my back, swearing he would kill me during the college entrance examination. But the next time we met, he wouldn't be the one deciding who got to threaten whom. My homeroom teacher had said the official examination required level 10 and a full set of ordinary equipment. Those conditions were much stricter than the level 5 threshold for the school's trial. Ordinary students had to level up while either saving money or farming gear over the next 2 weeks. Their schedule was extremely tight. Leveling wasn't difficult for me. The only real uncertainty was the drop rate. The tempered steel shoes were my first equipment drop. They also confirmed that items inside a boss's remains would be marked by a colored glow. From now on, I couldn't focus solely on experience after clearing an area. I had to inspect the battlefield before leaving, or I might overlook a skill book or special piece of equipment in the ashes. On the bus, I buried the tempered steel shoes at the bottom of my backpack to conceal their faint green light. Heroic equipment was valuable enough to tempt ordinary class holders, and I had no intention of publicly displaying my ability to protect myself yet. If Xiao Xing attacked me in the real world, the school or city military would investigate. If he ambushed me inside a dungeon, there would be neither law nor witnesses to restrain him. His final threat about killing me during the exam wasn't just childish trash talk. I had already seen how cold this world was toward the weak. I couldn't dismiss threats as petty disputes between children anymore. The system was my trump card, but caution was what would keep me alive long enough to play it. Before going home, I even took a detour to make sure no one was following me. Only then did I lock the doors and windows and take out the sole piece of loot I'd acquired that day. I returned to my cramped, subsidized apartment, rushed to the side of the bed without even taking off my shoes, and pulled out the tempered steel shoes. Equipment, tempered steel shoes detected. Spend evolution points to upgrade it. Remaining evolution points, 999, 970, 0000. Max it out. The tempered steel shoes immediately erupted in golden light. 300,000 evolution points consumed. Tempered steel shoes evolved into cloud-chasing boots of 10,000 miles. Cloud-chasing boots of 10,000 miles. Transcendent quality, single-type equipment. Agility plus 800. Granted skill, chase the clouds, pursue the sun, instantly teleport to any location within 5,000 Li cooldown, 12 hours. 5,000 Li was enough to cross several cities, but an arbitrary location still had to be somewhere I could clearly target. I couldn't select a completely unfamiliar place for which I had neither coordinates nor a mental image. The more familiar I was with the destination, the more stable the teleportation would be. This ability was perfect for travel or escape, but I couldn't use it to cross the world without preparation. I shot upright on the bed. Equipment worn by Hua Nation's greatest powerhouses was worth entire fortunes. Some pieces could let a person fly, while others could even affect time. The key lay in additional skills like this one. I hadn't even reached level 10, yet I already possessed a piece of transcendent equipment. I put on the cloud-chasing boots and fixed the city's central dungeon entrance in my mind. The scene around me abruptly distorted. In the next instant, I had gone from my subsidized apartment to the center of the city. It happened so quickly that I nearly fell when I landed. To avoid attracting attention, I immediately changed back into my sneakers. It was already evening, but the dungeon entrance was still packed with students preparing for the college entrance examination. Wealthy families had long since outfitted their children with complete sets of equipment, and some had even hired high-level class holders to carry them through dungeons. Compared with them, I had no family background, only more than 9 billion evolution points. Teleportation hadn't consumed any mana. It had only placed Chase the Clouds, Pursue the Sun on its 12-hour cooldown. The golden quality appearance was far too conspicuous, so I carefully checked my surroundings when I put the boots back into my backpack. If anyone saw an impoverished student suddenly carrying transcendent equipment, I would face far worse trouble than a few classmates mocking me. Ignoring the jeers from students in my year, I walked toward a new vortex. Frostbound Dojo, difficulty 2. 1 midnight. The dojo was frozen by unnatural cold. It has remained an eerie land of death ever since. Dreadshade Forest could no longer provide enough experience. I had to challenge a higher difficulty. The city soldier guarding the entrance recognized me as a graduating student. When he saw I was alone, he advised me to keep farming difficulty 1. Far too many young people had died in previous years because they overestimated themselves. I thanked him but didn't change my mind. If I really can't handle it, I'll leave immediately. After purchasing a map, I entered the Frostbound Dojo alone. An icy wind struck me head-on. The entire world seemed locked beneath thick ice, and even the sun wore a coating of white frost. Only then did I regret not changing into warmer clothing first. The ice all around me suddenly burst apart. Fragments reassembled in midair, forming humanoid monsters 10 to 13 feet tall. Eldritch Ice Guard, level 7. HP, 1500. Strength, 120. Speed, 160. Skill, Cry of Bitter Cold. This was the difference between difficulty 2 and difficulty 1. The monsters at the entrance alone could kill most graduating students. The ice guards threw back their heads and roared, shaking more chunks of ice loose. The fragments rapidly formed new ice guards as the temperature plunged. Rather than rushing straight into melee range, they used the cold to slow me down and began encircling me from both sides. I couldn't drag this out. My robe provided no protection from the cold. Even if my HP didn't fall, my body would freeze stiff if I remained here too long. I raised my hand, lightning at my fingertips illuminating the ice. Dozens of ice guards charged at once. Their footsteps cracked the ground. But no matter how tightly they surrounded me, they were still within 3,000 meters. Primordial Chaos. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. The ice guards' cries of bitter cold shook the air an instant before my attack. The chill seeped through my eardrums and into my body, making even my fingers stiffen. Their plan was clearly to use the falling temperature to keep reducing my speed, then finish the encirclement with sheer numbers. If I still had only 100 spirit, I probably wouldn't even have endured Palm Thunder's 30-second charge time. Now, however, my spirit was sufficient to mark every target simultaneously. The first bolt sliced through the ice guards in the front row, and the heat of the explosion briefly vaporized the frozen mist. More lightning descended in sheets, engulfing the newly summoned ice guards. The ice shone like a gigantic mirror, forcing me to narrow my eyes so the glare wouldn't impair my judgment. That earlier teleportation had also revealed a defining feature of Chase the Clouds, Pursue the Sun. It wasn't true movement without sensation. Instead, the process of moving was compressed into an extremely brief interval. My sense of direction became disoriented upon arrival. If I teleported directly into a monster horde, even a few seconds of dizziness could be fatal. That was why I had only targeted an open area by the dungeon entrance, then changed shoes in an empty corner. The cloud-chasing boots of 10,000 miles gave me plus 800 agility, instantly raising my post-level-up base agility to an entirely different tier. Even without teleporting, ordinary monsters now looked far slower to me. Evolving equipment didn't merely grant a flashy skill. It could also compensate for a Taoist's physically fragile body. Lightning reflected again and again between the layers of ice, stabbing at my eyes until I could barely keep them open. -100066000. Dozens of identical damage numbers rose at once. The ice guard's newly formed encirclement shattered instantly, leaving only broken ice across the ground. Eldritch Ice Guard slain. EXP plus 59. Dozens of notifications appeared in succession, adding up to several thousand EXP. Even so, my level 6 experience bar only rose to 50%. Starting at level 6, each level required more experience than all the previous levels combined. Ordinary class holders leveled at less than 1/10 my speed. No wonder the school gave graduates 2 weeks to prepare for the exam. Covering every ice guard had required me to cast Divine Thunder continuously, draining all 100 points of my mana at once. A violent weakness surged up from my waist, as though my entire body had been hollowed out. My mana is still too low. At 100,000. 100,000 evolution points consumed. Current mana, 100,100. Current remaining evolution points, 999,960,0000. Level, 6, HP, 100. Mana, 100,100. Strength, 139. Agility, 900. Spirit, 100066. Skill, Primordial Chaos, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Equipment, Cloud-Chasing Boots of 10,000 miles. I continued forward. My soul scraped against the ice, and the harsh sound awakened even more monsters. Bitterfrost Demon Flower, level 7. HP, 1000. Strength, 110. Speed, 180. Skill, Soul-Stealing Pollen. Flash Freeze Imp, level 8. HP, 1900. Strength, 150. Speed, 260. Skill, Phantom Passage. The demon flowers sprayed pollen that confused the mind, while the imps turned into afterimages and cut toward my rear flank. Snowstorm direwolves also lunged out from behind the ice-covered hills. Their methods of attack differed, but they all made the same mistake. Every last one had entered my skill range. I didn't stand still and wait for them to finish surrounding me. My spirit locked onto the fastest imp, and a bolt of lightning cut off its path first. Then more than a dozen bolts spread outward, piercing the demon flowers, direwolves, and the monster horde behind them at the same time. Flash Freeze Imp slain. EXP plus 62. Bitterfrost Demon Flower slain. EXP plus 59. Snowstorm Direwolf slain. EXP plus 59. I cleared monsters as I followed the map straight toward the boss zone. Leveling was important, but I also had to assemble the equipment required for the college entrance examination. Ordinary monsters had abysmal drop rates. Only bosses were truly worth my time. At the end of the map stood a bagua platform sealed beneath thick ice. Purplish-black gas drifted slowly under the surface. At the platform's center sat a Taoist whose hair and beard were covered in frost. The moment he opened his eyes, a deep cracking sound came from the ice. Boss, Frostfiend Venerable, level 15. HP, 5987. Strength, 670. Speed, 670. Skill, Marrow-Piercing Snowspike. Nearly 700 points in both attributes. That was enough to kill an ordinary graduate in a single exchange. The Frostfiend Venerable rose from the platform, flakes of ice falling from his body. Ant, reaching this place means you possess some ability. Submit to me and remain in this bone-piercing world. Otherwise, this will be your final destination. The surrounding cold intensified again, and I shivered. Freezing to death inside a dungeon simply because I hadn't worn enough clothing would be far too embarrassing. A difficulty 2 boss really is smarter than one from a beginner dungeon. You can even hold a conversation. Lightning was already gathering at my fingertips. But while you're talking, aren't you also preparing your skill? The Frostfiend Venerable said nothing more. His body abruptly transformed into white light. Marrow-Piercing Snowspike churned up razor-sharp ice crystals and shot straight toward my chest. The attack was extremely fast. The bitter cold made my skin sting before he had even reached me. I didn't retreat. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than instant divine thunder. Besides, such a long charge trajectory was practically an announcement of his attack direction. With that much wind-up, I have time to electrocute you numb. After increasing my mana, I first calculated my recovery rate. With a maximum of 100,100, I regenerated 10010 mana every minute, exactly enough to replace the cost of 1,001 divine thunder casts. As long as I didn't unload all my mana in the same second, I effectively had no endurance problem. The Bitterfrost Demon Flower's pollen wasn't an ordinary toxin. It interfered directly with the mind. The Flash Freeze Imps used the low-temperature environment to make short-range jumps, making them nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. I deliberately slowed my pace and allowed them to expose their skills first, then used my spirit perception to lock onto their true bodies. This didn't merely make the cleanup safer. It also familiarized me with different monster mechanics before the real examination. When the Frostfiend Venerable stood, the pressure of his aura cracked the ice beneath my feet. He hadn't attacked immediately because he was stalling with conversation, buying time for Marrow-Piercing Snowspike to finish charging. The cold first sealed off every escape route, then converged on his body. That meant the charge itself was only the final step. I folded my arms, not because I was careless, but because I was watching his startup time and straight-line trajectory. If the skill could change direction midway, I would use my cloud-chasing boots to open the distance. If it couldn't, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder only needed to strike the path he was certain to follow. The result proved that although his skill was powerful, its wind-up and trajectory were both painfully obvious. My words seemed to enrage the Frostfiend Venerable completely. The icy radiance of Marrow-Piercing Snowspike suddenly surged, its power multiplying several times over in his fury. But the instant he entered attack range, The lightning I had prepared crashed down head-on. Boom. Dash 505525000. I froze for a moment, then realized what had happened. A critical hit. Primordial Chaos. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder already dealt more than 100 million damage normally. This time, it triggered a critical hit based on all attributes multiplied by 5,000, sending the damage directly past 500 million. Before the Frostfiend Venerable's empowered attack could touch me, Divine Thunder swallowed him whole. Boss Frostfiend Venerable slain. EXP plus 700. Level increased to 7. All attributes plus 5. I had used a Heaven tier skill like an ordinary attack all the way here and had finally gained 1 level. Leveling would only get slower from this point onward. I couldn't afford to slack off during the next 2 weeks. When the lightning faded, it left a scorched black ring on the once frozen ground. The Frostfiend Venerable had crumbled into fragments of ice, but I saw none of the distinctive light given off by equipment. Just as I began to question my luck, another notification sounded. Skill book dropped. Blazing Saber Art, Profound Tier. Warrior class skill. Learn it to view detailed data. Even the lowest yellow tier skill books were worth tens of thousands of yuan, while profound tier books cost far more. Warriors were the most common class, making skills related to them especially desirable. I could easily sell this book for more than 100,000 yuan on a civilian platform. The problem was that I was a Taoist. I couldn't use it directly. If I called myself unlucky, I had only obtained 1 piece of equipment from 2 bosses. If I called myself lucky, an extremely rare profound tier skill book had just dropped. Either way, it could at least pay for my future tuition. At midnight, I walked out of the dungeon. The guard was astonished to see me return alive and concluded that I must have wandered around the outer perimeter for a while. No one would imagine I had erased the Frostbound Dojo's boss with a single strike. After returning home, I took out Blazing Saber Art. The moment curiosity entered my mind, the system produced a prompt. Skill book, Blazing Saber Art detected. Evolution requires 200,000 evolution points. Proceed. I considered it for all of 1/10 of a second. The system had already proven that the value after evolution far exceeded the cost. Even if I couldn't use this skill book myself, I could still sell it as a commodity. 200,000 evolution points consumed. Blazing Saber Art evolved into Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker. Current remaining evolution points, 999,940,0000. From the original 10 billion until now, every expense, the 100,000 Spirit, Palm Thunder, the Tempered Steel Shoes, my mana, and this skill book could be reconciled against my balance. Although the daily reward of 100,000 would replenish part of it, I still kept a record of every transaction so I wouldn't become so focused on upgrading that I lost track of what I was actually spending. Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker, Heaven Tier, Warrior Class Skill. Usage requirement. User's HP must reach 5,000. Area of effect, 10 meters around the user. Deals damage equal to user's maximum HP x 3,000 to enemies every second. While active, user loses 10 HP per second. May be deactivated at any time. At the minimum required 5,000 HP, Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker would deal 15 million area damage every second. That was already complete overkill for dungeons at my current level, and it would keep burning everything within 10 meters. Its ideal user would need to stand at the center of a monster horde and endure constant attacks, perfectly matching a warrior's naturally high HP. Warriors already had large health pools, and they carried recovery potions into dungeons. As long as their healing kept pace, losing 10 HP per second was almost negligible. Conversely, the higher their maximum HP, the more terrifying the damage became. I couldn't estimate the skill book's final price. I only knew that countless warriors would go insane over it. I posted its skill information on a civilian trading platform and waited for buyers to approach me. After the Frostfiend Venerable entered an enraged state, his ice spike had nearly reached my face. I hadn't fired the lightning early because I wanted to confirm that a critical hit didn't depend on charging the skill. The result proved 9 Heavens Divine Thunder was still instantaneous. It simply had a random chance to trigger a higher multiplier at the exact moment of impact. When I saw 500 million damage, my first reaction wasn't to gloat. It was to check whether any other class holders were nearby. If such an absurd number were recorded, it would attract far more than ordinary buyers. Fortunately, no one else was in the boss zone, and the city military could only confirm that I had emerged alive. They couldn't read my battle panel. Blazing Saber Art was still labeled a warrior skill after evolution. That meant the system could evolve an item unsuitable for me without altering its class restriction. Vermilion Bird. Skybreaker required 5,000 HP, while I currently had only 100. Even if I forcibly learned it, I couldn't activate it. Selling it made more sense than keeping it. When I listed the book, I concealed my real name, address, and class. I displayed only the skill description verified by the system. Almost every time I refreshed the page, the number of users following the Heaven tier skill jumped again. Contacting unfamiliar buyers myself would only reveal that I was desperate to sell. By making them bid first, I could judge who truly had the power to complete the transaction. That night, I slept with the crucial skill book beneath my pillow. It might be the beginning of financial freedom or the first real danger aimed directly at me. Not long after the Heaven tier skill book went online, its follower count soared past 99.99 plus. I hadn't chosen the official exchange. It was safer, but large transactions took longer to review and incurred higher fees. The civilian platform allowed both parties to meet offline and close the deal faster. As for the risks involved, I wasn't truly worried about myself. I was worried about whether the buyer knew how to behave. The official exchange would also publicly register the skill's origin and the seller's class. There was no plausible explanation for a Heaven tier skill book freshly obtained from a difficulty 2 dungeon. The reviewers would likely freeze the item and investigate it first. I needed to sell it legally, but that didn't mean I had to hand over the system's secret along with it. I only learned later that Xiao Xing had been among the first people to set his sights on the skill book that night. He ran to his father, Xiao Wangzhu, in the middle of the night and urged the Xiao family to buy Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker, at any cost. But Xiao Wangzhu, who hadn't slept all night, had already received a warning from the Cheng family in the capital. The Chengs were contacting the seller, and any nearby faction that interfered would be declaring itself an enemy of their family. The Xiao family carried some weight in Bincheng, but beside a true great clan, they were merely nouveau riche. Xiao Wangzhu could only tell his son to give up. At the same time, he revealed that the Cheng family had noticed the A-tier Full Moon Swordmaster class. As long as Xiao Xing entered a university and achieved good results, the Cheng family might pursue further contact with him. None of those private details concerned me at the time. Early the next morning, a ringing phone woke me. Hello? Has that Heaven tier skill book been sold? The caller ID showed an encrypted out-of-town number. At the same moment, a verified meeting request appeared in my private messages on the platform. The caller hadn't begun by naming a lowball price or using an overbearing tone to demand delivery. On the surface, at least, he seemed willing to follow proper transaction procedure. I backed up the call recording and the listing page separately, then confirmed before leaving that the Nether Emperor could still respond at any moment. Civilian trades had no official escrow. If an ordinary seller handed over the skill book but didn't receive payment, recovering it would be extremely difficult. My confidence came from my strength, but that didn't mean I could skip the process. I became fully alert at once. My number wasn't public on the platform. The fact that the caller could reach me directly meant he possessed considerable influence and methods. How did you get my number? The caller's tone remained mild. This call concerns only the skill book. If it hasn't been sold, I believe I can offer your best option. He didn't threaten me to remove the listing, nor did he question how the skill book had appeared in a difficulty 2 dungeon. He focused only on the transaction. That restraint might mean he genuinely followed the rules, or it might mean he already knew enough that he didn't need to probe me over the phone. I therefore discussed only the price and refused to answer any personal questions. Without revealing that I didn't know the market, I responded with a question. What can you offer? Its value is already difficult to measure in ordinary numbers. We can't settle that over the phone. Meet me, and I promise the terms won't disappoint you. After a moment's thought, I chose a modest neighborhood eatery near my apartment and told him I would wait for only 1 hour. The eatery wasn't a random choice. It was close to home, and I knew all the surrounding roads and alleys. It saw heavy foot traffic during the day, so an unfamiliar faction trying to attack openly would at least have to worry about witnesses. Even if the other party rented out the whole place, chase the clouds, pursue the sun could get me away immediately. Judging by the way he had called, he already possessed my real identity. An ordinary buyer could never bypass the platform and find my private number. That was also why I hadn't rejected him outright over the phone. Someone capable of doing that might not stop investigating merely because I refused to meet. Meeting proactively would at least let me assess his attitude. The Xiao family's reaction proved that the Heaven tier skill had already drawn the attention of factions at different levels. Xiao Xing thought his family's money could buy anything, But Xiao Wangzu understood that one warning from a great family in the capital was enough to frighten a benching corporation away from the bidding. True power in the world of class holders didn't depend solely on financial assets. It also rested on generational influence, elite class holders, and controlled resources. Since the Chung family dared openly suppress nearby buyers, they undoubtedly had the ability to protect the outcome of the transaction. That didn't mean they would treat an unfamiliar seller kindly. Before going to the meeting, I put the skill book in a pack against my body, kept the cloud-chasing boots ready, and let Nine Heavens' divine thunder target the restaurant's interior and the vehicles outside at all times. 70 million yuan would once have been unimaginable wealth to me, but no amount of money was worth surrendering every trump card I possessed. The system distributed my daily reward right as I got out of bed. Today's evolution points plus 100,000. Current remaining evolution points 999 950 0000. The neighborhood eatery was only about 100 paces from my apartment. By the time I arrived, the usually crowded little restaurant had been rented out. A single middle-aged man in an immaculate suit sat inside. A Maybach was parked by the door, and its driver watched the restaurant the entire time. The man stood and introduced himself. I am Lu Zhonglin, steward of the Chung family in the capital. If you don't mind, you may call me Uncle Lu. I got straight to the point. Name your price. He first explained that the Chung family couldn't casually produce more than 1 billion yuan in cash, and that a heaven-tier skill book shouldn't be valued in money alone. Then he pushed a black card and a storage ring across the table toward me. The card contains 70 million yuan. In addition, the ring holds a complete set of epic equipment suitable for a Taoist. The black card had been issued by a major bank for class holders. I could verify its balance in any primary city without disclosing my account first. The storage ring had no owner attached to it, and extending my spirit into it let me see the contents. Lu Zhonglin had presented verifiable assets first, so at least the form of the transaction contained no trap. 70 million in cash, plus a complete set of scarce epic equipment, had a total value well over 100 million. I suppressed my excitement and asked evenly, "Is that all?" Lu Zhonglin smiled and removed another skill book from the storage ring. Soul Summoning, Profound Tiered. Summons dark creatures to obey the user. Effect lasts 12 hours. Summoned creatures' level and damage are determined by the master's total attributes. Maximum duration can be extended to 24 hours. This was the offer that truly moved me. Primordial Chaos. Nine Heavens' divine thunder was powerful, but it provided only one method of attack. Skill books had an even lower drop rate than equipment. The one I had finally obtained was restricted to warriors. Soul Summoning was perfect for a Taoist. It would not only broaden my options, but also let a summon scout and clear monsters for me. Deal. I accepted the black card, storage ring, full set of epic equipment, and soul summoning, then handed Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker to Lu Zhonglin. The storage ring itself was extremely practical. I would never need to carry a backpack again. We completed the contract face-to-face. The system confirmed the transfer of the skill book's ownership, and the balance on the black card was genuinely available. Lu Zhonglin didn't ask me to identify where the book had dropped, nor did he insert an exclusive cooperation clause into the contract. The transaction ended there. Whether we dealt with each other again remained entirely my decision. Without making small talk, I stood and left. The moment I entered a nearby dead-end alley, I activated Chase the Clouds, Pursue the Sun, and teleported to the dungeon entrance. Only later did I learn that Lu Zhonglin's driver had followed me into the alley, but found neither an exit nor any trace of me. The driver had served in an elite military unit. If even he had lost me, the Chung family naturally assumed I had a powerful expert behind me. But Lu Zhonglin's primary mission had only been to recover the skill book. He didn't continue investigating and merely assigned people to keep watch on developments and benching. I knew nothing about that, and I didn't care. The experience from Difficulty 1 and Difficulty 2 could no longer satisfy me. I needed a higher difficulty dungeon. The entrance plaza was filled with people shouting to form parties. Some were missing teammates, some offered money for a carry, and a level 36 Greatsword Warrior charged 6,000 Hua Yuan per hour. I passed through the crowd and began evaluating Difficulty 3 entrances. Lu Zhonglin never rushed me during the negotiation. He first acknowledged that 70 million alone wasn't enough for a heaven-tier skill, then covered the difference with the epic set and soul summoning. That showed the Chung family didn't intend to treat me as an ignorant student they could casually cheat. It was also why I had agreed immediately. Inside the storage ring, the sunset headband, long robe, and battle boots formed a neatly matched set. A high-quality set was more valuable than separate pieces. Individual attributes could be replaced, but the additional bonus from possessing all three pieces was difficult to duplicate. The ring itself solved the problem of carrying them. Those hidden benefits couldn't be calculated solely by market price. I didn't learn soul summoning the moment I received it. Skill evolution would produce obvious light, and the Chung family might infer my ability from the change. I could test it safely only after leaving their surveillance range. When I teleported from the dead-end alley, I deliberately confirmed the cooldown. Chase the clouds. Pursue the sun could only be used twice a day. After using it that morning, I couldn't rely on it to escape home if an emergency occurred inside the dungeon. That made me more cautious when selecting an entrance. I prioritized dungeons with reliable intelligence that Nine Heavens Divine Thunder could overcome head-on. Difficulty 3 was no longer an area frequented by graduating students. Most people calling for parties nearby were experienced class holders. They didn't know me and wouldn't judge me by school rumors. That environment was more dangerous than my classmates' ridicule, but also fair. No one cared what a class was called, only whether the team could emerge alive. A man in silver armor approached and stopped me. He introduced himself as a B-tier alloy warrior and said his team also had a healer. For 3,000 yuan per hour, they guaranteed a newcomer's HP would remain safe. The female priest on his team smiled and invited me to join them as well. Before I could answer, Xiaoxing's voice came from nearby. "You actually dare take a Taoist with you? Aren't you afraid he'll get the whole team killed?" As soon as the alloy warrior learned my class, he pulled his hand away from my shoulder. The female priest looked elsewhere too. Carrying newcomers was profitable, but Taoists were physically weak and dealt little damage, forcing a healer to watch them constantly. In their view, 3,000 yuan wasn't worth risking their lives. Xiaoxing had changed teams today. Besides his A-tier full moon sword master, he had a holy light knight, an iron blood shield general, and a heroic spirit priest. None of the three had a class below B tier. They were clearly bodyguards specially arranged for him by the Xiao family. Enjoying the way everyone made room for him, he raised his chin at me. "Now, all I have to do is say the word, and I can make you wish you were dead. Kneel down and beg, and I might let you barely survive. Do you live in Dunhuang? Because you sure have a lot of murals." I walked up to him. "I already told you. If you think you can do it, then attack me. You brought 3 people today, and I'm still alone." "What? You still don't dare?" Once again, he had no response. I had no desire to waste more time, and my voice turned cold. "If you don't have the guts, shut your mouth. Keep interfering with my business, and I won't tolerate you forever just because we're outside a dungeon." As I turned to leave, his bodyguards were already asking whether they should attack directly. Xiaoxing refused. Instead, he decided to enter the same dungeon as me. He wanted to torture me slowly in a place where no one could interfere. At the time, I was focused only on choosing an entrance. I finally stopped in front of Blade Mountain Inferno. Blade Mountain Inferno, difficulty 3. The dungeon world is formed from countless razor-sharp blades. Its sinister edges can even cut the soul. The safe route changed whenever the dungeon reset, so purchased maps could identify only broad regions. Not every blade along the way was a monster. Some were part of the terrain, inflicting continuous mental damage on contact. The Nether Emperor could ignore most environmental hazards, but both Xiaoxing's team and I had to choose our footing ourselves. The ability to cut the soul meant ordinary physical defense might not work, and healing skills might not immediately repair the damage. The guide recommended mental protection equipment and strict adherence to the marked safe path. Xiaoxing's 3 bodyguards had failed here before because they underestimated the environmental damage, not because they couldn't defeat the entrance monsters. Our textbooks had specifically covered this place. Even among difficulty 3 dungeons, Blade Mountain Inferno was considered one of the most dangerous. Its real challenge approached that of some difficulty 4 dungeons. Greater danger meant better experience in drops, making it well suited to a skill that dealt over 100 million damage. I walked straight in. When Xiaoxing's Iron Blood Shield General saw the dungeon's name, he visibly hesitated. They had visited Blade Mountain Inferno before, but they had exhausted all their potions and been forced to retreat without even seeing the boss. Although all 3 had grown stronger since then, they also had to protect Xiaoxing, who wasn't even level 5. If their young master was harmed, they couldn't answer to Xiao Wangzu. Xiaoxing refused to back down. If a worthless Taoist dares go inside, why shouldn't we? Today I'm going to hold his head down and force him to kneel in front of me. And so the 4 of them followed me into Blade Mountain Inferno. They thought they were pursuing prey. They didn't realize that the blades weren't the true danger in this dungeon at all. Blade Mountain Inferno's entrance had no restrictions, which meant any teams inside could encounter one another. Xiaoxing hadn't followed me merely to humiliate me. There were no surveillance cameras and no laws of the outside world inside the dungeon. With 3 bodyguards above level 20, he could easily disguise my death as a monster attack. The Alloy Warrior's sudden change in attitude had also shown me exactly how terrible the Taoist reputation was. 1 second earlier, he had claimed his team could guarantee a newcomer's safety. The moment he heard my class, he wouldn't have accepted even double the payment. Ordinary Taoists didn't merely lack damage. They also had low HP and defense, forcing healers to spend most of their mana on one person. I didn't blame that team. People who risked their lives for money had every right to choose what risks they accepted. The person I truly despised was Xiaoxing. He never dared accept my challenge in public, yet kept using his status to incite others to isolate me. Once I entered Blade Mountain Inferno, a metallic chill pressed against my skin like countless tiny blades. There was no ordinary ground beneath my feet, either. The platform was fused together from innumerable shattered weapons. Moving too quickly could make me step on an upturned edge, so I didn't summon the Nether Emperor immediately. Instead, I first used my spirit perception to confirm the route ahead. The sounds of the first battle came from the entrance behind me. I knew Xiaoxing and his team had followed, but I didn't look back. As long as they didn't attack first, I had no reason to waste time on them. If they truly made a move, not even the 3 bodyguards could endure a single bolt of divine thunder. After entering Blade Mountain Inferno, I didn't linger at the entrance. I followed the map straight toward the boss. The metal earth and mountain walls gleamed coldly. Even the air seemed filled with invisible blades. By the time Xiaoxing and his party entered, I was already several hundred yards away. They tried to pursue me, only to be blocked by a horde of level 10 Blade Soul corpses. HP, 3900. Strength, 470. Speed, 390. Skill, Bloodthirsty Demon Armament. I only heard later that even with simultaneous buffs from the Holy Light Knight and Heroic Spirit Priest, Xiaoxing didn't dare step forward. He could only hide behind the Iron Blood Shield General. Yet the monsters I encountered along the way never had a chance to approach me. Lightning fell one bolt after another. Demonic blades with single blood-red eyes, liquid mercury demon statues, and decaying warriors collapsed in droves. Blood-Eye Demon Blade slain. EXP plus 85. Quicksilver Demon Statue slain. EXP plus 70. Sorrowing Warrior slain. EXP plus 90. Reaching level 8 from level 7 required twice the experience needed to go from level 6 to level 7. Clearing only the monsters blocking my path still wasn't efficient enough. I remembered Soul Summoning, the skill I had just acquired from the Chung family, and decided to use it immediately. Level 7. HP 100. Mana 100100. Strength 144. Agility 905. Spirit 100071. Recovers 10 HP and 10010 mana per minute. Skills: Primordial Chaos, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, Soul Summoning. Equipment: Cloud-Chasing Boots of 10,000 miles. The system automatically detected Soul Summoning. Skill evolution requires 2 million evolution points. Proceed. Once I confirmed, my balance fell by a full 2 million points. An instinctive pain stabbed my heart. Only when the new skill description unfolded did I understand how worthwhile the expense had been. Soul Summoning evolved into Netherworld. Yellow Springs Emperor Summoning Art, Sacred Tier. Current remaining evolution points: 999-750-0000. Summons the Nether Emperor, Guardian of the Yellow Springs Fortress, to fight. Every 1 point of spirit extends his duration by 1 minute. Current duration: 69 days. Consumes 50% of user's mana, currently 50,050 points. The Nether Emperor's level and damage are both calculated as all attributes x 20,000. Ignores magical and physical immunity. While the Nether Emperor is present, my attack mode and damage become identical to his. Current Nether Emperor level, 20E. Damage, 20E. The 20E on the panel didn't mean level 20. The E represented units of 100 million, making it level 2 billion. Level usually determines suppression, resistance, and skill checks. Faced with a 2 billion level summon, monsters in their teens would lose the ability to resist through level disparity alone. When its damage was measured on the same scale, calling this fighting above my level no longer came close. Sacred Tier skills were top secrets in every nation, powerful enough to serve as national trump cards. I had just obtained one directly for 2 million evolution points. The Nether Emperor it summoned possessed a level and damage of 2 billion and could remain for more than 2 months. By comparison, the 100 million damage I had once been so proud of now seemed ordinary. No matter how astonishing the text looked, nothing could replace witnessing it firsthand. I sacrificed half my mana and activated Netherworld, Yellow Springs Emperor Summoning Art. 50050 mana vanished instantly. Purple formation patterns spread from beneath my feet into the depths of Blade Mountain Inferno. There was no casting bar, but the spatial disturbance was obvious. I stood unaffected at the formation's heart, while the shattered blades nearby all bowed as though they had encountered their true sovereign. What mattered most to me wasn't the phrase, sacred tier, but the logic behind the skill. The summon inherited its level and damage from my total attributes. That meant every level I gained, every item I equipped, and every attribute I evolved would strengthen the Nether Emperor at the same time. He wasn't an ally of fixed strength. He could grow alongside me. Ignoring both physical and magical immunity was equally important. Many high-difficulty bosses relied on elemental immunity, shields, or special mechanics to prolong a battle, but the Nether Emperor could bypass all of them. The skill's duration scaled with spirit. At my current value, I could maintain him for 69 days, far longer than any ordinary dungeon run. The only restriction was the initial cost of 50,050 mana. Before I had increased that attribute, the number would have prevented me from casting the skill at all. Now it was only half my mana bar, and I regenerated 10010 every minute. Every enhancement the system had granted me was laying the groundwork for what came next. As the purple formation expanded, the shattered blades throughout Blade Mountain Inferno began to tremble. I had never studied the ancient runes, yet they conveyed the meanings of death and submission directly to the mind. From the aura before the summoning alone, I knew those 2 million points hadn't been wasted. The purple formation unfolded beneath my feet, its obscure runes lighting one after another. A figure stepped from the pillar of light. His long hair was tied behind him, and his long robe was fastened casually with a sash. His resolute face carried authority without the slightest anger. I thank my lord for summoning me. I shall serve you unto death. According to legend, he ruled the Yellow Springs 90,000 li beneath the earth and was the sovereign of death. Yet now he respectfully addressed me as his master. With your status panel, anyone who can last 1 second in front of you will be a rarity. I handed him the map. Clear every monster nearby, then return to me. I deliberately specified monsters as the targets. Shaoxing's party and possibly other class holders were also inside Blade Mountain Inferno. If I simply ordered him to eliminate everything, the Nether Emperor might include humans within the scope. A summon obeyed absolutely, which made precision in my commands all the more important. The Nether Emperor accepted the order and transformed into purple light. Before I could even sense his direction, system notifications began scrolling wildly. Blade Warrior slain. EXP plus 90. Liquid Metal Demon slain. EXP plus 96. Blood Fiend slain. EXP plus 96. Many were monsters I had never even seen before. His 2 billion damage erased them instantly. Level increased to 8. All attributes plus 5. Level increased to 9. All attributes plus 5. The summon compensated for my habit of following the main route and missing large numbers of ordinary monsters. From now on, as long as no one else inside a dungeon was competing for kills, I could collect all its experience while traveling to the boss zone. 10 minutes later, I reached a dense forest of blades. Dried blackish red blood stained many of the edges. A half-rotted monster wearing broken armor approached, dragging a saber behind it. Boss, Lord of the Inferno, level 19. HP, 9923. Strength, 900. Speed, 900. Skill, Army of the Dead. Its attributes were enough to kill most solo class holders below level 25. With a howl, countless souls gathered behind it to form wings and lifted it into the air. More black spirits bared their teeth and lunged at me from every direction. I raised my hand and formed a lightning blossom, undisturbed by the black tide. While the Nether Emperor existed, my damage had also risen to the 2 billion range. The lightning blossom flew out, white electrical light engulfing every soul in the sky. The Lord of the Inferno immediately folded its spectral wings around its body, then tried to conceal a lateral dodge within black smoke. I locked onto its escape route in advance, and the lightning pillar shifted its point of impact. Layer after layer of spectral defenses collapsed before 2 billion damage. -2022400000. The exact damage exceeded 2 billion. The leftover fraction alone could have killed it dozens of times. Boss Lord of the Inferno slain. EXP plus 2000. Reaching level 10 from level 9 still required an enormous amount of experience. I didn't stop to inspect the bar. I ran to the boss's remains and searched for a drop. EXP Secret Realm Pass. Dropped. Special item. Opens an EXP Carnival Secret Realm containing large numbers of high EXP monsters. Secret Realm duration, half an hour. May be entered solo or with a party. The pass listed neither a difficulty nor an entrance level restriction. Special realms normally didn't remain open at public entrances. A pass granted only one opportunity, and it disappeared after use regardless of how much the holder obtained. That also made it more difficult to value than ordinary equipment. Our textbooks had never mentioned an item like this. As I studied its description, Xiaoxing's voice came from behind me. Of course, an orphan like you wouldn't understand its value. Hand over the Secret Realm Pass, and I can spare your life. His 3 bodyguards formed a triangular formation around him, plainly prepared to attack at any moment. Xiaoxing explained that passes came in 2 types, experience realms and treasure realms, with completely random drops. He had once attended an auction with his father where a treasure secret realm pass ultimately sold for more than 1 billion yuan. He was convinced I had simply been lucky that some expert had cleared the dungeon and left a heavily wounded boss behind for me to finish, allowing me to pick up the pass for nothing. I put the pass away and asked, "Did it never occur to you to wonder who actually killed the monsters here?" Scorch marks from lightning remained on the ground, and the boss's death site lay directly behind me. Yet Xiaoxing preferred to believe that an unknown expert had cleared the area for me. It wasn't because the evidence was inadequate. He fundamentally believed an F-tier Taoist couldn't possess power, so any absurd explanation was easier to accept than the truth. After the Nether Emperor left, I could sense his general direction through the skill, but I couldn't keep pace with the stream of notifications. He wasn't following the roads and searching one location after another. His divine power simply engulfed separate regions at once. Before one group of blade warriors could raise their weapons, the next group of liquid metal demons had already died at the same time. When the Lord of the Inferno used Army of the Dead, the Black Souls weren't a purely visual effect. They gnawed at the mind, and the spectral wings could absorb damage for the boss. I first allowed the Lightning Blossom to swallow the leading spirits, then shifted the strike's center onto the main body to prevent the defensive layers from redirecting the damage. But a 2 billion level attack made all those mechanics meaningless. The EXP Secret Realm Pass didn't specify an entrance, which meant an official facility had to activate it. Its face showed only half an hour, with no details about monsters or rewards. I placed it in my storage ring because special items like this were even more likely than equipment to provoke theft inside a dungeon. When Xiaoxing appeared, the 3 people behind him didn't immediately approach. The Iron Blood Shield General stood in front, the Holy Light Knight just behind him, and the Heroic Spirit Priest at the rear of the triangle. Their plan was clearly for the Shield General to control, the Knight to deal damage, and the Priest to provide support. They weren't a temporary party, but a veteran team accustomed to fighting together. Xiaoxing dared demand a pass worth more than 1 billion because there were no rules here. If they killed me and fabricated a story about a monster attack, the school and city military would find it extremely difficult to uncover the truth. The Holy Light Knight didn't answer. He simply urged Xiaoxing to give the order immediately. Even the lowest level member, the Heroic Spirit Priest, was level 23, while the Iron Blood Shield General was level 29. In their eyes, dealing with a newly graduated F-tier Taoist would take no effort at all. Xiaoxing waved a hand. "Leave him one breath and bring him to me." The Iron Blood Shield General charged first. Blood-red light formed a battle axe and shield in his hands. The shield protected his vital points while the axe slashed diagonally down toward the junction of my shoulder and neck. Clearly, he had no intention of truly leaving me alive. A streak of purple light suddenly passed overhead. The Nether Emperor stood in the air. Without even looking directly at the man, he casually swept one hand. Purple light ignored the shield and armor and pierced straight through the Iron Blood Shield General's body. -2022400000. His corpse hit the ground, while his equipment disintegrated along with him under the excessive damage. The Nether Emperor came before me and bowed. "Forgive me, Master. I was ordered to eliminate every monster and dared return to report only after completing the task." Little time had passed between my order and his report, yet every one of the dense monster markers on the map had gone dark. The Nether Emperor had even waded through a partial respawn and confirmed that the newly appearing monsters were also dead before returning to my side. He had executed my use of the word "every" more strictly than I anticipated. I didn't blame him. The dungeon's ordinary monsters respawned once an hour, and he truly had killed every last one before the refresh. But this strike confirmed something else. 2 billion damage would destroy an enemy's equipment and items along with them. Killing enemies to loot their gear wasn't a realistic option. Red-eyed, Xiaoxing ordered the other two to take revenge. The Holy Light Knight and Heroic Spirit Priest finally realized that the being who had cleared the dungeon and killed its boss wasn't some unknown expert I had met by chance. It was the figure before them, who addressed me as his master. The knight quietly told the priest to stack every buff on him. If his first strike failed, the priest was to take Xiaoxing and flee immediately. "None of you will leave," the Nether Emperor said calmly. There was no anger in his voice, yet all three paused at once. High-level suppression descended like invisible gravity. The Holy Light Knight's great axe slowed, and even the priest's buffing radiance began to waver. They could barely maintain their original formation before the Nether Emperor had even attacked. With a roar, the Holy Light Knight raised his great axe and charged head-on. The Heroic Spirit Priest simultaneously applied a blood shield, enhancement, and healing buffs, then grabbed Xiaoxing and turned to run. The Nether Emperor extended a single finger. The fully buffed knight failed even to touch the hem of his robe before purple light tore his body into a bloody mist. -2022400000. The Nether Emperor vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he was already blocking the path ahead of Xiaoxing and the priest. "You disturb my master. Die." The Heroic Spirit Priest broke down completely. He shoved Xiaoxing, whom he was supposed to protect, forward and turned to flee in another direction. "Betraying your master makes you even more deserving of death." The Nether Emperor didn't look back. He merely pointed behind himself, releasing a streak of purple light. It intercepted the priest's escape route with perfect accuracy, and 2 billion damage emptied his HP bar instantly. Only Xiaoxing remained. He backed away, shouting that he was the heir to the Xiao Corporation and that killing him would affect all of Binqing. A moment earlier, he had treated the dungeon as a lawless place. Now he invoked teachers and the law, demanding that I behave like an upstanding citizen. The Ironblood Shield General's attack hadn't been reckless. He first covered the Nether Emperor's vision with his shield while the bloody axe curved out from behind it. His plan was obviously to force the Nether Emperor to block, allowing the Holy Light Knight to follow with a second strike. But the purple light never collided with the shield. It passed straight through his defense and his body. After seeing the Shield General die, the Holy Light Knight still chose to charge head-on because he wanted to buy time for the priest and Xiaoxing to escape. The priest stacked every buff at once, proving they had already abandoned any prolonged fight and merely hoped the knight could hold for an instant. But the Nether Emperor's speed and damage couldn't be described as a mere level advantage. Before the great axe descended, the purple light had already killed the knight. Then the Nether Emperor vanished from my side and appeared directly on their escape route. The time the Holy Light Knight bought with his life didn't even earn them a single step. When the Heroic Spirit Priest pushed Xiaoxing forward, the last trace of sympathy I felt for the party vanished. They could kill me for payment and orders, then instantly betray the person they were protecting when danger appeared. The Nether Emperor's declaration that betraying one's master deserved an even worse death wasn't merely a judgment. It was his absolute principle of loyalty as a summon. Xiaoxing finally understood that the family status, money, and bodyguards he depended on in the real world couldn't protect him from death here. The more he insisted on his own importance, the more clearly he proved that when he bullied the weak, he had never considered that their lives mattered too. "When those three were attacking me a moment ago, why didn't you remember the law?" I walked up to Xiaoxing. He was shaking too badly to stand and immediately changed his story, claiming everything before had been a misunderstanding caused by other people's instigation. "After all," he said, "we had been classmates for 3 years. I found it absurd. Not long after we enrolled, he had learned I was an orphan and begun leading others to exclude and bully me. Today, he had followed me all the way into a dungeon to murder me and steal my treasure. It was far too late to talk about friendship between classmates. Do it." I had no desire to hear him stall any longer. Purple light ignited at the Nether Emperor's fingertip. Xiaoxing spat a venomous curse, but before he could finish, the beam pierced his heart. Bang! Thick smoke abruptly exploded. Xiaoxing's body disappeared, leaving only a straw figure broken in two. I cannot sense his aura. The Nether Emperor frowned. This object bore death in his place. Will Master permit me to find his family and eradicate them at the root? A trace of the same mental imprint as Xiaoxing remained where the straw figure had broken, but the connection was quickly severed from the other end. The substitute hadn't teleported his original body away at the last moment. From the instant they entered the dungeon, the acting figure had been a treasure carrying his consciousness. No wonder he had behaved so recklessly in a dangerous environment. I refused. If the Nether Emperor openly appeared in the real world, it would inevitably trigger uncontrollable consequences. Xiaoxing couldn't possess an unlimited number of such life-saving devices. If I could kill him once, I could kill him again. After leaving the dungeon, the Nether Emperor transformed into a faint purple mist and merged with our surroundings, completely invisible to ordinary people. If I encountered danger, he could appear instantly. Only later did I discover the straw figure's origin. It was a single-use Earth-tier treasure called a substitution strawman. It could enter a dungeon in place of its owner and transfer the experience it acquired back to the original. If killed, the treasure was permanently destroyed, but the original survived. Xiao Wangzu had only one son and had spent an enormous amount to acquire the strawman for his protection. Thus, the Xiaoxing inside the dungeon had really been only a substitute. His original body experienced the entire death from the Xiao estate and woke to discover that both the strawman and all 3 bodyguards had been lost. Experience could be transferred, and so could pain and the sensation of death. Although Xiaoxing survived, he fully experienced the instant his heart was pierced. His mind didn't escape unscathed. An Earth-tier treasure might save a person from death, but it didn't let its user risk death repeatedly without consequence. Xiaoxing demanded that his father take revenge immediately. Yet Xiao Wangzu behaved unusually and ordered him to remain patient until after the college entrance examination. He merely said that an undisclosed secret stood behind the Xiao family, and Xiaoxing could learn it only after truly growing stronger. Once the examination ended, Xiao Wangzu would naturally arrange a reckoning. I knew nothing about that conversation at the time. I could confirm only one fact. The substitution strawman had disappeared, which meant Xiaoxing was still alive, and the Xiao family wouldn't let the matter rest. It was already late at night when I returned home. The day's gains were astonishing. I had reached level 9 and needed only one more level to meet the examination's mandatory threshold. When the substitution strawman exploded, the Nether Emperor's first reaction wasn't to keep attacking its remains. He extended his perception throughout the dungeon. Only after confirming the absence of Xiaoxing's aura did he conclude that a treasure had moved the target. An Earth-tier life-saving item capable of escaping pursuit by the Sovereign of Death was special indeed. There was another reason I refused to hunt down the Xiao family. Real-world cities were densely populated. A casual strike from the Nether Emperor dealt 2 billion damage. If its area drifted even slightly, the consequences would be far worse than allowing Xiaoxing to escape. Until I could accurately judge the Xiao family's hidden cards and the surrounding environment, eradication wasn't caution. It was a loss of control. No one stopped me at the dungeon exit. I checked the EXP Secret Realm Pass, skill book, and equipment one by one, confirming none had been damaged in battle. The Nether Emperor's excessive attack would destroy the target's items as well. In the future, if an enemy carried gear I wanted to preserve, I would need to fight them in melee myself or use a lower damage method. Losing 3 bodyguards above level 20 and an Earth-tier life-saving treasure wasn't something the Xiao family would treat as an ordinary dispute between classmates. Yet Xiao Wangzu had demanded temporary restraint, meaning he was waiting for a more important moment, the college entrance examination, or perhaps the move of some hidden faction. I had no evidence and could only remember my suspicion. What would truly let me withstand the next attack wasn't predicting every conspiracy in advance. It was becoming so powerful that no conspiracy could succeed. I took out the epic set Lu Zhonglin had given me. Sunset Headband, HP plus 300. Spirit plus 120. Sunset Long Robe, HP plus 400. Mana plus 200. Sunset Battle Boots, Agility plus 300. Spirit plus 100. Sunset 3-piece set, additional plus 200 to all attributes, HP plus 100, Mana plus 100. The set bonus appeared only while all 3 pieces were equipped and temporarily vanished whenever one was replaced. The headband and battle boots increased spirit and agility, while the long robe increased HP and mana, covering precisely the survivability and casting attributes a Taoist needed most. Clearly, the Chung family hadn't selected 3 random pieces from a warehouse. Ever since awakening my class, I had entered dungeons in ordinary clothes. Although my attributes were enough to overwhelm my enemies, I might lose points during the college entrance examination for improper equipment. Wearing this epic set while demonstrating great strength could also reduce suspicion to some degree. I didn't evolve the set for now. Epic quality could still be explained in the examination hall. Raising it to legendary or even transcendent would probably alarm the proctors immediately. Once I finished equipping it, my panel became level 9, HP 900, mana 100400, strength 154, agility 1415, spirit 100501, skills primordial chaos, 9 heavens divine thunder, netherworld, Yellow Springs Emperor Summoning Art. My HP had risen from 100 to 900, while the equipment brought my mana to 100400. A strength of 154 was still low, but already exceeded that of an ordinary person without an advanced class. With 1415 agility, plus the ability to switch to the cloud-chasing boots, I could avoid most attacks from my level range. At last, Spirit was no longer the only abnormal number on my panel. Equipment, Sunset Set, cloud-chasing boots of 10,000 miles. The EXP Secret Realm Pass in my storage ring still left me with a problem. I knew it was precious, but didn't know how to activate it. The knowledgeable Chung family might have an answer, but revealing the pass proactively could invite an attempt to seize it. 70 million yuan and an epic set didn't mean we had become friends. I decided to search online first, but my phone rang at that exact moment. It was Lu Zhonglin. Young friend, I hear you obtained a secret realm pass in a dungeon. You're quite the lucky star. I wasn't surprised that the Chung family had received word so quickly. I merely asked, you didn't call this late just to congratulate me, did you? Lu Zhonglin proposed a new transaction. A party could enter the secret realm, and the Chung family wanted me to take one person with me. Whether it was an experience or treasure realm, they would provide adequate compensation. Once inside, I would be in charge, and they wouldn't interfere with my advancement. This gave me a perfect opportunity to learn how to use the pass. Rather than discuss terms immediately, I arranged to meet him the next morning at the same neighborhood eatery. Lu Zhonglin later told me that for this opportunity, even the head of the Chung family had issued a personal instruction. If I agreed to take someone, they could accept any condition within the family's limits. My companion would be Chung Yu, the Chung family's young heir. The family head had also warned him specifically that he had to restrain his temperament in benching and couldn't treat the place as though he were at the Chung estate in the capital. At the time, I knew only that the next morning's transaction would probably give me another valuable bargaining chip. After equipping the Sunset Set, I performed a few basic movements. The headband didn't obstruct my vision, the long robe tightened automatically as I moved, and the battle boots were more stable than ordinary shoes. The advantages of high-quality equipment weren't limited to the status panel. They included weight, protection, and compatibility with skills. The cloud-chasing boots provided more agility but weren't part of the set. I decided to wear the Sunset Battle Boots normally, then switch only when I needed teleportation or high-speed movement. That preserved the set bonus and kept me from exposing my transcendent equipment. The EXP Secret Realm Pass didn't list a limit on party size, yet Lu Zhonglin proposed bringing only one person. The Chung family clearly didn't want to divide the experience too broadly. His promise that I would lead was also intended to address any fear that they might kill me and steal the pass. I chose the same neighborhood eatery for the meeting because I wanted familiar surroundings. If the Chung family suddenly changed its terms, chase the clouds, pursue the sun, and the Nether Emperor could both guarantee my escape. One successful transaction didn't mean I could relax during the second. What fascinated me most was what the Chung family would exchange for a half-hour opportunity. 70 million, an epic set, and soul summoning had already proven their generosity. If the family had permitted virtually any demand within their limits, then the identity and potential of the person entering with me had to far exceed that of an ordinary clan descendant. Chung Yu hadn't been with Lu Zhonglin. To retrieve this troublesome young heir from a drinking party, Lu Zhonglin mobilized his subordinates overnight and ordered them to bring Chung Yu back before 1 in the morning. When I met Chung Yu the next day, he was plainly still half asleep. The system delivered my daily evolution points first thing that morning. Current remaining evolution points, 999-760-0000. When I reached the neighborhood eatery, Lu Zhonglin had once again rented out the entire restaurant. A blond young man sat beside him with his eyes barely open. This is Chung Yu. Lu Zhonglin nudged him. Call him Brother Gu. Lu Zhonglin knew my true age and also knew Chung Yu was no younger than I was. Telling his young master to use a respectful form of address wasn't about seniority. It was meant to establish who would command inside the secret realm. If Chung Yu treated me as an ordinary peer, he might disobey instructions when danger appeared. Chung Yu reluctantly raised a hand. obviously unconvinced. He's about my age. No need to be so formal. Let's discuss business. Ignoring his attitude, Lu Jinglin explained the rules of secret realms. Every nation maintained dedicated secret realm entrances. Submitting a pass to the administering authority was enough to open one. The Chung family's request was simple. I had to take Chung Yu inside with me. I hear your preferred school is Fengtian University. He produced a formal appointment letter. Fengtian Soaring Development Company was appointing me executive general manager, while Lu Jinglin himself served as chairman. My position would be second only to his. I wouldn't answer to any other executive or have to work fixed hours, yet I would receive monthly dividends as usual. Whenever he wasn't in Fengtian, my decisions would represent the chairman's position. The appointment letter also defined the limits of my responsibility. I wouldn't participate in daily operations or guarantee existing debt. My dividends would come from shares held in Lu Jinglin's name, rather than money temporarily withheld from employee salaries. The Chung family wasn't giving me an empty title. It was providing a continuous channel of resources for my future life in Fengtian. Compared with 70 million yuan and an epic set, the long-term returns from a company were obviously greater. Cheng Yu immediately protested. Lu Jinglin had originally said the Soaring Development Company would eventually be his to manage. Now that I was executive general manager, he could only work under me. Listen to your brother Gu from now on. One sentence from Lu Jinglin shut down his objections. The terms were sufficient. I didn't continue bargaining. I accepted the appointment and agreed to form a party. The Maybach took us to the secret realm hall. Lu Jinglin personally completed every procedure. I only had to hand the EXP secret realm pass to an attendant for verification. The time limit is half an hour, and only these two young men are entering. Correct. A red entrance opened. Cheng Yu had blonde hair and wore expensive casual clothes that looked completely out of place in the little restaurant. After Lu Jinglin dragged him out of bed, impatience still covered his face. He was obviously accustomed to everyone accommodating him. Yet one look from Lu Jinglin was enough to make him swallow his complaints, proving that the steward was far more than an ordinary subordinate within the Chung family. The Soaring Development Company appointment letter bore an official seal, and the equity and dividend terms were clearly written. It wasn't merely a verbal promise. As executive general manager, I would possess a stable income, a recognized social identity, and resources I could mobilize after moving to Fengtian. For an orphan just out of school, those things could be more important than a single cash payment. I didn't relax my conditions simply because of the position. The pass belonged to me, so the party rules after entry had to be mine to confirm. If Cheng Yu violated the agreement, I could terminate our cooperation. Lu Jinglin accepted everything and volunteered to handle the activation procedure and safe transportation. On the road to the secret realm hall, Cheng Yu kept studying me. He didn't understand why Lu Jinglin had transferred the company originally intended for him to me, or why one's secret realm pass justified such an exchange. I offered no explanation about the origin of the Heaven Tier skill or the Nether Emperor. I treated him simply as a temporary teammate whose safety I had to ensure inside. The attendant made one final check of the time, party size, and authenticity of the pass. The red vortex would remain for only a short while, and no additional members could enter once we went through. Only after confirming we were the sole entrants did Lu Jinglin step back beyond the safety line. The attendant showed little reaction when accepting the secret realm pass, but reminded us specifically that although the monster waves had low attributes, they would keep appearing and could still become deadly. A Taoist like me, in particular, couldn't afford the slightest carelessness inside. I didn't explain. There was probably only one Taoist in the entire world who could casually deal 2 billion damage, and that was me. After passing through the red vortex, dark crimson filled my vision. Having visited several dungeons, I increasingly suspected these places weren't illusory projections at all. They were real, independent worlds connected to our reality by some unknown power. Cheng Yu interrupted my thoughts. The monster wave is about to begin. Stay behind me and don't wander off. I asked how strong he was. He immediately perked up. S-tier class, Divine Dragon Blood Guard. You've heard of it, right? The Divine Dragon Blood Guard was one of the finest warrior classes. From the moment of awakening, the user's blood transformed into that of a divine dragon. Even with ordinary talent, the class could eventually develop into a great powerhouse, and the user's descendants might even inherit the divine bloodline. Cheng Yu usually looked frivolous, but the dragon blood was continuously strengthening his foundation. He also displayed a full set of legendary equipment and a jade-like legendary saber carved with wave patterns called Ocean Unbound. The weapon alone doubled his attacks. Including the set bonus, his total attributes exceeded 1,000. He had already learned Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker, the skill I had previously sold to the Chung family. An endless tide of light soon rose ahead. Light Shade, level 99. HP, 1. Strength, 1. Speed, 99. Skill, EXP Carnival. EXP Carnival meant the monsters provided vastly more experience upon death than a normal 1 HP creature, but dropped no equipment. Level 99 affected only their experience multiplier and generation rules. It didn't grant corresponding offensive strength. The Secret Realm concentrated its danger in quantity rather than individual power. They possessed virtually no combat attributes, but their numbers surged like a tsunami. Chung Yu's helmet closed into the shape of a golden dragon's head. He raised his saber and met the horde as the image of a Vermilion Bird appeared behind him. Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker. Bloody light covered the blade. His HP began falling by 10 every second, while his damage rose to 3,000 times his maximum HP. Recovery potions from his storage ring continually replaced the loss. A ring of fire formed by the Vermilion Bird extended 10 meters around Chung Yu. Every light shade that touched it shattered instantly. He had to keep moving deeper into the horde to bring new targets within range. But the farther he advanced, the more enemies closed in from every direction, rapidly stacking their one-point attacks against his armor. Before leaving, he even warned me in a serious voice, "Stand right here and don't move. You're not allowed to leave until I come back." His attitude was arrogant, but at least he hadn't pushed me forward as bait. Compared with Xiaoxing, Chung Yu was merely spoiled, not genuinely vicious. I sat down and watched him charge into the horde. Lightshade Slain. EXP plus 99. Lightshade Slain. EXP plus 99. Even after the party split, each one still gave 99 EXP. More than 100 notifications appeared within a minute. 5 minutes later, I successfully leveled up. Level increased to 10. All attributes plus 5. The instant I reached level 10, half the entrance requirements for the college examination were automatically fulfilled. My sunset set already satisfied the equipment requirement. Even if I left immediately, I now qualified to take the official test. But more than 20 minutes remained in the secret realm. Leaving early would waste the value of a single-use pass. I had met every level and equipment requirement for the college entrance examination. Yet the monster wave didn't weaken at all. Less than 10 minutes later, Chung Yu's voice came from inside the packed field of light. "Why are they still coming? I'm almost out of potions. Draw some of them away so I can retreat." His original order had turned into a plea for help. When Chung Yu displayed Ocean Unbound, the wave patterns on its blade flowed with his mana, and the pieces of legendary equipment resonated as a set. Judging by the panel alone, he was far stronger than a student who had just begun preparing for the examination. An S-tier class, total attributes over 1,000, and a heaven-tier skill were enough to make most of his peers look up to him. But the EXP Secret Realm wasn't testing single-target damage. Light Shades had only 1 HP, so any attack could kill them. The true challenge was area, speed, and endurance. Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker covered the area around Chung Yu's body. He had to keep moving to bring monsters within 10 meters, and with every step, the light shades in the outer ring closed around him again. He was swinging his saber while drinking HP potions because both the skill and the monster attacks consumed his health. With a full supply at first, he could maintain his rhythm. 5 minutes later, his attacks began to lose form, showing that his recovery could no longer keep up. After reaching level 10, I didn't act immediately because I wanted to observe how the wave generated. The monsters weren't emerging from one fixed entrance. They respawned simultaneously in every direction throughout the Crimson space. Opening one path could provide only a brief escape. To farm steadily for the full half hour, we needed to clear a full 360-degree area. By the time Chung Yu finally admitted he couldn't endure, the nearest layer of monsters was already pressed against his armor. If he waited a few dozen seconds more, the first concentrated attack after his potions ran out might genuinely threaten his life. The 10 HP consumed by Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker each second could be offset by potions. The monster's attacks were the real danger. Each light shade dealt only 1 damage, but several hundred attacking at once exhausted even Chung Yu's best potions within 10 minutes. Death inside the secret realm was just as real as death in a dungeon. I couldn't let anything happen to him. Eliminate every monster. Don't leave a single one alive. I ordered the streak of purple light at my side. The Nether Emperor revealed himself and swept a hand through the air. Purple energy surged across the field, and countless light shades collapsed at once. The number he killed in one instant already exceeded Chung Yu's results from almost 10 minutes of fighting. Yet the monster wave continued pouring in from the distance to replace the losses. Clearing only the perimeter wouldn't rescue him in time. I switched to the cloud-chasing boots and crossed into the horde's center with a single stride. When Chengyu saw me appear, he wasn't relieved. He panicked. I told you to draw some away, not come die with me. Save your breath. Get outside, keep your distance, and collect experience. I grabbed him by the collar and used my superhuman agility and strength to throw him directly out of the encirclement. Vermilion Bird. Skybreaker was still active as Chengyu flew out of the horde. I told him to deactivate it and drink his final potion so he wouldn't continue draining his own HP while standing in the safe zone. The party remained intact. As long as he stayed inside the secret realm, experience from my kills and the Nether Emperors would still be shared with him. Every monster turned toward me. The recovery potions in my storage ring were exhausted within seconds, and my HP soon fell to its final point. System, add 1 million to HP. 1 million evolution points consumed. Current remaining evolution points, 999-660-0000. Level, 10. HP, 1000001/1000001. Recovers 100,000 per minute. Mana, 100,400/100,400. Recovers 11040 per minute. Strength, 159. Agility, 1420. Spirit, 100506. Adding 1 million HP didn't proportionally increase any other attribute or change my level, proving the system could raise a single survivability attribute independently. The 10% per minute regeneration rule scaled with the maximum, leaping from 100 points to 100,000. The greater my health pool, the stronger my long-term endurance became. My million HP filled instantly. Even if I stood still and never fought back, this horde couldn't empty it in half an hour. Each light shade dealt only 1 damage, but their attack frequency and numbers kept increasing. Their theoretical damage over half an hour remained considerable. A million maximum HP plus 100,000 recovered per minute transformed the danger from surrounded and killed in seconds into something I could withstand for a long time. I still needed to clear the field. I couldn't treat my HP as true immunity. I raised a finger. Through my connection with the Nether Emperor, a faint purple layer now colored my lightning. Primordial Chaos. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. -204-1700000. Lightning expanded in every direction throughout the 3,000-meter range. The solid mass of monsters vanished in one vast sweep, briefly exposing the dark crimson earth. Chengyu stared from the distance, dumbfounded. With an S-tier class, legendary set, legendary weapon, and heaven-tier skill, he could clear only the ring of monsters around his body. I, an F-tier Taoist, had erased every visible target with one attack. He muttered, "I'm S-tier, you're F-tier. I'm wearing legendary equipment, and yours is only epic. You know whether you turn on the cheats. Either you're cheating, or you're an absolute god." Experience notifications began drowning the panel. Level increased to 11, 12, 13. Level increased to 25, 34. The wave continued, and our levels climbed out of control. When I charged into the horde to save him, I first used the cloud-chasing boot's agility to cut through its thinnest side, then grabbed Chengyu and threw him out. His legendary armor was extremely heavy. An ordinary Taoist could never have tossed him one-handed, but attributes in the 100,000 range plus my equipment bonus made it effortless. I threw him far away instead of retreating while holding him because the monster's aggression had already shifted to the later arrival. As long as I remained in the center, the light shades wouldn't pursue him immediately. Chengyu still tried to return after landing, which was why I ordered him to stay back. The moment when I increased my HP to 100,001 was extremely dangerous. Before the system finished, I genuinely had only 1 point left. One additional simultaneous hit would have killed me. The test confirmed that adding an attribute instantly filled the newly increased maximum, but I couldn't make a habit of waiting until I was near death. The next time I entered an unfamiliar environment, I needed to prepare my HP in advance. When 9 Heavens Divine Thunder expanded for 3,000 meters, it didn't merely strike the ring around me. Every light shade within my spirit perception was marked simultaneously. The lightning swept outward one layer at a time from the center, producing the enormous visible void. The Nether Emperor continued clearing respawning monsters in the air, while I focused on the densest regions. Once our 2 attacks overlapped, the horde could no longer recover its initial scale. Only then did the experience notifications push our levels beyond 30 in an unbroken stream. The Secret Realm's monster wave was supposed to continue endlessly until the half-hour expired. But with the Nether Emperor and me clearing simultaneously, our 2 billion level damage forcibly suppressed the generation rate. Gaps even began appearing across the battlefield. Level increased to 36. All attributes plus 5. Level 36. HP 583023/1000900. Recovers 1000090 per minute. Going from level 10 to level 36 had added another 899 HP, along with the corresponding class growth, bringing my maximum to 1000900. My current value didn't automatically refill. It retained the actual health remaining after battle. Details like that proved the panel wasn't a visual illusion. Level gains and injuries were calculated separately. Mana 100270/100400. Recovers 10040 per minute. Strength 289. Agility 1550. Spirit 100596. Equipment Sunset Set, cloud-chasing boots of 10,000 miles. My level already far exceeded the college entrance requirement. I jumped back to Chungyu's side and left the remaining monsters to the Nether Emperor. Chungyu stared at me for a long time before asking, "A Taoist can wipe out groups too? You even broke the monster wave. How did you do any of that? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Some things are better left unasked." He fell silent immediately. Then his attitude reversed completely. "Brother Chun, let me follow you from now on. I'll be your most loyal little brother. You're going to Fengtian University, so I'll go there too. We can watch each other's backs." As the young heir of a great family in the capital, Chungyu had originally planned to choose any university he liked there. All the major schools were also willing to admit him through special recruitment, both because they valued an S-tier class and because they hoped to establish ties with the Chung family. After seeing my strength, however, he changed his mind on the spot. I didn't entirely believe his sudden enthusiasm, but I didn't dislike him either. At least when danger appeared earlier, he hadn't abandoned me. If he truly needed help in the future, I would respond within my abilities. Before the half hour ended, both of us reached level 37. Our leveling speed slowed noticeably during the final few minutes. The same 99 EXP occupied only a tiny part of an experience bar in the 30s. Without two people clearing huge areas at once, no ordinary party could possibly reach this level in half an hour even if they obtained a Secret Realm pass. The Secret Realm is about to close. Prepare for transport. Soft light enveloped us, and an instant later, we returned to reality. Lu Zhenglin hurried over to confirm Chungyu was safe. Chungyu excitedly announced that he had barely contributed and Brother Chun had handled everything. When he noticed my frown, he shut his mouth at once. Before transport, I had warned him not to reveal the specific methods used inside to anyone, not even his father. I declined Lu Zhenglin's offer of a car and left alone. Chungyu was still shouting behind me that he would visit as soon as he finished packing his things. Lu Zhenglin was obviously startled by his respectful form of address and immediately demanded to know what had happened inside the Secret Realm. Chungyu kept his promise and revealed not a single detail. After I reached level 36, my HP remained below maximum because although the number of light shades had fallen, their attacks never fully stopped. I didn't yet possess Immortal Radiance and could rely only on regeneration and continuous clearing. The remaining value of 583,023 showed that 1,000,000 HP wasn't true invincibility. It merely gave me sufficient room for error. I returned to Chungyu's side not only because our goal had been met, but also because continuing to act personally would expose even more. Outsiders might explain the Nether Emperor as a summoning skill. My own strike of 2 billion damage and an instantaneous 1,000,000 HP already surpassed conventional classes by far too much. Chungyu's decision to attend Fengtian University looked on the surface like a little brother following his leader, but it was actually a choice affecting his future. He could easily enter another school through his family, yet was willing to abandon the familiar social circle of the capital. That couldn't be dismissed as a joke. I didn't make him any immediate promises. The Chung family would have to arrange his admission to Fengtian University. All I could do was treat him as a teammate inside dungeons and share experience within reasonable limits. If a relationship rested only on one moment of shock, it would eventually waver when a new powerhouse appeared. I demanded secrecy before transport not because I distrusted Lu Zhenglin, but because once information entered a great family's network, it would eventually reach even more people. A heaven tier skill had already allowed the Chung family to find me. If a sacred tier summon and 2 billion damage also became public, not everyone drawn to me would be willing to trade fairly. Chung Yu remembered to keep quiet when he saw Lu Zhenglin in the real world, proving that although he usually behaved unreliably, he honored a genuine promise. That marked the beginning of my seeing him as a friend rather than a temporary teammate. Chung Yu told Lu Zhenglin only 2 things. He planned to remain in benching and keep leveling with me before the examination, and he no longer wanted to attend the university chosen for him in the capital. Instead, he would go to Fengtian University. Although the decision gave Lu Zhenglin a headache, he ultimately began arranging special admission. Fengtian University ranked among the best in Hua Nation. Even with the Chung family's influence, they had to exchange an appropriate amount of resources for a place. After returning home, I used some of my 70 million yuan in savings to order myself a proper meal. At level 37, I was far above the level 10 threshold, but Fengtian University gathered geniuses from across the country. A level in the 30s might be completely ordinary there. I had to keep improving. Low difficulty dungeons provided too little experience, but high difficulty ones could waste my time. As I weighed my options, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chung Yu stood outside carrying a pile of gifts. He said he had walked all the way here step by step and was exhausted. He had already ordered Lu Zhenglin to rent an apartment building nearby, so he could find me whenever he wanted. Upon seeing my subsidized apartment, he tried to give me a better home. I refused. The Chung family had already provided a corporate position. I couldn't keep demanding more simply because they were wealthy. The subsidized apartment was small, but I knew the surrounding area and could easily watch the entrances and exits. Suddenly moving into a mansion arranged by the Chung family would place my address, visitors, and daily movements entirely within their view. Our cooperation could deepen without my life immediately becoming dependent on a great clan. After I pressed him, Chung Yu finally revealed his purpose. Several children from other great families had invited him to challenge a difficulty 8 dungeon the following afternoon. He had only just reached level 37 in the secret realm, so the others clearly intended to use the opportunity to overshadow the Chung family. They called one another friends, but in reality, they were always competing. The challenge didn't specify how many teammates each person could bring. It required only that they compare their progress and ownership of the boss inside the dungeon. Chung Yu could have brought Chung family experts and crushed the competition, but that would prove only that his family's bodyguards were strong and make him look incompetent. He had come to me because he wanted a team of peers to win the contest head-on. Entrants to dungeons above difficulty 6 were usually at least level 30, and wealthy heirs wouldn't have poor equipment. Chung Yu didn't want to lose face in public and wanted me to go with him. He promised all drops would go to me first. Only items I didn't want would pass to him. Brother Chun, you just had me choose Fengtian University. If I embarrass myself outside right away, my dad will die of anger. Your little brother is in trouble. As the big brother, you have to help. Before I could agree, he took out a storage ring. The ring contained a snow bear essence pill that permanently increased strength by 120 with no side effects. To refine it, the Chung family had traveled to the far north, captured an adult snow bear, extracted 99 drops of spinal essence, and hired a master alchemist. They might never be able to produce a second identical pill. Permanent attribute pills differed from temporary buff potions. Their effects didn't vanish upon leaving a dungeon or changing equipment. An extra 120 strength might look inferior to a top item, but it participated in every later percentage amplification and had no level requirement. For a young class holder, it was more valuable than medicine granting several hundred temporary points. In addition, the ring contained several hundred tubes of top-tier HP and mana potions. They took effect instantly without delay. The payment was undeniably valuable. I asked, is all this really worth it just to have me join your team? What truly worried Chung Yu wasn't the loot, but Chu Tianming spreading the story of his failure through the social circle of the capital. If the Chung heir had just reached level 37, yet didn't dare enter difficulty 8, others would say his family had inflated his level and he possessed no practical ability. The Snow Bear Essence Pill and potions were the price he was paying to protect his reputation. Chung Yu nodded repeatedly. He promised that as long as we suppressed the Chu family's brat, he would obey any command in the future. He wouldn't hesitate even if I sent him to die. Don't say stupid things. I accepted the storage ring. Call before you come tomorrow. Don't show up at my door without warning again. I didn't regard dying for me as loyalty. A truly dependable teammate should survive within the scope of an order rather than treat death as the first proof of devotion. Accepting the ring meant the transaction had been made. Tomorrow, I would control the dungeon decisions, and he had to disclose the party members and mission information truthfully. He understood that I had agreed and immediately beamed. A difficulty 8 dungeon would also let me see what true danger looked like after level 37. Once Chungyu left, I researched public data on level 37 class holders and first-year university students. Outstanding graduates from ordinary cities were generally in their teens. Those cultivated early by great families and top schools might exceed level 30. Fengtian University's admission trial examined not only level, but also equipment, skills, team judgment, and adaptation to dungeon environments. The EXP Secret Realm had raised my level quickly without giving me an equal amount of practical combat experience. If I relied solely on overwhelming status numbers, I could still make mistakes during special missions that disabled skills, restricted mana, or required protecting a target. I therefore didn't treat leveling as an endpoint. I needed to keep visiting dungeons with different mechanics. I didn't consume the Snowbear Essence pill immediately. With the evolution system, a permanent 120 strength wasn't much by itself, but its formula, ingredients, and lack of side effects were more valuable for research. Once I unlocked an alchemist's abilities, it might serve as a reference. The hundreds of top-tier potions were an extremely practical supplement. The system could increase attributes, but that didn't mean I should spend evolution points temporarily in every battle. Potions worked instantly and could save my life when I couldn't open the panel or needed to conceal my ability. The Chu Heir's specific invitation to Chungyu also showed that dungeon activities among young clan members weren't simply for leveling. Results, drops, and team performance would be reported to their families and used to compare resources and inheritance qualifications. Chungyu didn't want an ordinary clear. He wanted to prove himself in front of everyone. By accepting, I had taken payment and assumed responsibility for his safety. But he himself had proposed that I receive priority on drops. Once we entered tomorrow, I wouldn't change the rules simply because the Chu family was present. Early the next morning, Chungyu was already waiting downstairs in a sports car. He was even driving in his full legendary set, which showed how seriously he took this dungeon. Once again, he complained that my sunset set was only epic quality and wanted Lu Zhenglin to replace it for me. I shook my head. For me, equipment was merely a question of spending evolution points. I hadn't upgraded it because I didn't want unnecessary attention before the college entrance examination. The moment the sports car reached the dungeon entrance, several people gathered around. Chungyu quietly explained that the leader was Chu Tianming. This benching branch of the Chu family had originally belonged to the direct bloodline of the primary Chu clan in the capital. For some unknown reason, they had remained rooted in benching for years. Chu Tianming was a rare dual-element windfire mage. His true potential approached SS tier, but he had been classified as S tier because he lacked a special attribute. He had already reached level 38, and even his lowest level teammate was level 30. The party included a tank, a holy class holder, and a shadow archer, giving them a complete composition. Dual elements meant more than learning one additional kind of magic. Wind could spread fire and alter its trajectory, while fire compensated for wind's lack of instantaneous explosive force. Used together by one person, the two attributes were far more powerful than two ordinary mages casting separately. Chu Tianming's rating had stopped at S tier only because he had no special bloodline. His actual combat ceiling was much higher. Chu Tianming first mocked Chungyu for arriving late. When he saw me, he made no effort to hide his disdain for my epic set and Taoist class. His teammates laughed along, asking whether Chungyu planned to have me perform last rites after they died inside difficulty 8. Killing intent flashed through my mind, and faint lightning appeared in my palm. Chungyu noticed instantly. He stepped closer and signaled with his eyes for me not to act. The Chu and Chung families had no personal grudge and were even somewhat friendly. If Chu Tianming died at the entrance, neither family could easily explain it. As I withdrew Palm Thunder, Chungyu moved between the two sides. The lightning had appeared for only an instant and went unnoticed by everyone else. But he knew that if it truly fell, no member of the Chu party would survive. Stopping me saved Chu Tianming and also prevented the authorities from hunting me for murder at a dungeon entrance. What do you people know? Chungyu turned and shouted. All of you together couldn't beat my brother Chun. Laugh as loudly as you want now. Just don't cry from fright later. Although Chu Tianming didn't believe him, he had no desire to turn against the Chung family publicly. He said that if we encountered danger, he would save Chungyu at most. Whether I lived or died had nothing to do with him. His teammates never actually aimed their weapons at me. They merely echoed him from the side. Chu Tianming's words were mostly a declaration of responsibility. If something went wrong inside difficulty 8, he wouldn't disrupt his party to save an unfamiliar Taoist. Arrogant or not, that was fundamentally different from Xiao Xing leading people into a dungeon to kill me. I stopped Chengyu before he could keep arguing. Let's go. If we waste any more time and they reach the boss first, how are you going to hold your head up today? The standards for the dungeon challenge had already been agreed upon. Progression speed, kill efficiency, and final ownership of the boss. Chu Tianming could ridicule our classes and equipment at the entrance, but once we entered, the system records wouldn't favor any family. By telling Chengyu to leave, I also pulled everyone's attention away from a personal dispute and back to the task. A genuine victory didn't depend on a few verbal exchanges at the entrance. Chu Tianming's party truly was stronger than an ordinary temporary group. The tank walked in front, the shadow archer stayed near the edge of everyone's vision, and the holy class holder maintained a distance from which he could support every teammate promptly. The dual-element Windfire mage stood at the center and could switch elements according to a monster's resistance. His level 38 was also higher than ours had been before we left the EXP secret realm, proving that the Chu family had invested enormous resources as well. If Chengyu attended alone, their strength would be similar, and either side could use one mistake in coordination as a point of comparison. They mocked epic equipment not because epic quality was genuinely poor, but because heirs of great families were accustomed to treating legendary gear as the measure of status. Ordinary class holders might struggle for years to obtain one epic item. To these people, it was only suitable for filling gaps in a mixed set. The disparity in resources was obvious from equipment alone. I suppressed my killing intent for more than Chengyu's sake. City soldiers and large numbers of class holders stood at the entrance. A casual attack could drag innocent people into the conflict. Chu Tianming was verbally arrogant, but unlike Xiao Xing, he hadn't directly threatened my life. There was no need to kill him. By defending me, Chengyu was also taking responsibility for inviting me. If he hid behind me and waited for me to act, he wouldn't deserve to keep calling himself my little brother. Ruins of an ancient dynasty, difficulty 8. A distant dynasty has reappeared under sinister laws. Every living thing there exists between life and death, guarding the ruins. After we crossed the entrance, the prosperous city gave way to yellow sand and ruins. Seeing no monsters on the outskirts, Chengyu assumed Chu Tianming had cleared them first and urgently pressed me to catch up. I switched to the cloud-chasing boots, then summoned the Nether Emperor. Changing battle boots caused the Sunset 3-piece set to lose its set effect temporarily. I had expected that. The cloud-chasing boots' 800 agility and teleportation more than compensated for it. Once we reached the boss zone, I could switch back and restore the set bonus. Eliminate every ordinary monster here. Meet us at the boss. As my lord commands. The Nether Emperor transformed into purple light and flew away. Even the passing pressure of a god made Chengyu break into a cold sweat. Then I grabbed his arm and activated Chase the Clouds, Pursue the Sun. The yellow sand around us instantly stretched into blurred lines. Chengyu managed to shout that it was too fast before he began dry heaving. System notifications began appearing in dense succession at the same time. Playfigure Shock Trooper slain. EXP plus 133. Black Death High Priest slain. EXP plus 136. Demonized Grand General slain. EXP plus 199. As the experience kept arriving, Chengyu finally understood why I hadn't rushed to compete with Chu Tianming for the monsters at the entrance. The party panel identified the summon as the source of the kills and assigned ownership to our team. The rules recognized the Nether Emperor's contribution. There was no restriction depriving us of experience from kills made by a summon. The notifications came from locations spread across an enormous distance, proving the Nether Emperor was crossing different districts simultaneously. Playfigure Shock Troopers fought in formation, Black Death High Priests added death energy to nearby monsters, and demonized Grand Generals commanded their regions. Yet before they could assemble, their damage numbers fell to 0 at the same time. The Nether Emperor cleared monsters and shared the experience with Chengyu and me without allowing any battle to slow us down. Chu Tianming's party, meanwhile, advanced slowly in standard formation. He later told me personally that after using Windfire spells and coordinated tactics to kill more than a dozen monsters, they had already considered their efficiency exceptional. At the time, one attack from Chu Tianming dealt hundreds of thousands of damage, and his teammates expected him to exceed 1 million easily by level 50. But the farther they went, the fewer monsters they found. Chu Tianming mistakenly thought they were approaching the boss zone. Only when he saw purple light pass overhead did he begin to suspect another unknown presence existed inside the dungeon. When they reached the end, The first thing they saw was a four-headed giant assembled from fragments of gold. It carried a trident, and each of its four faces looked in a different direction. Boss. King of Ruinous Gold, level 45. HP, 189,0000. Strength, 7,500. Speed, 5,900. Skill, Dynasty's Fortune. Dynasty's Fortune could mobilize the metal and dead souls remaining among the ruins. As long as the four-headed giant stood within the old capital, its broken body would continually repair itself, and its attacks would grow stronger as the battle continued. The usual strategy was to destroy 4 fortune nodes first, then return to deal with the boss. While clearing ordinary monsters, the Nether Emperor had destroyed the outer nodes along the way. The King of Ruinous Gold still retained the final layer of fortune from the primary city. Its 189,0000 HP was only the initial value. The longer they fought, the more difficult it would be for Chu Tianming's party to kill it reliably. These attributes exceeded the stable killing range of Chu Tianming's current spells. He would need to land at least 3 major attacks perfectly to have a chance of emptying its HP. A single mistake could let the boss wipe out the party instead. And the purple light that confused them didn't belong to the King of Ruinous Gold. It belonged to my summon. Moving another person with Chase the Clouds, Pursue the Sun was more difficult than traveling alone. My speed was supported by equipment and agility, while Chungyu could only passively endure the acceleration. To keep him from losing consciousness along the way, I didn't use the full limit. Even so, we were far faster than Chu Tianming's progress. The Nether Emperor's clearing wasn't solely about taking experience. I ordered him to prioritize mental and ranged monsters so none could attack us from beyond our view. The notifications from clay figure shock troopers and demonized grand generals confirmed that separate regions had been swept at the same time. The dozen or so monsters Chu Tianming's party encountered were a small group lingering near the entrance before the Nether Emperor acted. They used wind blades in rotation to open the defenses, then ignited the targets with fire magic. Their method was genuinely stable, but every battle required them to reposition and inspect their status. No matter how efficient they became, they could never overtake teleportation. The King of Ruinous Gold's dynasty's fortune strengthened it with the residual power of the ruins. Its 4 heads observed every direction, leaving almost no angle for a surprise attack. The range of its trident was also sufficient to engulf an entire ordinary party. The requirement that Chu Tianming land 3 spells was merely an ideal calculation. In practice, he would have to account for the boss blocking and counterattacking. Cheng Yu and I stopped outside its detection range to wait for the Nether Emperor to finish clearing. When Chu Tianming saw us, the boss remained undisturbed, proving we hadn't bypassed the route through a monster pursuit or special exploit. By the time Chu Tianming and the others found us, Cheng Yu was still bent over outside the boss's detection range, vomiting sour fluid. "Your body can't handle going only a little faster?" I asked helplessly. "Brother Chun, you call that only a little faster?" He barely managed to stand. Leaning against me, he still raised his chin at Chu Tianming. "What took you so long? Brother Chun and I have been waiting forever." Chu Tianming couldn't understand. The dungeon had no shortcut, and his party hadn't seen us along the way, yet the 2 of us had somehow passed the entire group and reached the inn long ago. He first checked his map, then asked the Shadow Archer to inspect the ground. There were no traces of a teleportation formation and no footprints from us crossing the monster horde, only the faint aura left by purple light. The only reasonable explanation was long-range movement equipment, but such an ability was extremely rare even among legendary items. Cheng Yu used my own words to shut him down. "There are things you don't understand. Don't ask so much. Now that we're all here, how do we decide the winner?" Clenching his teeth, Chu Tianming proposed that whoever killed the boss would win. "Then will you attack first?" Cheng Yu asked deliberately. "I'm afraid once Brother Chen moves, you won't get any chance to perform." As he spoke, he displayed our party's ownership settings on the public panel so simultaneous attacks couldn't create confusion in the ruling. Only after Chu Tianming confirmed the rules did he invite us to go first. The system recorded every step. No one could later claim the boss had been stolen. Chu Tianming, however, insisted that we try first. His plan wasn't difficult to guess. Once we couldn't withstand the boss, his party would take over. He could win, rescue Cheng Yu, and earn goodwill from the Chung family all at once. Cheng Yu asked whether he needed to draw its aggression. I shook my head. There's no need for a minor boss like this. The Chu party's expressions grew uglier. In their eyes, more than 1,000,000 HP and attributes in the thousands were enough to wipe out a team. I called it a minor boss. In the next instant, purple light returned from the distance and became the Nether Emperor before the King of Ruinous Gold. The four-headed giant roared. Its trident tore through the air and crashed toward the Nether Emperor with a thunderous boom. Chu Tianming's shadow archer immediately drew his bow to its limit, while the others prepared to retreat. The Nether Emperor hovered in midair without so much as moving an eyelash. Before the trident reached his head, he raised one finger. He didn't contest the strength of the entire weapon. His finger landed precisely on the golden joint at the center of the trident. The weapon temporarily assembled by Dynasty's fortune looked enormous, but countless fragments of gold maintained its structure. Once the core broke, its power ran out of control along every seam. Break. Boom. The golden weapon shattered in midair, spraying gold dust like a torrential rain. The backlash sent the King of Ruinous Gold stumbling backward, terror appearing on all four faces. Die. A seemingly gentle beam of purple light flew with the word. It pierced the boss's chest instantly. Cracks spread throughout its golden body, and purple brilliance erupted from the gaps. Chu Tianming finally recognized it as the same light that had passed above their heads throughout the journey. He had assumed it was an unknown monster. Now he understood it was merely the afterimage left as the Nether Emperor carried out my order to clear the dungeon. Cheng Yu's face had gone green from vomiting, yet he insisted on maintaining his pride. I could tell it wasn't only vanity. He didn't want the helper he had invited to be looked down upon in front of the Chu family. He deliberately made Chu Tianming choose the attack order first and clarified the rules so the other party couldn't dispute ownership after the boss died. Nor did the Chu party attempt a surprise attack when the Nether Emperor appeared. Unlike Shaoxing's bodyguards, their original purpose was to compete with Cheng Yu, not murder and plunder. Their words might have been unpleasant, but the conflict remained within the bounds of rivalry among young clan heirs. That was why I had never answered them with lightning. By letting us attack first, Chu Tianming pushed all the risk onto us. If the boss severely injured us, he could reap the benefits. If we retreated, we would be admitting defeat on the spot. Both sides appeared courteous while calculating underneath. Before the King of Ruinous Gold swung its trident, its four heads roared one after another. Golden fragments rose from the ground and attached themselves to the weapon. That was Dynasty's fortune empowering the attack. The Nether Emperor didn't evade in advance because he could see where the power was concentrating. He only had to destroy the weapon's core at the final instant. Shattering the trident with one finger wasn't a simple head-on clash. Purple light traveled backward from its point along the cracks, first destroying the assembled weapon structure, then carrying the backlash into the boss's body. As the King of Ruinous Gold stumbled, the gold over its chest separated and exposed the thinnest area. After the second purple beam pierced the core, cracks spread into all four heads. The boss didn't explode immediately because although the damage had emptied its HP bar, inertia kept the golden body intact. Only after the system confirmed the kill did the entire body collapse from within. -20498000000. King of Ruinous Gold slain. Ownership, my party with Cheng Yu. EXP plus 1034. The experience was awarded to Cheng Yu and me according to party rules. Chu Tianming's group hadn't participated in the attack, so their panel distributed none to them. Boss ownership was established immediately. Even if a later arrival touched the body, they couldn't transfer the drops. There was no room to dispute our agreement that whoever killed the boss won. Chu Tianming's pride shattered on the spot. Since awakening as a dual-element mage, he had always been admired and had only considered universities among the nation's top 50. But the Nether Emperor's attack made him realize for the first time how far he stood from truly overwhelming power. Cheng Yu shouted in excitement. No one of his generation in the Cheng family had ever participated in killing a difficulty 8 boss. Even if his contribution wasn't the main one, the achievement alone was enough to make his clan take notice. I cared only about the drops. Focus Aura, Profound Tier after learning, gain an additional 20% of current spirit. Different support skills may stack. Vitality Aura, Profound Tier after learning, gain an additional 20% to current maximum HP. Different support skills may stack. Second class, Alchemist, may be bound. Once bound, cannot be changed. Class attributes are equivalent to the primary class. The 3 rewards weren't distributed automatically. The auras existed as skill books, while the Alchemist origin hovered at the center of the treasure chest. It would bind only after someone deliberately touched and confirmed it. Whoever sees the origin first could immediately gain a second class, causing everyone in Chu Tianming's party to breathe more heavily. The King of Ruinous Gold had dropped 3 items at once, proving that the greater a dungeon's difficulty, the richer its boss rewards. A second class. Cheng Yu's voice trembled with excitement. This is a one-in-a-million opportunity. Even the strongest powerhouses in Huan Nation might not have one. People are always offering to buy them on the black market, but one has never truly circulated. A second class wasn't a skill book. It couldn't be learned and then sold, nor could it be safely stripped from someone who had bound it. Black market offers mostly placed a bounty on an unbound class origin. If one appeared, every major faction would pursue it. There was no fixed market price for this alchemist origin. A class awakened or purchased wasn't necessarily the absolute endpoint. A tiny number of people could still obtain a second class. Some used it to compensate for flaws in their primary class, while others joined the world's elite because of it. Alchemists were among the most respected. They could produce HP, mana, and enhancement potions. Mature alchemists possessed enormous networks. People would rather offend high-level combatants than provoke them. The greed in Chu Tianming's eyes overwhelmed his reason. He immediately promised each teammate a bonus of 2 million yuan and ordered them to seize the alchemist class. The moment they took a step, the Nether Emperor blocked their path. His indifferent gaze descended, and they froze in place. The tank raised his shield instinctively. The holy class holder prepared a barrier, and the shadow archer reached toward his quiver, yet not one completed an attack. The Nether Emperor's level pressure alone slowed their movements. They had just witnessed what happened to the King of Ruinous Gold and knew one more step wouldn't earn a second warning. Chu Tianming didn't dare seize it by force, so he tried bargaining with me instead. He claimed the Chu family could provide anything I wanted. In exchange for the second class, they could even support the rise of a new Gu family in Binqing. Cheng Yu immediately mocked him for not understanding his own limits. Even if the primary Chu clan in the capital compared wealth with the Cheng family, it possessed little advantage. Chu Tianming had no choice but to humble himself and promise that the Chu family would forever treat me as its most honored guest. But I wasn't selling this second class. Although both aura skills were profound tier, they worked differently from active spells. Focus aura increased current spirit by 20%, so the higher the base value, the greater the benefit. Vitality aura directly expanded maximum HP, making it ideal for warriors and classes whose damage scaled from health. The alchemist class couldn't be placed into an ordinary storage slot. It resembled a mass of class origin waiting to bind. The system clearly warned that the choice couldn't be changed, which meant choosing a second class also involved trade-offs. For me, whose primary class was an F-tier Taoist, an alchemist's resources, network, and support abilities perfectly compensated for my shortcomings. When Chu Tianming ordered his teammates to seize it, they moved only half a step. A 2 million yuan bonus was tempting, but the image of the Nether Emperor instantly killing the King of Ruinous Gold was still before their eyes. Faced with actual death, neither family orders nor money could make them charge. Chu Tianming immediately switched to negotiation, showing he hadn't entirely lost his reason. The Chu family's exact offer remained unclear, but a second class was priceless. Any bid could underestimate its future value. I certainly wouldn't surrender irreplaceable power merely to establish some so-called Gu family in Binqing. Cheng Yu's counteroffer also reminded Chu Tianming that even if he intended to overwhelm me with wealth, the young heir of an even wealthier Cheng family stood at the scene. Their mutual restraint spared me from personally entering a prolonged argument. When I still refused to yield, Chu Tianming suddenly sat on the ground and began crying. I couldn't understand. He had a dual-element Windfire Mage class approaching SS tier, already far superior to most classes. Why was he so obsessed with the Alchemist class? Cheng Yu didn't know the private story either. Chu Tianming finally explained. According to the bloodline order, his father should originally have inherited the primary Chu clan in the capital, while his second uncle's family should have remained in Binqing. Many years ago, the second uncle gained a second class with the help of a mysterious faction. His strength advanced by leaps and bounds. He seized control of the primary clan and forced Chu Tianming's family into Binqing. After being expelled to Binqing, Chu Tianming's father retained the title of the direct family, but received none of the capital's secret realm access, mentors, or high-tier equipment allocations. Raising Chu Tianming into a level 38 dual-element mage had consumed nearly every resource their branch could mobilize. The more outstanding he became, the more his second uncle's branch suppressed him, so ordinary leveling was no longer enough to change the family's position. That second uncle had no regard for brotherly affection. Not only had he suppressed Chu Tianming's father for years, but he also restricted the development of their entire Binqing branch. Chu Tianming believed that only by obtaining a second class of his own could he have a chance to reclaim everything they had lost. No wonder a family of the direct bloodline had remained rooted in benching. And no wonder he had lost control when he saw the alchemist origin. I still can't give you the second class, I said. But because you know Chung Yu, if you truly face trouble in the future, I'll help within my abilities. I said help, not that I would reclaim the Chu clan in the capital for him. A family inheritance involved elders, interests, and many innocent members. I couldn't hear one side of the story and immediately attack. If I later confirmed that the second uncle and the mysterious faction had harmed them, I would act according to the facts. Chu Tianming immediately stopped crying. He had witnessed the Nether Emperor's power and believed that obtaining my promise might not be inferior to receiving a second class himself. He even tried to recognize me as his big brother on the spot, promising I would become the benching Chu family's most honored guest. Chung Yu objected first. I'm Brother Chen's first little brother. At best, you're behind me. You'll always be number 3. Their argument gave me a headache. After collecting the drops, I led Chung Yu out of the dungeon. Chu Tianming followed without falling a single step behind. Only after I explicitly told him to go home did he lead his party away. Before leaving, he and Chung Yu glared at each other one more time. I didn't decide on the spot who ranked second or third. Turning friendships into a clan hierarchy would only make every collaboration into a contest for favor. In a real battle, whoever could obey instructions and protect teammates was more dependable. A verbal rank meant nothing. Once fewer people were around, I handed Vitality Aura to Chung Yu. Learn it now. It will increase your maximum HP by 20% and raise Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker's damage at the same time. Once you enter Fengtian University, you can't remain as lazy as before. If the gap in our strength grows too large, I won't always be able to take you into dungeons. Clutching the skill book, he was so moved he nearly tried to recognize me as his adoptive father. I kept Focus Aura and the Alchemist class. One could increase my spirit. The other could unlock the ability to refine medicine. In the system's hands, neither had come close to its final form. When Chu Tianming discussed his family, he didn't conceal his purpose. He wanted a second class not solely for personal power, but to restore his father's branch to a position where it could negotiate with the primary clan in the capital. The fact that his second uncle had reversed their positions with help from a mysterious faction also suggested there might be an artificial channel for obtaining second classes. I didn't change the allocation out of sympathy. The Chu family's internal struggle had lasted years and couldn't be resolved automatically by one alchemist class. If Chu Tianming failed to control the ability, his second uncle might eliminate him even sooner. Giving away what suited me best would merely drag us both into new danger. My promise carried no written duration or price. It was limited to what lay within my abilities. That preserved the possibility of future cooperation without allowing the Chu family to treat me as free protection. Chu Tianming's immediate understanding and acceptance proved he wasn't as fragile as his crying suggested. Giving Vitality Aura to Chung Yu also matched both contribution and compatibility. He had provided the dungeon invitation, Snowbear Essence Pill, and potions, and had stood by me throughout. The skill could directly strengthen Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker, and produce a clear improvement in combat power. Focus Aura suited me better. Increasing my spirit of over 100,000 by another 20% would simultaneously improve Nine Heavens' Divine Thunder, mana regeneration, and the Nether Emperor's duration. If the system magnified that 20% further, the benefit would be incalculable. As for the Alchemist class, I didn't bind it inside the dungeon. A second class might cause an obvious phenomenon, and Chu Tianming's teammates weren't completely trustworthy. Handling it after I returned home would keep the secret from spreading further. After Chung Yu promised to train seriously, I finally persuaded him to leave. The moment I returned home, I called up the system. Support skill Focus Aura, Profound Tier, detected. Current remaining evolution points, 999-680-0000. Increasing spirit by 20% was already extraordinarily valuable to an ordinary class holder. For me, however, that was nowhere near the limit. 1 million evolution points consumed. Focus Aura evolved into Immortal Radiance. Current remaining evolution points, 999-580-0000. Immortal Radiance, Sacred Tier passive all attributes plus 2000%. Permanent effect, plus 2000%, meant adding 20 times the original attributes. Including the base values themselves, the final effect did much more than make the numbers look bigger. HP, mana, and spirit granted by equipment also entered the multiplier. If I obtained percentage-based support skills like vitality aura later, they would create additional multiplicative effects with it. All equipped items receive the same enhancement. Skills also permanently receive the passive amplification. A 2,000 percentage point increase to every attribute meant the larger my base value, the more terrifying the final return. I didn't learn it immediately. First, I spent 2,000,000 evolution points to add 100,000 each to strength and agility. Only then did I allow the sacred tier radiance to merge into my body. Warmth swept through me, and my status panel updated. I had added 100,000 each to strength and agility first, so that my 3 primary attributes would be relatively balanced once Immortal Radiance activated. Otherwise, amplifying spirit would certainly improve my lightning techniques further, but physical speed and endurance in close combat would become obvious weaknesses. After spending 200,000 points, the balance correctly fell to 999,560,0000. Level 37. HP 1000,900/1000,900. Recovers 1000,90 per minute. Mana 100400/100400. Recovers 100040 per minute. Strength 100294. Agility 101555. Spirit 100641. Current evolution points 999,560,0000. Skills: Primordial Chaos, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, Netherworld, Yellow Springs Emperor Summoning Art. Support Aura, Immortal Radiance. Equipment: Sunset Set, Cloud Chasing Boots of 10,000 miles. Every base attribute had passed 100,000. The Nether Emperor's level and damage also increased from 2 billion to 6 billion. Next, I bound the second class dropped by the boss. Second class, Alchemist, a tier, cannot be changed. Known formulas, none. Alchemy success rate is linked to spirit. Current success rate, 89%. 89% was the base probability resulting from my current spirit and the A-tier alchemist class. It didn't guarantee that exactly 89 out of every 100 batches would succeed. Any individual attempt could still fail, and higher-tier formulas imposed additional difficulty. Without a formula or materials, that probability could only remain a number on the panel for now. Even with more than 100,000 spirit, my success rate hadn't reached 100%. For the first time, I understood why alchemists were so rare. True alchemy wasn't about producing common HP potions. It meant refining permanent attribute pills and special enhancement medicine. But I possessed no formulas. I couldn't even begin my first batch. I called Chung Yu and asked him to help me find one. He immediately promised to solve the problem within 24 hours and said I could use anything the Chung family owned from now on, so there was no need to discuss money. That was obviously an exaggeration, but a great family from the capital was indeed the most likely source of a formula available to me. After Immortal Radiance took effect, I could clearly feel the finer control of my body. My strength had soared without going out of control, which meant the system adjusted my adaptability along with the panel. A light tap of my finger left only a shallow mark on the table, but when I truly applied force, the metal bed frame bent easily. The Nether Emperor's 6 billion wasn't a fixed value that had appeared from nowhere. Immortal Radiance enhanced my base attributes, equipment, and skills simultaneously, after which Yellow Springs Emperor Summoning Art applied another multiplier. Several layers of multiplication combined to create the new result. That meant any seemingly ordinary attribute reward in the future could be amplified many times. The Alchemist's 89% success rate also forced me to reevaluate spirit. More than 100,000 was enough to support heaven and sacred tier skills, yet couldn't guarantee successful alchemy. Formula difficulty, material quality, and the steps of refinement clearly influenced the result as well. The system hadn't allowed me to skip professional knowledge. When I called Chung Yu, I specified that I wanted only a basic formula available for public use. I didn't demand that the Chung family reveal a core inheritance. The first batch wasn't intended to make money. It was to test spirit control, success probability, and the final medicine's effect. If I didn't understand the basic process, even a top formula would only waste materials. After Chung Yu promised, without reservation, Lu Zhenglin would obviously review the request for him. Any formula obtained under those circumstances would at least not be deliberately missing a critical step. Formulas were the foundation on which thousand-year-old clans stood. They couldn't be handed to outsiders casually. Lu Zhenglin initially refused Chengyu as well. In the end, for the sake of the young heir he had raised, he produced one from his private collection and demanded that the head of the Cheng family never find out. Chengyu brought the formula to me that very day, along with 3 complete sets of ingredients and every piece of alchemy equipment required. At the same time, Xiaoxing made another attempt to find someone to deal with me. The so-called big brother he contacted happened to be Chu Tianming, and he promised to transfer a hotel under his name after the job was done. Chu Tianming later recounted the call to me as a joke. Once he confirmed I was the target, he cursed Xiaoxing for trying to drag him into a death wish and stated plainly, "That's my brother Chun. He could crush you with one finger. Don't contact me again. We aren't close." Xiaoxing couldn't understand why even the heir of Binqing's Chu family had suddenly taken my side, and so he lost that source of support. He knew nothing about the battle in the ruined dynasty. From Chu Tianming's attitude, he could only infer that I had established ties with both the Cheng and Chu families. Publicly mobilizing Binqing's factions against me was becoming more difficult, which pushed him closer to the hidden Black Sung Rose channel controlled by his father. At the time, I was studying the recipe Chengyu had delivered for a haste pill. The Cheng family employed a guest alchemist, and Chengyu had absorbed some knowledge from years of exposure. He knew that even an alchemist above level 40 had only about a 40% success rate with this intermediate formula. He had deliberately prepared 3 sets of ingredients because he was afraid my first attempts might fail repeatedly. The formula listed 23 steps, including acceptable ranges for heat, sequence, and the injection of spirit. Chengyu had brought the apparatus as well because an ordinary furnace couldn't withstand the final conflict of medicinal properties. Wind spirit grass was the most expensive of the 3 sets. A single failure meant thousands of Hua Yuan turning into slag. "You only just bound the alchemist class, so your success rate probably isn't high, right?" he asked. "It really isn't high. Only 89%. Chengyu's mouth fell open. He remained speechless for a long time. Famous alchemists in Hua Nation took pride in stabilizing at 60% late in their careers. I had 89% at the beginning and still considered it inadequate. We assembled the equipment. Following the formula, I tempered and extracted the different ingredients in sequence, then controlled my spirit to merge their medicinal properties. Pale smoke rose from the container, and a smooth, round pill dropped onto the tray. Haste pill, intermediate medicine. Agility plus 10% for 5 minutes. The entire process took less than half an hour. My first batch succeeded. Before the pill formed, 3 medicinal forces briefly repelled one another. I divided my spirit into fine strands. One part stabilized the temperature, while another pressed the forces back toward the center of the container in the formula sequence. When the pill landed on the tray, it had no cracks, and its color and scent matched the standard record. Only then did the system display the success prompt. Chengyu looked from the pill to me and no longer knew what words to use. Refining a haste pill wasn't a matter of throwing the ingredients into a machine. The first herb had to be extracted at low heat, the second added before the color turned blue, and finally the 3 medicinal forces compressed into a stable structure with spirit. A deviation at any step turned the entire batch into waste liquid. I had never performed such an operation, but my high spirit let me perceive changes in temperature and medicinal properties clearly. When the smoke thickened for the first time, Chengyu thought the attempt was about to fail. Instead, I lowered the heat and allowed the unmixed portion to settle again. The successful pill proved the formula was complete and that the 89% panel probability genuinely worked. The other 2 sets of ingredients weren't entirely unnecessary. After the first batch succeeded, I could use them to test repeatability and actual cost. If each batch took approximately half an hour, I could theoretically complete dozens in a day. Even after accounting for failures, rest, and material procurement, production would far exceed that of an ordinary alchemist. I reviewed every step of the same formula and recorded the spirit fluctuations and temperatures in my notes. A high success rate didn't mean I could depend on luck. Only by turning one accidental success into a repeatable process would the alchemist class become truly useful. I couldn't consume all the remaining ingredients at once, either. At least one set had to remain for verifying the equipment's condition. Chu Tianming's refusal of Xiaoxing's request was also a direct result of the relationship forged in the dungeon. Xiaoxing had originally hoped to suppress me through family rank. Now he discovered that one of Binqing's most powerful young heirs had changed sides. That wouldn't make him give up. It would only drive him toward a more concealed and dangerous method. I put the haste pill in my ring instead of consuming it immediately. Its exact stacking rules and physical burden hadn't been tested. Before a real battle, I couldn't swallow an unknown medicine based solely on its description. I picked up the haste pill but found its effect unremarkable. It increased agility by only 10% for 5 minutes. Yet one pill sold for at least 2,000 yuan, nearly half a month's income for an ordinary person in benching. Qingyu reminded me that medicinal effects could stack. A 10% agility increase combined with different medicines for strength, HP, and other attributes could accumulate into enough of an advantage to change a crucial battle. For an ordinary class holder, even 1 second of enhancement might save a life. Repeatedly consuming the same haste pill wouldn't stack without limit. It would only refresh the duration. Different kinds of pills could take effect together. A warrior could consume strength, HP, and agility medicine before activating a class burst, producing a final improvement far beyond 10% increase. That was why the more formulas an alchemist knew, the more valuable they became to a party. This formula could indeed earn money, but it wasn't enough to support an alchemist's career. Flooding the market with a single pill would drive down both price and profit. A mature alchemist had to know at least several formulas and rotate production to sustain a market. Qingyu said formulas could only be taught by others or dropped from dungeons. Great families strictly prohibited their collections from leaving the clan, so obtaining another from the Chung family wasn't realistic. I immediately began changing equipment. Didn't you say they dropped from dungeons? I'll farm a few before the college entrance examination. He hurried to stop me. The lowest dungeons capable of dropping formulas were above difficulty 15. The probability became respectable only around difficulty 20. Every nation restricted high-difficulty dungeons. Difficulty 20 and above required at least 2 party members, and each had to equip at least 1 legendary quality item. There are exactly 2 of us. I took out the cloud-chasing boots, and we have legendary equipment. The cloud-chasing boots were actually transcendent quality, so of course they surpassed the entrance requirement. To keep everyone nearby from seeing an item above gold tier, I allowed the inspection device to access only the minimum necessary information. It displayed that I qualified without showing the full attributes on the public screen. Remembering the last time the cloud-chasing boots made him vomit, Qingyu's face paled. Then he began worrying that the jump in difficulty was too great. I told him he could go home if he didn't want to enter, and I would find another teammate at the entrance. He immediately changed his answer, determined to defend his status as my #1 little brother. We eventually stopped before a difficulty 21 entrance. Abyss of Bones, difficulty 21. After countless lives perished, their bones formed an abyss. Intruders may become part of it. The description gave no mission objective, meaning we could still retreat along our original route if danger appeared. But the difficulty 21 space interfered with return scrolls. We had to leave combat and remain undisturbed for several seconds before activation. Qingyu and I agreed that if I ordered a retreat, he couldn't linger even 1 additional step for loot. Seeing how young we were, a city soldier immediately came to dissuade us. He recognized me as the student who had entered low-level dungeons alone a few days ago and became even more convinced I was merely lucky. I couldn't keep gambling with my life. Your parents worked hard to put you through school. Don't die inside before you even take the college entrance examination. I didn't correct him about being an orphan. I only thanked him for the warning. We've prepared. Even if we can't clear it, we're confident we can handle monsters around the perimeter. When he realized he couldn't persuade us, he had no choice but to let us pass. Party restrictions for high-difficulty dungeons weren't intended simply to raise the barrier to entry. They were rules purchased with countless deaths. Monsters above difficulty 20 possessed combinations of control, resurrection, curses, and other mechanics. If one solo player was targeted, they might not even have a chance to retreat. Having at least 2 people meant a companion could respond if one was controlled. Requiring 1 legendary item per person was likewise a minimum survival guarantee. Only after the entrance inspector confirmed my cloud-chasing boots and Qingyu's legendary set did he allow us to register the party. If the equipment was borrowed temporarily, someone could remove it after entering without being forced out. The rule could guarantee eligibility, not judgment. When the city soldier advised me, he didn't know I had reached level 37 with every attribute above 100,000. He remembered only the student who had entered a low-level dungeon alone several days ago, so he interpreted every safe return as luck. I didn't expose my panel to prove him wrong. Being denied entry wasn't the real danger. Attracting more covetous attention after revealing my strength was. Qingyu was unusually quiet while signing the risk acknowledgement. The dungeon authority accepted no liability for deaths inside difficulty 21, and his status as the Chung family's young heir offered no exemption. The fact that he still entered after signing showed that this time, At least, his claim of recognizing me as Big Brother wasn't only talk. I checked the cooldown of Chase the Clouds, Pursue the Sun, the number of potions, and the Nether Emperor's condition. Only after confirming that all 3 retreat or protection options were available did I step into the vortex. On the other side of the dungeon was a world of white bones stretching beyond sight. Some remained tangled in death energy, while others had blackened and decayed long ago. A bird in the sky had barely begun to cry when it inexplicably exploded into a bloody mist, feathers drifting down from above. Even in his legendary set, the sight made Chung Yu's face pale. A tall skeletal monster soon appeared, brandishing a long leg bone as it charged. Bone Fiend General, level 41. HP, 20,000. Strength, 3,000. Speed, 1,200. Skill, Mountain Splitting Staff. Level 41 and 20,000 HP were merely the standard for the outer perimeter. When Mountain Splitting Staff struck the ground, it produced bone spikes. If the front line only blocked the staff itself, an underground attack could still pierce the back line. I asked Chung Yu to act because I wanted to see whether he could identify the second stage of damage, not merely test his numbers. You handle it. I moved to the rear. I'll watch your back. There was genuinely no need to use 6 billion damage against 20,000 HP. Although nervous, Chung Yu still raised Ocean Unbound. The Bone Fiend General swung the bone staff at his left first. He used the dragon-headed helmet and armor to endure the impact, then followed the motion by cutting his saber into its waist. Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker, minus 500,000. A blood-red wave passed through the skeleton, blasting the entire Bone Fiend General apart. EXP plus 200. After confirming he could instantly kill monsters on the perimeter, Chung Yu became much more confident and volunteered to lead the way. Bone Fiend General slain. EXP plus 200. Soul Stealing Shaman slain. EXP plus 210. Bone Spike Child slain. EXP plus 310. Most monsters couldn't withstand a single Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker. Even the strongest needed only 2 hits. Yet the number of monsters inside the dungeon was far below normal, and we approached the boss zone with almost no resistance. Chung Yu didn't sprint recklessly simply because he could instantly kill them. Whenever he cleared an area, he waited for his mana and HP to stabilize, then checked the bone piles for hidden soul-stealing shamans. Compared with the EXP Secret Realm, he had begun actively analyzing mechanics rather than relying only on legendary equipment to force his way through. Chung Yu concluded that someone had entered before us and cleared the path. The monsters we encountered had only just respawned. A high-difficulty dungeon was another lawless place. Encountering unknown class holders could be more dangerous than meeting monsters. A faint cry suddenly came from the mass of bones ahead. Its source was the boss zone. Remaining on guard, we approached and saw a young woman with a ponytail wearing a black, skin-tight combat suit. She wielded a saber against an enormous skeleton. Her movements were fast, but she couldn't evade every attack. Each time she was hit, she immediately consumed an HP potion. Her supply was nearly exhausted. Boss, Bone Venerable, level 59. HP, 6000000. Strength, 50,000. Speed, 40,000. Skills, Bone Echo, Curse of Death, Will of White Bone, Divine Resurrection. Bone Echo transmitted one attack repeatedly through nearby bones. Curse of Death continuously weakened recovery, while Will of White Bone increased resistance as HP fell. Divine Resurrection listed neither a usage count nor post-revival attributes. The woman in black couldn't end the battle because every ability was prolonging it until her potions ran out. For skills, attributes above 10,000 and 6 million HP. At last, this looked somewhat like a boss. The Bone Fiend General's mountain-splitting staff wasn't an ordinary smash. When the bone struck the ground, spikes spread outward. I warned Chung Yu not to retreat in a straight line. He moved laterally, used his armor to absorb the residual shock, and cut into a skeletal joint. For the first time, he completed a counterattack by following the monster's mechanics. Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker dealt 500,000 damage, showing that Vitality Aura and his new levels had improved his output. The skill still consumed HP each second, but he possessed the hundreds of top-tier potions I had given him. He no longer had to fear exhausting them within 10 minutes, as he had in the EXP Secret Realm. Soul-stealing shamans hid behind bone piles to cast, while bone-spiked children burrowed underground with their tiny bodies. From the rear, my spirit perception marked their locations. I offered a warning only when Chung Yu risked being attacked from both sides and never cleared the field for him directly. Only that way could he turn the levels from the secret realm into genuine combatability. The anomaly of too few ordinary monsters was soon confirmed. Undissipated skill traces and dragged fragments of bone marked the ground, showing that another party had passed not long before us. They hadn't collected every remnant and might not have come to farm monsters at all. They were heading straight for the boss. Ning Xingyue's saber technique wasn't weak as she circled the bone venerable. She exploited the skeleton's slow turns to attack from the side every time, but Curse of Death kept interfering with her body, gradually slowing her. Without potions, she would have fallen long ago. If the fight continued, running out was only a matter of time. Chengyu stared at Divine Resurrection and warned me not to be careless. The first death of a boss capable of reviving could easily be a trap. If it resurrects, we'll kill it again. When the woman in black noticed us, she shouted immediately, "Don't come closer. Once you're outside, contact my family and ask for help. The number is..." Before she could finish, I had entered the boss's attack range. Thinking I hadn't heard clearly, she continued, ordering me to leave. Her willingness to remain behind alone while asking strangers to carry a message to her family proved she hadn't deliberately lured us into the battle. Once I intervened, I took the boss's primary aggression and let her retreat from directly in front of it. As long as she didn't attack again, the Bone Venerable would prioritize me. Move aside. Her legendary armor had already been damaged, while I wore only an epic set. She obviously assumed I was a reckless newcomer. Distracted by me, she left an opening in her evasion. The Bone Venerable seized the opportunity and swung a fist. The gigantic skeletal hand engulfed both our positions. Before the impact arrived, its air pressure had already cracked the field of bones beneath us. From the distance, Chengyu activated Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker immediately, and prepared to charge over to protect me. I raised one finger first. A pale purple lightning blossom opened beneath the skeletal fist. Then I used the cloud-chasing boot's speed to cut to the woman's side, wrapped one arm around her waist, and carried her out of the impact zone. The fist struck empty, while lightning hit the boss squarely in the chest. -60498000000. 6 billion damage emptied the 6 million point HP bar instantly. The Bone Venerable's towering body crashed to the ground. Before the woman recovered from her shock, the scattered bones began trembling violently and reassembled. "It's resurrecting. Get back." I pushed her toward the safe area and locked onto the boss again. Bone Venerable, resurrected form, level 69. HP, 9000000. Strength, 70,000. Speed, 50,000. Skills, Bone Echo, Curse of Death, Will of White Bone. Divine Resurrection had disappeared from the list, proving a second death probably wouldn't be reversed. The other skills had strengthened along with its level. Its death energy was denser than before, and dark gold patterns now connected its bones. 9 million HP wasn't a simple increase of 3 million. It marked a complete second phase. Its level rose by 10, and its HP and both primary attributes increased sharply. More importantly, the previously puppet-like Bone Venerable now revealed a cruel smile. It has been countless years since anyone forced me to use the secret art of resurrection. Its voice sounded like bone scraping against bone. "You are worthy of becoming my opponent. I will preserve your hardest bone in this abyss." This was the first boss I had encountered with genuine intelligence and the ability to analyze its enemies clearly. Before the first kill, I hadn't summoned the Nether Emperor because I wanted to test my own damage after receiving Immortal Radiance. Nine Heavens Divine Thunder began at 6 billion, easily overwhelming 6 million HP. The cloud-chasing boots allowed me to complete the rescue before the lightning landed, keeping Ning Xingyue from being struck simultaneously by the residual force and the skeletal fist. After wrapping an arm around her, I didn't teleport directly into the distance. I moved into the blind spot behind the boss. If Divine Resurrection triggered instantly, we could still open the distance before it turned around. Chengyu prepared to help the moment he saw me close in. He trusted my strength, but hadn't truly placed every danger on my shoulders. The resurrection took several seconds. Fragments of bone first absorbed death energy from all directions, then rebuilt themselves around the rib cage as a core. Divine Resurrection vanished from the skill panel, confirming it could be used only once. The other three abilities remained while its level and attributes increased as a whole. After recovering its intelligence, the Bone Venerable didn't attack immediately. It used words to create pressure while studying the positions of me, Chengyu, and Ning Xingyue. Its true attack would probably target me, who had just rescued her, then use Bone Echo to engulf the people behind me. I ordered Ning Xingyue farther away so she would stop treating herself as a combatant. She was nearly at her limit. One more curse or area attack would force me to divert attention to rescue her a second time. More than anything, I wanted to know whether an intelligent boss, after seeing 6 billion damage, would choose to attack, flee, or use a hidden mechanic. Behind me, the woman demanded to know why Chengyu was hiding in legendary equipment while letting me, a Taoist in an epic set, take the risk. Chengyu told her not to worry. 9 million HP looked terrifying to him, but it was still inadequate before me. Every drop had to go to me first as well. She didn't object. The debt for saving her life was already more than enough. She had never intended to compete for loot. My calm finally enraged the Bone Venerable completely. It raised a skeletal arm, and death energy from the entire abyss converged into its palm. Die! The Bone Venerable's fist suddenly accelerated. Its tremendous force created sparks through friction with the air, raising the surrounding temperature. It hadn't absorbed death energy from the entire abyss merely to smash me with raw strength. Bone Echo caused the wind from its fist to produce repeated shock waves, while Curse of Death spread through the impact. Even if an ordinary person dodged the fist itself, the follow-up attacks would corrode them. I summoned the Nether Emperor, who had remained beside me all along. The Bone Venerable visibly paused. It sensed suppression rising from the depths of its soul, but it was too late to alter the attack. You seek to harm my master. Die. The Nether Emperor raised a finger. Purple light pierced the incoming skeletal arm, then entered the torso through the shoulder. -60498000000. The entire arm exploded. The newly resurrected Bone Venerable had no third life. Its body stopped in place, then dissolved into bone dust filling the sky. Boss Bone Venerable slain. EXP plus 20,000. The kill notification appeared only once, clearly after the death of the resurrected form. Emptying its HP the first time had merely triggered divine resurrection and produced neither experience nor drops. If we had assumed the battle was over, the resurrected boss with 9 million HP could have unleashed its curse from behind us. Even when the Nether Emperor acted, he controlled the purple light's direction and kept Ning Xingyue and Chengyu in the distance outside the attack. 6 billion damage looked impossible to use precisely, but the summon executed commands with sufficient accuracy. That was also why I dared let him resolve the boss with witnesses present. Chengyu ran over, stared at the damage number, and demanded to know when I had raised my damage from 2 billion to 6 billion. Was I really using cheats? I didn't explain. I simply told him to inventory the drops. Prayer of Light, Priest class skill. Restores health according to the class holder's HP. Limitless Divine Physique Pill Formula. All attributes plus 500 for half an hour after consumption. Blood Battle Helmet. Epic Strength plus 350. HP plus 900. Holy War Spear. Legendary carries light element attacks. Strength plus 1800. Agility plus 500. The drop composition didn't perfectly match our party's classes. Prayer of Light required a priest, the Blood Battle Helmet favored a warrior, and the Holy War Spear was also better suited to melee. Only the formula directly matched my second class. Once again, the dungeon wouldn't restrict its rewards to items the killer could use. I finally had the formula I wanted. Prayer of Light and both pieces of equipment were unsuitable for me, so I gave all of them to Chengyu. After learning the Limitless Divine Physique Pill formula, I received one good result and one bad one. The good news was that regardless of the formula's tier, my current success rate remained fixed at 89%. The bad news was that the system couldn't recognize formulas and couldn't evolve either the alchemist class or the formula further. The system could evolve skill books and equipment, but treated a learned formula as knowledge rather than an enhanceable item. The alchemist class origin displayed no evolution button either. That meant my alchemy path had to depend on ingredients, equipment, and practice. I couldn't leap from Palm Thunder to a divine technique in one step. Holding 3 treasures, Chengyu became uneasy instead. He insisted that I either beat him or scold him. He hadn't participated in the boss battle, yet had received most of the drops. Even the Chung family had never treated him so generously. I couldn't be bothered to indulge him. Those items would only occupy space in my hands. Giving them to someone suitable gave them value. Nor was the distribution an unconditional gift. Chengyu was responsible for locating alchemy materials, handling equipment I couldn't use, and obeying commands in later dungeons. All of those were party contributions. Settling every item separately at market price would turn cooperation into a lengthy accounting session after every battle. The woman we had saved approached to thank me. She introduced herself as Ning Xingyue and asked for my name and address so she could visit later to repay me. I didn't reveal them. It was nothing. You don't need to remember it. Inside a dungeon, identities could be true or false. I could protect myself, but there was no need to involve Chengyu in an unknown risk. The Bone Venerable's final punch had combined strength and curse. The sparks on its surface came only from friction with the air. The true danger lay in the repeated vibrations after contact. By summoning the Nether Emperor, I could intercept the attack before it landed and confirm whether the resurrected form possessed any hidden immunity. The Nether Emperor first blew apart its arm, then allowed the 6 billion damage to continue into the main body. The resurrected form didn't scatter and reassemble again, proving divine resurrection had genuinely been consumed. Only after the system awarded 20,000 EXP did I lower my guard. One limitless divine physique pill increased every attribute by 500 for half an hour. If multiple pills stacked, their value in a critical battle far exceeded that of a haste pill. Even if they didn't, they provided comprehensive reinforcement to an ordinary class holder. An advanced formula would certainly require more expensive ingredients and greater difficulty, making an 89% success rate an enormous advantage. Prayer of Light calculated healing from HP, creating a potential synergy with Chung Yu's vitality aura. But he wasn't a priest and couldn't learn it. I gave him the skill book so the Chung family could find an appropriate user or exchange it for other resources. The Holy War Spear was also highly compatible with Divine Dragonblood Guard. This wasn't useless charity at all. Ning Xingyue volunteered her name, at least showing that she wanted to establish contact. I didn't relax my caution because of her appearance and gratitude. A trustworthy person couldn't be identified from a self-introduction at a first meeting. Ning Xingyue wanted to keep asking questions when a black vortex suddenly opened where the Bone Venerable had disappeared. Its dim glow seemed capable of pulling at the soul, and a system warning appeared. Killing the Bone Venerable has triggered a hidden dungeon continuation. Extremely dangerous within. Once entered, you cannot leave until the mission is complete. Difficulty unknown, extreme danger. If no one enters within 5 minutes, the entrance will close automatically. The black vortex provided no map information and couldn't be probed from outside. The 5-minute countdown forced an immediate decision. There was no time to wait for reinforcements or return to research it. The hidden continuation had been triggered by the Bone Venerable's death, and killing the same boss again might not make it reappear. Chengyu had never heard of a dungeon continuation and immediately urged me to give it up. The college entrance examination was approaching. If I became trapped inside, I might miss not only this year's exam, but the next one as well. But extreme danger meant greater opportunity. I didn't want to miss it, yet I couldn't let him follow me into the risk. Leave first. I'll go inside and look. Unable to persuade me, Chengyu even tried to remove his legendary set and give it to me. I refused and entered the black vortex alone. Chengyu later told me that as he prepared to leave, he asked about Ning Xingyue's class. Whenever Divine Dragonblood Guard approached her, it inexplicably developed a desire to fight. Yet even with his knowledge as a great family heir, he couldn't identify the class. Ning Xingyue never answered or revealed her true background. The two separated afterward. I was transported to a coastal defense line. The sea was black as ink, and the waves sounded like tolling death bells. Smoke and fire had destroyed every sophisticated facility on the shore. A brutal war had clearly been fought here. Dungeon continuation, Blackwater Apocalypse, difficulty 50. Mission, repel the Blackwater invasion and help the people rebuild their home. Rewards, weapon of random quality and random class, skill book of random quality and random class, all attributes plus 2,000. Of the 3 rewards, only the attributes were certain. Even the classes for the other 2 were random. I might receive a bow, a priest's staff, or a life skill book I couldn't use at all. Yet the difficulty had jumped directly from 21 to 50 and included a mandatory mission, making the risk wildly disproportionate to the reward. The only certainty was that Immortal Radiance would further amplify those 2,000 points to every attribute. The weapon, quality, and class were all random. I nearly cursed on the spot. My luck had never been especially good. If I received nothing I could use, the entire trip would be pointless. Even if Immortal Radiance amplified 2,000 points into 4 million, that might not justify risking missing the college entrance examination. A young voice suddenly came from beside me. "Mister, are you hungry? Yaya has a flatbread." A little girl with 2 hair buns held out a baked flatbread. The scent of wheat, the sea breeze, and the warmth of her palm were all incomparably real. Before I could make sense of it, a terrified woman ran over from the distance, and ordered Yaya away from the beach. A huge wave suddenly rose from the Black Sea, and countless black creatures leaped ashore. Blackwater Brute, level 70. HP, 1200000. Strength, 500000. Speed, 600000. Skill, Water Spike Thrust. These level 70 monsters were more than a dozen levels above me and would normally impose level suppression. Water Spike Thrust could also gather force from the entire sea and attack the coast without coming close. Without the Nether Emperor, the first wave alone could cross the ruined defense and drown the town. Yaya's cries drew every monster's attention. More than 10 million HP and attributes in the hundreds of thousands belonged only to ordinary monsters. That explained the phrase, extreme danger. After the hidden entrance appeared, I first tried contacting the outside world with my wristband. The signal was completely cut off. The warning that I couldn't leave before completing the mission wasn't an exaggeration. Once I entered, even chase the clouds, pursue the sun couldn't cross the dungeon boundary. I sent Chengyu away because although he could instantly kill ordinary monsters in the abyss of bones, he couldn't withstand a hidden mechanic of unknown difficulty. A legendary set increased room for error, but couldn't guarantee survival in an extreme danger area. One person trapped was easier to manage than two. When Chengyu tried to give me his equipment, I had checked my Sunset set and special equipment. The Epic set was lower quality, but my panel and skills far exceeded conventional levels. Switching to his legendary set would disrupt the combination of attributes I knew. His intention mattered more than the gear itself. After entering Blackwater Apocalypse, I saw more than ruins along the coastal defense. The cannons, walls, and household tools all bore signs of repeated repairs. The people here weren't a static background waiting for a player to arrive. They had resisted independently for many years. Yaya dared approach a stranger because most of the town's adult fighters had died or been wounded. Even children's sense of danger had been distorted by endless war. Her words that only a full stomach gave someone strength to fight the black monsters showed she had grown up in this environment. The woman wasn't truly afraid of me. She was afraid of the sea. When the first black wave rose, she already knew she couldn't rescue her daughter in time by herself. I picked up Yaya and summoned the Nether Emperor at the same time. Clean up these things. Purple light split into countless afterimages across the beach. The Blackwater Brutes had barely raised their water spikes when their bodies began exploding one after another. -604980000. Blackwater Brute slain. EXP plus 111. The level difference didn't reduce the experience from these level 70 monsters, proving the hidden mission used fixed rewards. 111 points per creature wasn't much, but their numbers far exceeded those in an ordinary dungeon. If leveling were my only goal, I could defend the coast and farm every returning tide. But that would leave the mother organism threatening the townspeople and fail the rebuilding condition. Dense notifications covered my panel, and my level climbed from 38 to 51. The entire process took only seconds. The gain from this single wave even surpassed the EXP secret realm. I set Yaya back on the ground. She ran into her mother's arms, and both knelt to thank me. I helped them stand and followed them into the town. The houses were dilapidated, the defenses riddled with gaps, and the state of daily life indistinguishable from the real world. After learning what happened on the beach, the mayor personally held a feast to welcome me. During the meal, he explained that the townspeople had resisted the black monsters since their ancestors' time, for several hundred years. The men could never rebuild defenses as quickly as the monsters destroyed them. By now, they had been forced to retreat within the town itself. 5 more major attacks would exterminate the entire population. Yet they refused to leave their homeland and eventually die in a foreign place. I asked whether there was any way to end the disaster permanently. The mayor said legends told of a Blackwater mother hidden in the deep sea. Killing it would stop the monsters from being born. But the townspeople couldn't even withstand ordinary brutes, much less enter the depths. The town had organized 3 counterattacks. Water Spike Thrust killed the first group as soon as they left shore. The second sailed into deep water but disappeared among the black waves. During the final attempt, they sent only swimmers to scout. One returned with news of gigantic breathing beneath the sea, then died from his wounds. Clues to the mother organism did exist. Everyone had been purchased with human lives. I asked the mayor to spread out every historical tide chart and location of a disappearance. All 3 counterattacks pointed to the same sea region, and each monster attack spread outward from there. My spirit perception covered only 3,000 meters and couldn't encompass the entire Black Sea. But with a direction and surfacing time, the possibility of finding the target rose considerably. The problem was that I couldn't swim in either of my lives. Drowning before I even found the mother organism would be too absurd. A million HP could withstand ordinary attacks, but couldn't replace breathing. Oxygen deprivation, pressure, and disorientation in the depths might be treated as environmental damage by the dungeon rules, or even cause unconsciousness without passing through my HP bar. The Nether Emperor could move underwater, but I needed to identify the mother organism personally and complete the mission. I couldn't merely order a summon to search blindly. Hearing my concern, the mayor immediately produced a square wooden case from his clothing. This is an ancestral treasure of the town. Perhaps it can help you enter the sea. Water Spike thrust compressed seawater into sharp cones and used great numbers to attack from multiple directions. After picking up Yaya, I didn't run toward town because the monsters had 600,000 speed. Ordinary movement couldn't escape them. Only the Nether Emperor could clear the field before they completed an encirclement. After the first group of monsters exploded, seawater quickly washed away the remaining black liquid. That meant the mother organism could continuously recover or conceal traces. If I only defended the beach, every attack would provide experience, but I could never complete the true condition of rebuilding their home. As the townspeople invited me inside, I observed the defenses along the way. The outermost facilities had used metal and energy devices and weren't technologically primitive, but blackwater corrosion had destroyed all of them. The inner layers could be repaired only with stone and wood. The war had reduced not only their population, but also their ability to maintain equipment. When the mayor spoke of ancestors, my instinct was to treat this world as dungeon lore. Yet the food at the feast, the wounds on the townspeople, and the flatbread in Yaya's hand felt completely real. If this was another genuine world, completing the mission wasn't only about a reward. It meant ending a disaster lasting several centuries. The reasoning behind finding the mother organism was clear as well. Every black monster had a similar form and emerged with the tides, so they had to possess a common source. If the mother controlled the frequency and scale of every attack, any rebuilt town would eventually be destroyed again as long as it lived. My inability to swim was the most practical obstacle. Spirit could target within 3,000 meters, but it couldn't let me breathe underwater or withstand the pressure. The wooden case the mayor produced proved their ancestors had also prepared for a counterattack. Inside the wooden case lay a transparent sphere containing ever-moving mist. Special equipment, water-warding pearl. No equipment requirement or attribute bonus. Immune to water element negative conditions. Every 1 point of spirit sustains the effect for 1 minute. With my spirit at the time, the water-warding effect could theoretically last far longer than the mission required. The question remained its exact scope. It said only that it granted immunity to water element negative conditions, not explicitly that it allowed underwater breathing or resisted pure pressure. An evolution from the system was precisely what I needed to remove those uncertainties. Special equipment didn't share the drop rate or classification of ordinary gear, and its effects were extremely specialized. The water-warding pearl granted no attributes and only removed water element negative conditions. Most people would find it nearly useless, but it perfectly matched the mission before me. The mayor said he was willing to give me the pearl regardless of whether my operation succeeded. He obviously considered me their final hope and understood that entering the deep sea with the sphere would still mean gambling with my life. I asked him to confirm ownership of the treasure first. The water-warding pearl had been collectively guarded by generations of townspeople and wasn't the mayor's private property. Every elder present agreed to surrender it because leaving it enshrined on shore would never change the war. Only after we completed the mental contract did the system permit me to evolve it. I had the evolution system. Naturally, I wouldn't leave the pearl unchanged, so I agreed to attempt the search for the mother organism. Just as I prepared to leave, the mayor stopped me. The mother usually slept on the extremely deep seabed, beyond the reach of the water-warding pearl. It approached the surface only while the black monsters were attacking. According to several centuries of experience, the next assault would begin before dawn the day after tomorrow. Only a few hours would remain before my college entrance examination. I couldn't leave the dungeon early and had no choice but to accept. Over the next 2 days, I accounted for every minute so I could rush to the examination site the instant I killed the mother. I sent my homeroom teacher a message in advance, saying only that I was training outside the city and would definitely arrive before the examination. She called several times, but the connection couldn't reach inside the dungeon. If the mission continued beyond the exam start, even strength far beyond my peers wouldn't matter. An absence would directly cost me admission. The town's feast continued until the predicted time. Before dawn 2 days later, the sea began churning violently, and hordes of black monsters appeared on the surface again. The mayor immediately organized the residents' defenses while I walked toward the shore alone. The system had delivered another 200,000 evolution points during those 2 days. At the water's edge, I took out the water-warding pearl. Special equipment detected. Upgraded. Current evolution points: 999,580,0000. Max it out. 1 million evolution points consumed. Water-warding pearl evolved into weathered fragment of the universe. Current remaining evolution points: 999 for 80,0000. The water-warding pearl could originally provide only immunity to water element negative conditions. It supplied neither oxygen nor propulsion. 1 point of spirit sustained it for 1 minute, so my spirit would keep it active for a long time. But if the pressure of the seabed counted as physical damage, it could still crush my body directly. The mayor's explanation that the mother surfaced only during an attack clarified why generations had possessed the pearl without succeeding. Even with the treasure, an ordinary person had to pass through hordes of blackwater brutes and search at limited depth. There was almost no chance. I hadn't spent the 2-day wait merely attending the feast. I recorded the tidal positions along the coast, asked old fishermen to identify the sounds that came before a black wave, and had the Nether Emperor learn the town and its defenses. During the actual attack, he would protect the townspeople so I could descend into the depths without concern. I calculated the examination time to the hour. If one skill killed the mother, chase the clouds, pursue the sun could take me directly to the exam site. If the battle dragged on for several hours, completing the dungeon would still leave me late. The rule preventing escape gave me no backup option. Although the townspeople were afraid when the black monsters appeared again, they still picked up their remaining weapons and defended the line. Some had even exchanged the last weapons in their homes for liquor, revealing the numbness created by long despair. My mission wasn't merely to fight one battle for them. It was to end that way of life permanently. The system required 1 million evolution points, far more than the market's recognized value for the water-warding pearl. Greater costs had usually produced stronger evolutions before. I didn't choose a partial enhancement to conserve the number because one failure in the deep sea wouldn't allow a second chance. Weathered fragment of the universe, special equipment, no equipment requirement. All attributes plus 500,000. Does not receive any other enhancement. When activated, forms a protective barrier that grants immunity to all elemental negative conditions and elemental attacks. All elemental included fire, ice, water, poison, and mental interference, but didn't mean immunity to purely physical damage. The barrier's durability still determined how much direct impact it could withstand. If cumulative damage exceeded Spirit X 10,000, it would shatter early even if 5 seconds hadn't passed. Barrier duration, 5 seconds. Durability, Spirit X 10,000. Cooldown, 10 minutes. My spirit was 100711, making the barrier's durability 1007110000, more than 1 billion. Almost no enemy I had encountered could casually break through it. The Blackwater brutes had already come ashore. I left the battle there to the Nether Emperor, activated the barrier, and entered the sea. Blackwater brute slain. EXP plus 111. Level increased to 52. 53. Gaining 2 levels in seconds didn't mean every monster gave astonishing experience. It meant their landing force was enormous. The Nether Emperor's afterimages stretched along the entire coast. Each time purple light passed, hundreds or thousands of 111-point rewards entered my panel at once. Before the black monsters could reach the town, the first assault had been transformed into a leveling resource against them. The transparent barrier surrounded me and isolated my body from the water and pressure. I kept descending 10 meters, 50 meters, then nearly 400 until I finally saw a vast silhouette. Every time it exhaled, a new group of black monsters erupted from its body and traveled toward the surface. Boss, Blackwater Mother, level 98. HP, 100000000. Strength, 700000000. Speed, 500000000. Skills, Brood Army, Queen's Shriek, Tsunami Crush. Brood Army was a continuous production ability. Queen's Shriek attacked Spirit, while Tsunami Crush mobilized the entire surrounding body of water. The Mother itself had 50 million speed and enjoyed a terrain advantage in the deep sea. Under a normal strategy, class holders would first have to stop its production, then weaken its control over the water. Fighting it alone and head-on should have been impossible. 100 million HP and attributes in the tens of millions. No wonder the town had failed to escape the disaster for centuries. The mother turned, and the entire deep sea churned as though boiling. It opened a bloody maw large enough to swallow a vast expanse of water. Queen's shriek produced rings of shock waves beneath the surface, then layered the pressure of tsunami crush on top, squeezing my barrier repeatedly. Pop pop. -0. -0. The attack looked powerful enough to tear mountains apart, yet couldn't penetrate the billion-point barrier. The mother plainly became confused. It twisted its enormous body again and tried to seal off my retreat with seawater. The 5-second protection was about to expire. I didn't wait any longer. The barrier's displayed durability remained nearly full, but less than 1 second remained. If it vanished in the depths, the water and boss attacks would hit me simultaneously. I didn't indulge my curiosity by watching more skills. My spirit locked onto the strongest life fluctuation inside the mother's chest to make sure the lightning wouldn't hit only its outer shell. Your first move didn't work. Now it's my turn. I still have a college entrance examination to reach. I raised a finger in the deep sea, targeting the mother's core with spirit. Thunderclouds gathered above the surface. One bolt of divine thunder pierced the black water and struck its body in a straight line. Before the mother could release Brood Army, its HP bar emptied completely. The townspeople onshore also saw the pillar of lightning connecting heaven and earth. The mayor later said that from that moment on, the people no longer regarded me as a young hero. They saw me as a god descended into their world. Blackwater Mother slain. EXP plus 500,000. Level increased to 54. Level increased to 55. A full 500,000 experience was enough for only 2 levels. The higher my level rose, the more absurd its experience requirement became. The standard of effort I had set earlier was nowhere near enough anymore. The universe fragments' 500,000 points to all attributes raised my physical foundation directly despite not receiving any other enhancement. More importantly, its immunity to all elemental attacks made it far more than underwater equipment. It would work equally well in fire, freezing cold, poison, and mentally hostile environments. The billion-point barrier lasted only 5 seconds and had a 10-minute cooldown, so timing its activation had to be precise. I initially relied on the item's intrinsic protection from water element conditions while descending. Only when the mother noticed me and unleashed Queen's shriek did I fully deploy the barrier. That devoted all 5 seconds to enduring the boss's attacks. There was almost no light nearly 400 meters beneath the surface. The mother was larger than a building, and every breath created powerful currents. The brutes didn't gather naturally in the ocean. They were born directly from its body. That was the proof of how the disaster had persisted for centuries. Queen's shriek disrupted the mind first, after which tsunami crush used water pressure to pulverize the target. Ordinary water protection items would still fail when both effects overlapped. Only the universe fragment's simultaneous immunity to negative conditions and elemental attacks reduced the damage to 0. I made the lightning descend from the surface because releasing it directly through the water might harm the coast. Once my spirit targeted the mother's core, divine thunder followed the shortest path, while the Blackwater conducted the energy for me. The creature was still opening its mouth to release Brute Army when lightning pierced it from within. 500,000 experience looked enormous, but the experience pool beyond level 54 was like a bottomless well. Gaining 2 levels showed that killing a level 98 boss remained rewarding, while also warning me that I could no longer rely solely on quantities of low-difficulty monsters. With the barrier about to vanish, I quickly returned to the surface. The moment I stepped ashore, the universe fragment entered cooldown, and the Nether Emperor became purple light guarding me once more. The entire town had gathered on the beach. The mayor knelt first, called me a god, and begged forgiveness for their earlier disrespect. Only after the Nether Emperor transmitted his voice privately did I understand. Everyone had seen divine thunder pierce the Black Sea, and they believed only a god could accomplish it. I couldn't explain the system. I could only help the mayor to his feet and tell everyone there was no need to kneel. Weeping, the old man said the black monsters that had plagued them for centuries were gone. Their homeland would flourish again within 10 years. Blackwater apocalypse, mission complete. The real coastline, townspeople, and cheers gradually became transparent, then finally turned into empty white space. At the end, Yaya still held out the piece of flatbread she hadn't been willing to finish. Then her figure faded with the other townspeople. I had no chance to witness the prosperity 10 years later and could only leave that promise to the mission's rules. Once the space dissolved completely, a reward screen replaced the coast. Reward: all attributes plus 2,000. Immortal Radiance amplified the reward to 4 million, causing a dramatic change in my panel. Primary class: Taoist, F tier. Second class: Alchemist, A tier. Formulas: Haste Pill, Limitless Divine Physique Pill. Level: 55. HP: 1000900. Mana: 100400. Strength: 4600424. Agility: 4601685. Spirit: 4600771. The three numbers weren't perfectly equal because my base attributes, earlier 100,000 point additions, and equipment had differed before the level up. The random reward added a uniform 2,000 to each base attribute, after which Immortal Radiance and the equipment rules amplified them while preserving the original differences. HP and mana didn't rise into the millions, showing that all attributes still referred to the panel's primary combat attributes. Evolution points: 999 for 800000. Equipment: Sunset Set, Cloud Chasing Boots of 10,000 miles, Weathered Fragment of the Universe. With every attribute above 4.6 million, Netherworld. Yellow Springs Emperor Summoning Art calculated the Nether Emperor's level and damage at 2760 E. 20 billion no. Previously 2 billion and 6 billion had already been enough to sweep dungeons. Now I had to control his attacks myself or risk destroying the battlefield outright. The second reward appeared. Peachwood Sword, Ordinary Universal Weapon. Strength plus 10. After completing a difficulty 50 hidden mission, I had randomly received an ordinary Peachwood Sword. For a moment, I resolved never to touch probability again. Then the final reward immediately changed my mind. 3 Pure One's Heart Method, Earth Tier Skill Casting Speed, plus 32%. Passive, Lifelong Effect. A lifelong passive meant it occupied no equipment slot after learning and couldn't be forgotten for a refund. It offered limited benefit to my Instant Lightning technique, but would be crucial for any long-chance skill I obtained in the future. The random class had landed on something usable by a Taoist, more than compensating for the Peachwood Sword's poor quality. Earth-tier skill books were nearly priceless on the black market. Many high-damage spells required lengthy chanting. Reducing the casting time by 32% directly improved both output and survival. Even if 9 Heavens Divine Thunder was already instantaneous, I would never complain about having another passive. The system detected both the 3 Pure One's Heart Method and the Peachwood Sword, and each could be evolved further. Probability really could betray me sometimes. But once a reward reached the system's hands, even something ordinary might not remain ordinary. When the townspeople knelt, I didn't take the opportunity to pretend I was a god. The source of my power didn't matter to them. What mattered was that the black monsters had stopped being born. If I exploited their reverence to demand more, a rescue would merely become another form of oppression. The world's dissolution after the mission reinforced my certainty that some rule connected dungeon worlds to reality. The townspeople hadn't abruptly died. It was more as though they were returned to their original timeline. I couldn't verify their future after rebuilding, but the mission settlement confirmed that my actions had worked. Once Immortal Radiance amplified the 2,000 points to every attribute, strength, agility, and spirit all exceeded 4.6 million. Their specific differences came from original base values, level-ups, and equipment, not a random system error. The Nether Emperor's result of 2760 E once again demonstrated the terror of multiplication. In an ordinary dungeon, I would have to restrict his manifestation. One area attack might otherwise destroy the terrain, drops, and mission targets together. The Peachwood Sword added only 10 strength, nearly the lowest possible random reward. But the 3 Pure One's Heart Method was an Earth-tier passive whose 32% casting acceleration would be enormously valuable to long-chance skills. One reward was excellent and one awful, proving that random mechanics didn't guarantee every item would be good simply because a mission was difficult. Only when the system offered to upgrade both did I realize that a minimum reward might merely be raw material. The Peachwood Sword's ordinary quality meant its base was low, not necessarily that its evolutionary ceiling was limited. The 3 Pure One's Heart Method was already Earth tier, making its evolution even more likely to surpass existing knowledge. I selected the 3 Pure One's Heart Method first. 200,000 evolution points consumed. Evolved into Will of Hongjun. Current remaining evolution points: 999 for 60,000. Will of Hongjun, Divine Tier Passive. Divine tier surpassed the upper limit of the publicly known skill system, yet the panel listed no learning level or class restriction. Since it had evolved from the three pure ones heart method, it retained the passive, lifelong nature. Learning it created no aura that needed activation and didn't occupy any part of Nine Heavens Divine Thunder's casting rhythm. Skill mana cost minus 50%. Casting speed plus 70%. Lifelong effect. When casting a skill, chance to receive a trace of Hongjuan's will, granting all attributes plus 300%. The 300% possession was a temporary combat amplification and wouldn't be written permanently into my base panel. Once triggered, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, the Nether Emperor, and the Azure Lotus Sword would all read the higher attributes before applying their respective multipliers. Precisely because the combined result was so absurd, I couldn't repeatedly test skills near a city merely to see the numbers. Reducing mana cost by half meant one bar could instantly cast Nine Heavens Divine Thunder 20 times. A 70% acceleration was enough to make every spellcasting class envious. The final chance-based amplification could instantly increase my attributes of more than 4 million by another 3 times. Next came the most ordinary Peachwood Sword. 2 million evolution points consumed. Evolved into Azure Lotus Sword of the Supreme Tao. Current remaining evolution points, 999-260-0000. Azure Lotus Sword of the Supreme Tao, Transcendent. All attributes plus 10,000. HP and mana plus 10,000 each. Granted Immortal Slaying Absolute Formation, no cost. Generates 9 sword energies per second, each dealing damage equal to all attributes x 20,000. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 5 hours. Each sword energy has a chance to critically hit for x 5 normal damage. Once activated, the formation automatically generated 9 sword energies every second for an hour, theoretically accumulating 32,400 of them. They could be fired immediately or suspended briefly under my control to form an array. Each sword energy checked critical hits independently, so against a huge number of targets, some attacks would inevitably exceed the normal value by far. At my current attributes, one sword energy dealt more than 200 billion damage. 9 fired together produced a theoretical output approaching 1.9 trillion per second, and the skill could continue for a full hour. A critical hit made the number even more unmanageable. That calculation used only my normal panel. It didn't include the 300% possession from Will of Hongjun or the attack mode gained by connecting with the Nether Emperor. The actual combat ceiling would be higher and the risk of using it greater. I had to treat the Azure Lotus Sword as a precise countermeasure, not release the full 1-hour formation casually near a crowd. My final panel displayed. Level, 55. HP, 1010900/1010900. Recovers 101090 per minute. Mana, 110400/110400. Recovers 11040 per minute. Strength, 4610404. Agility, 4611665. Spirit, 4610751. Skills, Primordial Chaos, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, Netherworld, Yellow Springs Emperor Summoning Art, Will of Hongjun. Aura, Immortal Radiance. Weapon, Azure Lotus Sword of the Supreme Tao. I was inspecting the panel with satisfaction when I suddenly remembered the college entrance examination. My phone showed less than an hour until it began. I immediately put on the cloud-chasing boots. Fortunately, the hidden dungeon's exit was within 5,000 li of the examination site, so chase the clouds. Pursue the sun could take me there directly. Before teleporting, I messaged my homeroom teacher that I had already reached the area, so she wouldn't continue filing a missing person report after failing to contact me. I chose a blind spot in the security coverage of a rear street near the exam site, then changed back into the sunset battle boots after landing. The entire process took only a few minutes and reduced the risk of arriving late to almost nothing. Will of Hongjuan's mana reduction wasn't limited to Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Netherworld, Yellow Springs Emperor Summoning Art had originally cost 50% of my mana and would now be reduced as well. Every new skill would receive the same passive benefit. The 70% casting acceleration would make even non-instant skills practical in real combat. Although the chance of triggering the 300% attribute possession was unknown, I didn't repeatedly release skills to test it. If my attributes above 4 million tripled again, an ordinary environment might not withstand the result. I had to observe a probability-based skill only when I genuinely needed it. The immortal slaying absolute formation cost nothing, meaning it didn't depend on my mana state. 9 sword energies every second for an hour made it perfect for huge monster waves. But the 5-hour cooldown meant I could cautiously use it only a few times a day and couldn't waste it on irrelevant battles. I didn't activate the formation on the spot. The hidden dungeon had only just ended, and the space was still transporting me. If sword energies dealing hundreds of billions struck the boundary accidentally, the consequences were unpredictable. I calculated only the theoretical damage from the panel and placed the weapon where I could draw it most easily. The time on my phone shocked me out of my excitement. No matter how powerful the system and equipment became, they couldn't restore examination eligibility if I missed the test. Chase the clouds. Pursue the sun wasn't on cooldown, the reward for having carefully limited my uses earlier. I targeted an empty corner near the exam site rather than teleporting directly into a crowd of students. No matter how many trump cards I possessed, I couldn't let everyone see me appear from thin air. By the time I arrived, the area outside the examination site was packed. My homeroom teacher paced through the student section searching for me, with only 20-odd minutes remaining. "Teacher." My sudden appearance startled her. Then she noticed the sunset set. Rather than feeling happy, her first reaction was fear that I had taken out a graduation loan. Some companies specifically lent equipment to poor students for the examination, then demanded debts far exceeding its value afterward enough to crush a person's future. I didn't produce the soaring development company appointment letter as proof. My teacher needed only to confirm the equipment was legally mine, and the examination system would check ownership automatically. Publicizing my transaction with the Chung family would instead shift attention from my performance to the source of my resources. When my classmates heard, they began mocking me for overestimating myself again. This equipment was obtained legally. "There is no debt," I assured my homeroom teacher. Still concerned, she didn't question me further. She only fastened the examination tracking band around my wrist. It would record every kill inside the dungeon and convert monster types into points. She advised me to remain around the perimeter, kill many weak monsters, and accumulate enough points to reach the cutoff for a junior college. I nodded without explaining my objective. Fengtian University's cutoff was not only high, but roughly equivalent to the points from killing at least 5 bosses. Farming ordinary monsters alone would be too inefficient. The same boss could respawn at most 3 times during the 3 days, yielding only 450 points even if I killed it every time. The rest would still have to come from high-value monsters. If another party took one respawn first, I would need to change my route. Securing the boss quickly on the first day mattered more than pursuing safety on the perimeter. Xiaoxing returned to the group. He had reached level 19 and wore a mixed collection of legendary equipment. His total attributes were around 700 or 800. His HP and mana approached 1,000, and a single class skill dealt more than 1,000 damage. The fact that he dared attend after losing the substitution strawman meant the Xiao family had prepared another life-saving measure or was certain someone inside the exam site would protect him. The legendary pieces placed him among the best of his peers, but couldn't compensate for his lack of genuine combat experience. As he walked, he kept touching his breastplate unconsciously, as though confirming a mark remained beneath it. He mocked me for nearly arriving late and said no one could save me during the examination. I noticed a black and red strip of cloth tied around his arm guard. Some obscure brand also seemed to be hidden beneath his breastplate. Only later did I learn that Xiao Wangzu had personally prepared the identifying marks before entry. He told his son to ignore whatever happened inside the examination area and focus on completing the test. Someone else would handle me. At the time, I only thought the cloth looked ugly, so I answered, "What did you smear on that filthy mouth?" "We'll let the examination results do the talking." Unlike usual, Xiaoxing didn't continue arguing. He touched the black and red cloth with his fingertip and returned to his party. That restraint was abnormal. He already knew what would happen inside, so there was no need to clash with me personally. He only had to wait while people without the mark were eliminated. My teacher's concern about graduation loans wasn't unfounded. Many students signed contracts they didn't understand merely to meet the equipment requirement. After failing the examination, they had no professional income and still carried enormous debt. I didn't show her my 70 million yuan balance. I merely repeated that the equipment was legitimate, so my transaction with the Chung family remained private. Besides recording kills, the tracking band verified ownership. In a party, points were divided according to contribution, so stealing the last hit couldn't completely alter the result. Removing or modifying it would result in immediate disqualification for cheating. That meant I had to earn all 800 points in genuine battle. Xiaoxing's mismatched legendary pieces were good quality, but provided no set bonus. Level 19 and attributes of 7 or 800 were enough to boast among students, explaining why his confidence had returned. He attributed the deaths of his 3 bodyguards in the dungeon only to the unknown expert beside me. He still didn't believe the power belonged to me. The black and red strip was tied to the outside of his arm guard, as though deliberately displayed for certain people. The brand on his chest was hidden beneath his armor, but brief heat marks remained where Xiao Wangzu had pressed it. 2 identifying marks couldn't be a mere fashion choice. Xiaoxing hadn't accepted my earlier challenge. Instead, he chose the chaos of the college entrance examination to issue threats, which meant he believed someone would act on his behalf. I memorized the marks. If I saw the same pattern inside the dungeon, I couldn't treat its wearer as an ordinary proctor. This year's college entrance dungeon was called Catastrophe Beneath the Sky, difficulty 10. Ordinary monsters ranged from level 11 to level 15, while the boss was level 19. The examination lasted 3 days. Tracking bands accumulated points for every kill, after which universities admitted students according to their results. The dungeon expanded its area according to the number of examinees, so every party wouldn't crowd into the same monster zone. Monsters on the perimeter respawned quickly, but the boss appeared only once every 24 hours. Students who failed to secure it could only accumulate points by clearing ordinary monsters continuously for 3 days. Universities evaluated not only total points, but also combat footage for potential. Most examinees were only level 10 to 15. Xiaoxing's level 19 already placed him above average. For them, difficulty 10 was a severe test. For me, who had just emerged from a difficulty 50 continuation, it resembled a beginner training ground. I didn't remain on the perimeter. I headed straight toward the boss zone. The boss respawned every 24 hours. Securing it 3 times would give me enough points to meet Fengtian University's admissions requirement. I chose the shortest route according to the exam map, but didn't use Chase the Clouds, Pursue the Sun. The tracking band recorded abnormal spatial movement, and transcendent equipment could immediately draw the proctor's attention. My agility of more than 1,000,000 was already sufficient on foot. I only had to control my speed in areas with fewer people. Along the way, I encountered many adults on patrol. Official proctors generally came from the city military and wore standardized equipment. Yet people in entirely different clothing were mixed among them. They appeared normal, but their eyes were as cold as a hawk's. At the time, I assumed they had another official mission and didn't investigate immediately. Only later, after piecing together the truth from the site and survivors, did I understand. These people were hunting students in concealed areas. They spared anyone wearing a particular identifier and killed every other examinee. The black and red cloth and brand on the chest were recognition marks. The infiltrators entered because someone had manipulated the transport roster and equipment validation stages. They chose the college entrance examination because it lasted 3 days and covered a vast region. Missing students could initially be mistaken for normal exploration. By the time outsiders discovered the anomaly, the first round of killing would already be complete. 10 minutes later, as I approached the boss zone, a pack of red-furred hyenas surrounded me. Ominous red-furred hyena, level 14. HP, 1300. Strength, 500. Speed, 650. Skill, Hyena Frenzy Pack. The leader howled to summon companions first. More than a dozen hyenas divided into 2 rings. The outer circle blocked retreat, while the inner circle lunged at my limbs and back simultaneously. I raised a finger and formed a lightning pool around me. Primordial Chaos. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. -276656400000. Lightning serpents crossed within 10 meters. Every hyena was caught while still in midair. The scent of scorched flesh lasted only an instant before their bodies turned to ash. Ominous red-furred hyena slain. EXP plus 76. That amount of experience meant nothing at level 55. Examination points were the real objective. The tracking band flashed green after each monster died, confirming a legal kill. If an attack struck another examinee, it would immediately turn red and alert the proctor station. The infiltrators' willingness to murder here meant they had a way to bypass their own records, but they couldn't alter my tracking band for me. Catastrophe Beneath the Sky consisted of a fractured sky and wetland forest, with gray fog frequently obstructing vision. Proctors were supposed to patrol fixed regions, but the suspicious adults avoided the city military's routes. When they made eye contact with students, they neither inspected tracking bands nor offered safety advice. They seemed to be searching for targets. I didn't act immediately because different clothing alone didn't prove guilt. The examination also assigned university observers, technicians, and medical class holders, none of whom wore city military uniforms. A rash attack could cost me my examination eligibility instead. I memorized several faces and their directions, then used my tracking band to query their identities. The system displayed only non-examinee, with no proctor identification number. The anomaly still wasn't direct proof of hostility, but I drew the Nether Emperor's protective range closer, so he could intercept a surprise attack at any moment. Hyena Frenzy Pack summoned companions according to the number of targets. Although I appeared alone, they still gathered 12, indicating at least that many could be called. If an ordinary party were surrounded, the front line would endure bites and mental intimidation simultaneously, making it difficult for the back line to cast. I limited the lightning pool to 10 meters to avoid harming distant examinees and proctors. The 276-656-4000000 damage was already far beyond what I needed. Controlling the area mattered more than increasing it further. Once the lightning ended, the 12 monsters left no useful drops, but the tracking band confirmed every kill separately. Converted into 120 points, each hyena was worth 10. Compared with the 76 EXP, the examination scoring clearly emphasized monster danger and party contribution rather than my current level. As long as I killed within the rules, being overleveled wouldn't reduce my points. 12 ominous red-furred hyenas slain. Points, 10x12. Current points, 120. I continued forward, and a three-headed giant wolf 15 feet long emerged from the shadows. Boss, three-headed nightmare wolf, level 19. HP, 5,000. Strength, 1103. Speed, 1205. Skills, Piercing Fangs, Nightmare Suppression. It used Nightmare Suppression to attack my mind first. Its three heads targeted different vital points, while its body became a brown-black blur and charged. An ordinary examinee would be torn apart after a single instant of mental hesitation. My spirit completely ignored that suppression. Before the giant wolf completed half its lunge, 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder struck. -276-656-4000000. Its body suddenly froze in midair, all 6 eyes still staring at me, even though its HP bar had already emptied. Three-headed nightmare wolf slain. EXP plus 180. Points plus 150. Current points, 270. The tracking band recorded the boss battle as entirely my solo contribution and didn't trigger an abnormal ruling because the damage was excessive. The experience was negligible, but 150 points arrived immediately, showing that the system verified only ownership and target. It didn't deduct points for attacks beyond conventional limits. In less than an hour, my score was already sufficient for an ordinary junior college. But 270 points wasn't my limit. It was only the current limit of what the dungeon could provide. The boss dropped a heroic quality courage armor and an ordinary quality pure white dress. I couldn't use either, but I still placed them in my ring. Just as I turned around, a burly man covered entirely in armor approached from behind. He wore no city military uniform. A black and red strip identical to Shaoxing's was tied around his arm, and the same brand marked his chest. He first praised me for killing the boss alone, then repeatedly asked whether any other students were nearby. He invited me to lead him toward the others so everyone could regroup. His tone resembled that of a rescuer, but his tracking band transmitted no city military identity, and his armor carried no examination number. I deliberately turned as though cooperating, exposing half my back while using spirit perception to lock onto his saber sheath. If he were genuinely an official, he wouldn't suddenly draw a blade against a compliant examinee. I nodded politely and began to walk away. Metal sliding from a sheath sounded behind my ear. Cold light slashed toward the side of my neck. I drew the Azure Lotus, sword of the Supreme Tao, and turned to cut upward. Clang. The weapons collided. His strength was enough to overpower an ordinary student, with attributes of at least 1,000. Slightly surprised that I had blocked his first strike, he pressed down harder and said one slash was all he needed to give me a painless death. You've never died. How do you know it doesn't hurt? I held the saber steady and asked how he had infiltrated the exam site. He stopped hiding and declared that not one of the students would leave alive. He continued pressing the weapon downward, believing I had already used all my strength. I merely smiled. I was humoring you. Why did you take it seriously? Do you honestly think you're so much stronger than a student? The Azure Lotus sword trembled lightly, instantly pushing his saber away. The man's expression finally changed. Who are you? You can't possibly be a student. The three-headed nightmare wolf's mental suppression was cancelled by my attribute before reaching my mind. Its three sets of piercing fangs could normally bypass a shield from different angles and tear through defenses simultaneously. But no matter how fast its charge, it couldn't outrun instantaneous lightning after my spirit locked on. 150 points equaled exactly 15 ordinary high-value monsters, confirming that the boss carried the greatest point reward. 3 respawns across 3 days would produce 450 points. Combined with perimeter monsters, I could reach 800 without clearing indiscriminately. When the mysterious man approached, his first question tried to learn whether any classmates remained nearby. I didn't answer because his concern wasn't the boss's corpse or my safety. A real proctor seeing a student kill a boss alone would at least verify identity and tracking band first. He kept his footsteps normal before drawing, but the sound of metal revealed the motion. I turned and cut upward rather than blocking horizontally to push the blade away from my neck while measuring his strength. Attributes above 1,000 would overwhelm an ordinary high school student. No wonder he dared hunt examinees here. At first, I used only strength close to his and held our weapons in the middle. He believed continued pressure would make him win and voluntarily admitted that every student was a target. After he revealed the information I needed, pushing the saber back created far greater psychological pressure than crushing him from the beginning. His black and red strip matched Xiao Xing's, and the brand on his chest was identical. At that moment, the threat before entry changed from suspicion into a clear connection. You won't even state your own identity. Why should I answer you? I didn't kill him immediately. A dead man couldn't provide intelligence, and he probably had accomplices elsewhere in the examination grounds. I warned him one final time to surrender. The man suddenly transformed into a beast. Veins bulged along his neck, his skin turned blood red, and the brand on his chest released black light that poured continuously through the gaps in his armor. His aura rapidly approached that of a boss in the abyss of bones. He no longer resembled a normal human. The transformation wasn't instantaneous. I saw clearly that the black mark on his chest changed first, followed by his blood vessels, muscles, and bones. In other words, this beast transformation wasn't simply an attribute skill. The mark functioned more like a medium. As long as it remained, the caster could forcibly drive the body toward a monstrous form. His armor creaked as his body expanded, and black bone plating grew over all 10 fingers. His strength and agility soared at once, but his mental fluctuations became chaotic. Almost nothing remained in his eyes except killing intent. I had wanted to keep him alive, but if I waited for the transformation to finish, students taking the examination nearby would be dragged into the battle. Unable to tell how many additional stages the enhancement possessed, I stopped taking risks. Primordial Chaos, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. -276656400000. Lightning fell, carbonizing the newly transformed man on the spot. He was still trying to ask my identity when he died, but never finished. I approached to inspect him. The mark on his chest had carbonized with his flesh, and the lightning had shattered his storage equipment. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder was decisive, but its weakness was equally obvious. During an interrogation, it was difficult to control the force, so the target merely lost the ability to resist. The next time I encountered one of them, I needed to disarm him first or have the Nether Emperor suppress him. But casually summoning the Nether Emperor inside the examination dungeon carried its own risks. Examinees and surveillance records were everywhere. If a summon dealing tens of billions or far more now suddenly appeared, the resulting panic might exceed that caused by the infiltrators. I could only leave him concealed and rely first on lightning techniques I could plausibly explain. Looking at the black and red cloth, I finally remembered the identical marker on Xiao Xing's arm. He had to be connected to the infiltrators, and they absolutely weren't acting alone. Xiao Xing had deliberately displayed the cloth before the exam. It clearly wasn't an oversight. Perhaps he believed I would certainly die and therefore didn't fear exposure. By extension, this group's purpose wasn't merely to disrupt the examination. It was probably a planned silencing and massacre. I still had no evidence of how deeply the Xiao family was involved, but the connection was dangerous enough. I decided to continue earning points while increasing my vigilance. Searching a gigantic dungeon for Xiao Xing would be inefficient. It would be better to let him or his accomplices find me. I later learned from a city military report that at the same time, a wounded member escaped the dungeon and confirmed the enemy could transform into beasts. The Proctor Station immediately remembered a name absent for 10 years. Black Sun Rose. The survivor's information was incomplete. He had seen only his companion's defensive line torn apart, and was transported out before confirming the enemy's numbers. For that reason, the officials outside didn't dare forcibly terminate the entire dungeon. Closing the passage recklessly might trap every student and rescuer who had not yet evacuated. 10 years earlier, the organization had caused an enormous disaster before great powerhouses of Huan Nation exterminated it. Beast transformation was its signature forbidden art and was outlawed worldwide. The examination officials immediately contacted the Soul Guard Bureau and ordered the remaining city soldiers to rescue as many students as possible. Black Sun Rose's danger went beyond beast transformation. Reports stated that it controlled lower members through their families, debt, and curses, while higher ranks monopolized techniques and antidotes. After the organization was supposedly destroyed, the survivors split into many small cells and went underground. 10 years without public activity didn't mean they were gone. It only meant they had learned to hide more deeply. At the time, I still didn't know the organization's full name. I was only irritated that they had disrupted my examination. If other students hadn't remained inside, I might have simply used 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder for a broad sweep. Black-furred alligator turtle slain. Points +7. Current points, 390. 390 remained far from my target. I slowed down, clearing monsters while studying traces on tree trunks and the ground. Ordinary students left chaotic footprints, while monster claws followed consistent directions. An adult class holder moving quickly in heavy armor left deeper impressions. Following those signs was more efficient than wandering across the entire map. Nor did I assume every stranger was an enemy. City soldiers had entered to perform rescues. Attacking someone merely because their equipment differed could injure an ally. The most reliable indications remained the black and red cloth, the beast transformation mark, and open killing intent toward examinees. As I passed a grove, rough male laughter and girls begging for mercy suddenly came from within. I changed direction immediately. Inside the grove, several adult men surrounded 2 female students. Several examinees already lay dead nearby. The men wore equipment identical to the previous infiltrators and had black and red strips tied around their arms. The 2 girls stood with their backs against a broken tree, the light on their staffs almost invisible. The corpses included both combat and healing support classes, and their wounds came from human weapons rather than monster claws and fangs. The men had clearly kept survivors alive deliberately to question them about other students' locations. They wouldn't spare them afterward. I swept my eyes over the formation. The leader blocked the front, 2 sealed the left and right escape routes, and another hid behind a tree preparing a ranged ambush. They weren't robbers acting on impulse, but a practice team. To save the students, I needed to draw every attack toward myself first. Several grown men bullying 2 girls. You really know how to choose your opponents. I spoke deliberately to draw their attention. As expected, they abandoned the girls and advanced toward me with weapons drawn. Before attacking, can you at least tell me who you people are? I asked. The leader sneered. I added, the previous one died before he could answer. A little unfortunate. All of them erupted in fury. Black light burst from their bodies as their auras transformed toward those of monsters. They charged from different directions. The fastest dragged a long saber against the ground, preparing to slash upward when he closed in. They didn't rush me in a single mass. The shield bearer narrowed my movement space. The saber user intended to force me into the air, and the crossbowman behind the tree targeted the space above. Against an ordinary student, the coordination was almost unsolvable. Dodging the first strike would place the target directly inside the second layer of the attack. I was about to eliminate the crossbowman with lightning when silver light entered from the right first. A silver figure abruptly cut into the fight. A long spear severed the man's wrist, then pierced his chest in the same motion. The newcomer was a woman with her hair in a neat ponytail, dressed in close-fitting silver armor. She moved extremely fast. Her spear technique contained no wasted movement. The butt knocked the shield aside. The blade used rotational force to sever the wrist, and 1/2 step forward completed the thrust. Within a single breath, she had broken the enemy's combined formation. The insignia of the Soul Guard Bureau marked the chest of her silver armor. She was clearly a rescuer who had just entered the dungeon. Kid, you've got courage. This place is too dangerous. Take your classmates outside and sit the examination again later. I hurried to stop her. He hadn't explained his identity. Why did you kill him immediately? During the woman's moment of distraction, another transformed infiltrator raised a heavy weapon from behind her flank. The strike had already sealed her dodging direction. Blocking directly would probably wound her severely. The transformed man deliberately crushed the ground to create noise, but his real attack descended from the direction opposite the sound. To protect me and the two students, the woman in silver stood directly in the attack line. If she evaded, the heavy weapon would smash into the wounded girls. Get lost. I flung out a lightning blossom. -276656400000. Before the attacker could lower his weapon, he became charcoal. The remaining enemies charged simultaneously. I grabbed the woman's arm, threw her into a safe position, then cast Divine Thunder in rapid succession. I chose lightning instead of revealing the Nether Emperor because the enemies and rescuers were already mixed together. A casual blow from him covered too broad an area, while Nine Heaven's Divine Thunder could target them individually. The woman in silver adjusted her posture in the air and immediately swept her spear across to protect the two priests when she landed. Being thrown unexpectedly hadn't cost her balance. Several identical 12-digit damage numbers flashed. Every attacker collapsed without ever approaching me. The two rescued girls recognized me and couldn't believe an F-tier Taoist once mocked by the entire city possessed such power. Both were priests and volunteered to form a party so they could heal me. They had less than 30% of their mana remaining, and obvious cracks marked their equipment. If they followed me, they could hardly protect themselves during the next encounter with transformed enemies. More importantly, my HP exceeded 1 million. The amount restored by an ordinary healing spell would be nearly invisible on my bar. There are still enemies inside the dungeon. Leave immediately. I didn't take them with me. Even if they exhausted their mana, they couldn't restore 1/10 of my million HP. Traveling together would only force me to divide my attention protecting them. Although disappointed, the two followed my advice and left. Strength really did change everyone's attitude. 2 weeks earlier, they had mocked me too. Now they regarded me as their most reliable teammate. I had no intention of holding a few taunts against them. When the awakening ceremony announced my F-tier class, even teachers believed Taoists had no future. Two ordinary students reaching the same conclusion was understandable. What mattered was whether they could leave the dungeon alive and whether any other enemy remained hidden in the grove. After inspecting the bodies, the woman in silver found that every black mark had lost its activity under the lightning. Her gaze shifted from concern to scrutiny, but she didn't demand the source of my skill immediately. Rescue took priority over investigation, which made me trust her a little more. After confirming the area was safe, the woman in silver urged me once again to withdraw. The examination would be postponed and restarted. There was no reason to keep taking risks during a crisis. I refused. I had prepared until now for this examination, and my points were about to reach Fengtian University's admissions line. I couldn't start over because the infiltrators had done something wrong. She finally revealed the enemy's identity. It is probably Black Sun Rose. If you ever hear that name again, contact the city military immediately. Better yet, go directly to the local Soul Guard Bureau. A man wearing the same silver armor arrived soon afterward and addressed her as Captain Ning. When I continued refusing to leave, he assumed I would only increase the Soul Guard Bureau's protection burden and spoke harshly. He hadn't witnessed the battle. He saw only a student standing among several charred bodies and naturally assumed Ning Xingxuan had done the fighting. He first confirmed whether the two priests were injured, then reported the coordinates through his wristband. His actions weren't wrong. He had simply categorized me as another examinee awaiting an escort. I'm an examinee. I'll leave when I finish the test, I said. I never asked you to protect me. If something really happens, we don't know which of us will protect the other. Captain Ning stopped the argument and touched her wristband to my examination band. When the devices made contact, a dedicated Soul Guard Bureau line appeared on my emergency contact list. It wouldn't alter my points and held no tracking authority. It would transmit my location only when I activated it. Ning Xingxuan hadn't forcibly imposed protection. She left the choice to me. Soul Guard Bureau 3rd Team Captain, Ning Xingxuan. I can't persuade you, she said. You can keep accumulating points, but contact us through the band if you encounter danger. And don't overdraw your body for a high-damage skill. She plainly interpreted my power as some forbidden class that required paying with lifespan or physical health. I didn't explain. I only confirmed that nothing was wrong with my condition. Ning Xingxuan also asked me to extend a hand so she could examine my pulse and mana circulation. The data was stable, with no backlash, weakness, or expenditure of life force. Although she still didn't believe an ordinary Taoist could release lightning without cost, she respected my right not to disclose the skill's principles. She merely entered a note instructing me to leave immediately if I noticed any abnormality. The misunderstanding actually benefited me. There was no reasonable explanation for a newly awakened F-tier Taoist dealing 12-digit damage. Rather than fabricate a story that would quickly collapse, I could let them assume I held a costly trump card. As long as the combat records proved I hadn't attacked any examinee, the origin of the skill could wait until after I left the dungeon. The next morning, the system delivered 100,000 evolution points on schedule. Current remaining evolution points, 999,280,0000. I continued clearing monsters. Along the next route, I deliberately avoided areas dense with students and selected isolated monsters or regions already disturbed by the infiltrators. That let me continue increasing my score without risking large-scale lightning harming anyone. After every battle, I confirmed no black and red cloth remained nearby, then checked whether my band had received an alert from Ningxing Xuan. Mud creature slain. Points +6. Current points, 650. I needed only 150 more points to reach Fengtian University's 800-point cutoff, exactly the value of one three-headed nightmare wolf. The boss had respawned, so I returned to its region immediately. Normally, a party needed several members to surround and kill the three-headed nightmare wolf. The left head spat mental shock waves, the center tore with its fangs, and the right could release corrosive mist. Its skills posed no threat to me, while 150 points precisely filled my deficit. That was more efficient than hunting for over 20 ordinary monsters. Only later did I learn from seized records that a Black Sun Rose cell had also assembled there in advance. Its leader used the code name Heaven Number 4. The organization's ranks, from lowest to highest, were human, ghost, heaven, spirit, and sacred. He refused to admit failure to headquarters because it would destroy his chance of promotion and might implicate his entire family. He controlled his subordinates' families as well, forcing them to die for him. As I approached, I happened to hear him order everyone to complete the massacre at any cost. Heaven Number 4 hadn't arranged an escape. He divided the group into killing and blockade units. The killing unit would continue creating casualties, while the blockade unit held the boss zone and waited for me. This showed they had already used the charred bodies and survivors' accounts to determine my route. They simply didn't know that the mysterious lightning expert was an examinee. Their conversation repeatedly mentioned headquarters and family, and they didn't sound willing to die. But coercion didn't excuse slaughtering innocent students. My task was to stop the killing before me. How the organization controlled them could be investigated only if I kept someone alive. I quieted my footsteps and confirmed their numbers through gaps in the trees. The three-headed nightmare wolf lay at the center of a clearing. More than 10 Black Sun Rose members spread around it, and the true leader stood behind the boss. The enemies, target, and exit occupied the same region. The next fight wouldn't be an ordinary contest over a monster. I walked out of the forest and saw both the respawned three-headed nightmare wolf and the Black Sun Rose members around it. Heaven Number 4 assumed I was an ordinary examinee and casually ordered his people to deal with me. Several immediately spread out and tightened a circle from every direction. They didn't transform at once, probably because they didn't want to waste a forbidden art on an F-tier student. 2 on the left blocked the woods, 3 on the right closed off the retreat, and an archer in the distance knocked an arrow. The formation looked strict, but all their attention focused on me. No one guarded against the Nether Emperor concealed beside us. Beast transformation required a mark and brief preparation, with higher ranks paying a greater cost. Killing an ordinary student with conventional weapons first was obviously their cheapest option. That judgment prevented the first wave from displaying its true abilities and forced Heaven Number 4 to enter the fight personally. I was going to look for you. Since you all delivered yourselves at once, you've saved me a lot of time. They laughed and said I didn't understand my situation. I raised one finger. You have it backward. You haven't surrounded me. Every one of you is surrounded by me. Lightning ignited at the center of the encirclement. Primordial chaos. 9 heavens divine thunder. -2766564000000. Several members became charcoal simultaneously and fell with heavy thuds. The Nether Emperor, still hidden at my side, could only watch. Even the purple light guarding me seemed to dim in disappointment. The lightning targeted only those actively attacking me. It didn't touch the three-headed nightmare wolf or the leader who had not yet acted. I needed someone capable of talking, not a clearing full of unrecognizable ash. The survivors finally realized the mysterious lightning expert from their intelligence wasn't a Soul Guard Bureau rescuer. It was the examinee they had ignored all along. Through our contract, the Nether Emperor transmitted his desire to fight. I told him to remain concealed. Killing these people wouldn't even qualify as a battle for him. but I needed to confirm what other methods Heaven Number 4 possessed. An organization capable of hiding for 10 years couldn't rely only on a beast transformation that increased attributes. Heaven Number 4 finally recognized me as the mysterious expert who had kept turning his subordinates into charcoal. I walked toward him without attacking immediately. A Heaven rank leader inevitably knew more than an ordinary member. You can surrender on your own or wait for me to act. You don't have long to decide. Heaven Number 4 laughed instead. Black light surged over his entire body as he underwent a more complete transformation. Even the three-headed nightmare wolf cowered in a corner beneath his aura. His change differed from that of ordinary members. Instead of wrapping him chaotically, the black light followed fixed patterns connecting his chest, arms, and brow. Repeated explosions came from beneath his skin. He rapidly grew taller as thick bone armor emerged across his shoulders and back. The three-headed nightmare wolf should have attacked nearby humans proactively, yet all three heads lowered at once. The aura was strong enough to inspire instinctive fear in a boss. Seal. Black light erupted from his body and formed the ancient character for Seal in midair. At the same time, a black hexagram spread beneath my feet. I tried to release 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, but received no response. My attributes hadn't fallen, and I suffered no obvious negative condition. Every learned skill had simply been disconnected. In my consciousness, I also tried Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker, and Yellow Spring's Emperor Summoning Art. Their icons were equally gray. The Nether Emperor didn't disappear because he had already been summoned, and our contractual connection remained. Immortal Radiance's passive amplification was still active. The Sunset Set and the Azure Lotus Sword remained functional too. The boundary of the Sealing Art was extremely clear. It cut off a class holder's ability to invoke active skills, but couldn't erase existing states or remove the power of equipment. The hexagram displayed no countdown. If the caster remained alive, the seal might continue indefinitely. For a class holder dependent on skills, that was more dangerous than reducing attributes directly. Mages couldn't cast, healers couldn't save lives, and even warriors lost their primary attacks. Heaven Number 4 called it the Sealing Art, a secret technique available only to Black Sun Rose members above Ghost rank. It dealt no damage. Its sole purpose was to seal a target's skills. For most class holders, losing skills meant losing more than half their combat power. But my strength didn't come only from the skill bar. When I gripped the hilt of the Azure Lotus Sword, the weapon still responded clearly. Seeing me draw a sword for the first time, Heaven Number 4 assumed I could only stall with basic attacks, and actually slowed his transformed approach. He wanted to learn the origin of my lightning before killing me. That greed gave me time to test the exact rules of the Sealing Art. Heaven Number 4's beast transformation grew increasingly grotesque. As he approached, he said that if the mission didn't require my death, he might even recruit me as a subordinate. He believed the Sealing Art had already decided the outcome. I drew the Azure Lotus, Sword of the Supreme Tao. As soon as the cyan blade left its sheath, it cut a thin gap through the surrounding black mist. The three-headed nightmare wolf retreated farther, while Heaven Number 4 forced his expression to remain steady. He couldn't identify the equipment's quality. From the pressure alone, he knew it wasn't a weapon any examinee should possess. He recognized it as transcendent and became even greedier, but continued mocking me. Without skills, even a divine weapon couldn't reverse the battle. Did transforming into a beast damage your brain? I asked. The Sealing Art blocks class skills. Did you block the skills built into my equipment and weapon? The Sealing Art was powerful, but strength didn't mean it had no boundaries. Heaven Number 4 was accustomed to fighting ordinary class holders. The finest weapons he had seen carried only attributes or low-tier special effects. In his experience, once he sealed the skill bar, the remaining basic attacks could never penetrate his transformed defenses. His steps stopped abruptly. Transcendent equipment with an attached skill was extraordinarily rare, valuable enough to exchange for one favor from a top expert of Hua Nation. He couldn't believe a student possessed one. I turned the blade so he could confirm it with his own eyes. Immortal Slaying, Absolute Formation. 9 sword energies flew from either side of the Azure Lotus Sword every second. In only a few seconds, dozens were circling above Heaven Number 4's head and sealing every escape. They weren't drifting at random. The outermost layer cut off his path toward the forest, the middle locked down lateral dodges, and the inner layer remained aimed at the mark on his chest. If he stood still, they would pierce him. If he charged, he would collide with even more sword light. I didn't wait for the formation to reach full capacity. His Sealing Art remained active, and a longer delay might allow another change. As long as the first sword energy penetrated his defense, those behind it would be enough to end the battle. At last, he demanded the weapon's origin in terror, suspecting I belonged to a hidden great clan. The sword energies gave him no more time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dash 276656400000. The first bolt of sword energy pierced the transformed defense. Those behind it continued according to the formation's mechanics until his body was cut almost beyond recognition. The sealing art dissipated with its caster's death, and the hexagram beneath my feet rapidly darkened. The instant my skills returned, I stopped accumulating further sword energies. The formation added 9 attacks every second. If left unchecked, it would cut the clearing apart and might harm the boss in the corner or examinees hidden in the forest. The Azure Lotus sword responded instantly. Sword energies not yet fired turned with the blade and rearranged into a single line in midair. Heaven number 4 left no complete corpse, but the battle traces were clear enough. The remnants of the hexagram, the black energy from beast transformation, and the black and red cloth all proved his identity. When the Soul Guard Bureau arrived, at least they wouldn't mistake the fight for a conflict between examinees. I remembered the skill. An ability that deprived class holders of their skills was extremely useful. If an opportunity arose in the future, I wanted it too. The three-headed nightmare wolf still cowered in the corner. It had first been suppressed by Heaven number 4's transformed aura and then witnessed the immortal slaying absolute formation. All three heads trembled. Its aggression mechanism remained active. The center head tried several times to rise, but the other two pressed tightly against the ground. It didn't release a mental shock, and corrosive mist flickered only once between its teeth. For a dungeon boss, this was probably the closest possible behavior to surrender. I turned the sword energies toward it. The boss made no desperate counterattack. Instead, it looked almost relieved that this would finally end. Dash 276656400000. Countless sword lights pierced it instantly. Three-headed nightmare wolf slain. EXP plus 180. Points plus 150. Current points, 800. The tracking band confirmed the points were valid without freezing my score because of the infiltration. 800 precisely crossed Fengtian University's public admissions line. There was no need to kill one more monster. The priority now was taking intelligence about the enemy outside, not remaining in the dungeon to prove my combat power. The examination record also retained the brief skill disconnection while the sealing art was active. It wouldn't affect my points, but it could corroborate Black Sun Rose's use of a prohibited ability. Once officials retrieved this segment, they could confirm the incident wasn't an ordinary conflict among class holders. I briefly collected the boss drops, then used the tracking band to record the remains of the black hexagram. I didn't touch the scattered equipment of the ordinary members. Those items might carry tracking marks and also belong to the Soul Guard Bureau's evidence. At last, I had reached Fengtian University's admissions line. Without even inspecting the drops carefully, I immediately prepared to leave the dungeon. At best, a difficulty 10 boss dropped epic equipment. I had tens of millions in savings, long-term dividends from the soaring development company, and higher quality gear. There was no need to waste time on ordinary loot. More importantly, the dungeon was still under emergency rescue. Wounded examinees were continually transported out near the exit, while city soldiers entered against the stream. Remaining inside to search for trophies could hinder the rescue and lengthen my exposure to Black Sun Rose's surviving members. I put away the Azure Lotus sword and confirmed that the sealing art had left no lingering effect. My skill bar had fully recovered, and neither mana nor attributes showed anything abnormal. The seal evidently depended on its caster. Once Heaven number 4 died, the effect ended completely. As I walked toward the exit, I decided to evolve the sunset set after the examination. Its epic attributes were already far too low for me. Ning Xingxuan later told me her team had reached the scene about 10 minutes after I left the boss zone. The Soul Guard Bureau confirmed several charred corpses and even identified Heaven number 4, who had been cut apart by the immortal slaying absolute formation. He was a mid-ranking Black Sun Rose member long listed as a wanted criminal, and even Ning Xingxuan wasn't confident she could defeat him alone. The wounds on the charred bodies matched those in the grove perfectly. From that, the Soul Guard Bureau concluded that the user of the lightning had fought from the perimeter all the way to the boss zone. Heaven number 4's remains were different. Their countless fine cuts all followed consistent directions and clearly came from another power. That was why the investigators assumed at least 2 unregistered experts had appeared at the scene. She didn't know I had acted. Judging solely from the wounds, She believed a sword expert who had to be avoided had also appeared. After Heaven Number 4 died, the Soul Guard Bureau and city military quickly eliminated the remaining enemies and gradually evacuated the examinees. That mistaken conclusion temporarily concealed the Azure Lotus sword for me. Ning Xingxuan had seen me release lightning, but never witnessed the immortal-slaying absolute formation. In her eyes, a student using a forbidden technique at enormous cost was already unbelievable. There was no possibility he could simultaneously be the sword expert who killed Heaven Number 4. When I returned to reality, my homeroom teacher was the first to run over and inspect me. Relieved to see I was uninjured, she consoled me that the examination would be rescheduled and told me not to lose heart. The exit allowed only one-way travel. Anyone who left couldn't re-enter. Medical staff first scanned us for contamination from the beast transformation, then removed the transport lock from our tracking bands. All my results were normal, and the sunset set showed no obvious damage, creating a sharp contrast with the blood-soaked students around me. The examination plaza was already in chaos. Medical workers hurried back and forth with stretchers, parents crowded outside the security lines searching for their children, and teachers repeatedly checked lists of missing students. My homeroom teacher felt my shoulders and arms, then made me turn in place. Only after confirming there was no concealed wound beneath my armor would she listen. I won't take a makeup exam. She assumed the attack had frightened me out of trying again and actually comforted me about finding an ordinary job. Even after I explained that I already had enough points, she thought I wasn't thinking clearly. Her judgment wasn't baseless. Most examinees stopped earning points once the invasion began. Escaping alive was already fortunate. Before I entered the dungeon, I was supposedly an F-tier Taoist who had only just changed classes. At a conventional rate, several days might not be enough to obtain 100 points. Fengtian University's qualifying line is a full 700 points, and you're telling me you earned 800? I handed her my tracking band. Half convinced I was joking, she sent it for verification and was already preparing to reprimand me seriously afterward. Verification involved more than glancing at a number. The staff first read the kill timestamps, compared them with disappearance records for dungeon monsters, and finally checked whether points had been counted repeatedly from the same target. The 150 points from each three-headed nightmare wolf, scores from monsters along the way, and battle times all matched. Neither the shell nor the core of the band showed signs of tampering. My result appeared on the examination site's main display. The verifier paused for several seconds before confirming, then asked a second technician to repeat the check. 800 wasn't only higher than every result at the site. It surpassed the scores of many previous first-place students in benching. Only after both systems returned the same result did they display the number publicly. Examinee total points, 800. My homeroom teacher froze. Every student and university representative turned toward me at the same time. The number on the screen couldn't explain how I had obtained it. It proved only that all 800 points belonged to me. Classmates who had been consoling me gradually fell silent. Several teachers who participated in the rescue also reconfirmed my name and class. An F-tier Taoist and first place at the entire site were such a contradiction that doubt came instinctively. Amid the combined danger of the dungeon and Black Sun Rose, I became the first person to meet Fengtian University's standard. I didn't reveal the combat details at the scene. Black Sun Rose had infiltrated the examination. Any information about skills and equipment could reach the organization. Publishing the score was unavoidable. Publishing my trump cards with it was unnecessary. The examination site erupted. Many students suspected a system error, but a tampered tracking band would immediately trigger an alarm, and a cheater would be banned from the exam for life. Modifying one without leaving traces was impossible. The accusations soon shifted from "the number is fake" to "he must have used a special item." But the college entrance examination allowed legal equipment. What it actually prohibited was paid carrying, tampering, and direct kills provided by outside personnel. Even if my gear far surpassed my level, the points followed the rules as long as I personally killed the monsters. Admissions representatives from several universities surrounded me directly. One offered free tuition, another promised immediate entry into the student council. Moon Lake University began with an annual scholarship of 100,000 yuan and a private dorm room. Other schools increased their offers to 200,000, then 400,000. They were competing during the window before I formally confirmed my preference. Once I signed a preliminary admission agreement, the other universities could no longer approach me. Contracts, resource lists, and mentor slots were all held out simultaneously, creating more noise than before the examination. I signed nothing at the peak of the excitement. Those conditions were extremely attractive to an ordinary family. 4 years of scholarships could provide a down payment on a small apartment in Bincheng, while student council membership meant more dungeons and mentor resources. But those offers solved living expenses after enrollment, not the upper limit of my growth. Fengtian University remained far ahead in the experts, secret realms, and high-tier knowledge it could expose me to. Xiaoxing suddenly pushed through the crowd, publicly accused me of cheating, and demanded a thorough investigation. His voice was louder than every admissions representative, as though repeating cheating enough times would make the 800 points disappear. I noticed his face was pale and his breathing more rapid than before entry. It wasn't simple jealousy. He looked afraid I would reveal something after emerging alive. His score was only a little above 200, yet the Xiao family's connections had already provided an opportunity at Fengtian University. What he truly couldn't accept was that every eye had turned toward me. The staff explained once again that the tracking band showed no anomaly. The probability I had cheated was less than 1%, unless I possessed technology beyond the official system. That supposed 1% was merely theoretical uncertainty retained in the testing report, not a conclusion that I was suspicious. Bypassing the examination system would require rewriting the dungeon core, tracking band records, and site surveillance simultaneously. Anyone with that technology wouldn't use it merely to manufacture 800 points for an F-tier examinee. Xiaoxing continued demanding that I confess voluntarily. I couldn't be bothered to discuss the result. I grabbed his arm instead. Its temperature was abnormal, as if he had just used medicine to suppress the mark. Faint traces remained where the black and red cloth had been removed, and the buckle of that arm guard was looser than the one on the other side. The more desperately Xiaoxing kept the conversation fixed on cheating, the clearer it became that he feared anyone inspecting these details. What is your relationship with Black Sun Rose? Where is the cloth you wore when you entered? The black and red marker had disappeared. A scratch about the width of a fingernail had also destroyed the section of his breastplate where a brand might have been. The scratch was fresh, and black powder not entirely wiped away remained on its edges. Ordinary combat damage wouldn't happen to cross the exact location of a mark, much less scrape the same section of metal repeatedly until it deformed. Xiaoxing had plainly removed the evidence the moment he left the dungeon. His eyes shifted, but he insisted he had never heard of Black Sun Rose and threatened to sue me for defamation. Without evidence, I could only release him and warn, don't gamble your future and the lives of those around you. If you reach out, you'll be caught sooner or later. Teachers, admissions staff, and official records surrounded us. I couldn't publicly search his storage equipment on suspicion alone. Detaining him by force would let the Xiao family accuse me of attacking an examinee and give the true organizers time to move evidence. He forced out a few rebuttals, then fled back to Xiao Wangzu and didn't challenge the score again. Xiao Wangzu outwardly scolded his son for losing composure, but kept one hand in front of the scratch on the breastplate. He didn't question why I had mentioned Black Sun Rose or demand an official investigation into the accusation as a normal parent might. Father and son avoided the subject almost identically. Although they had cleaned the traces thoroughly, their reactions had already supplied the answer. If Xiaoxing genuinely knew nothing, his first reaction would have been to ask what the name had to do with the examination attack, not deny it immediately, issue threats, then hide behind his father. What remained missing was evidence directly linking the Xiao family to the infiltrators. The Solguard Bureau was already involved. There was no need for me to conduct their interrogation in the exam plaza. The other universities continued inviting me. I declined politely. Fengtian University was my stated preference, and that hasn't changed. I didn't use their competing bids to demand better terms. Schools differed in how they trained students, and resources couldn't be measured by money alone. My system could improve attributes and skills, but it couldn't create combat experience, knowledge of the world, or intelligence on high-tier dungeons from nothing. Those were precisely the value of a top university. Knowing their conditions couldn't compete with one of Huan Nation's finest institutions, the representatives dispersed. The Fengtian University admissions official had remained calm throughout, making me briefly worry that he also required a makeup exam. At last, he approached. My surname is Fu. I am the director of Fengtian University's admissions office. Your overall performance is acceptable and meets our preliminary requirements. Director Fu hadn't participated in the bidding. Fengtian University saw too many high-scoring examinees every year. 800 points proved only that I qualified for stricter screening. It didn't make the school abandon its rules on the spot. That attitude made him more credible than exaggerated promises. 800 points were merely acceptable. Only then did I understand that in Fengtian University's eyes, The halo of a local genius earned only a chance to speak. Director Fu handed me a letter of introduction and told me to report directly in 2 months. He emphasized that the examination score was only the key to the door. If I failed the enrollment trial, the university would still reject me. He also verified my academic record, awakening date, and family information. When he saw I had changed classes less than a month ago, he paused for the first time, but didn't ask about evolution points or the origin of my skills. Fengtian University needed to determine whether a student was worth developing, but wouldn't demand personal trump cards in public. The letter carried a single-use mental imprint only I could activate. The 2-month preparation period wasn't a vacation. New students could use it to raise their levels and prepare equipment, but they also bore any risk encountered before enrollment. I put the envelope away. No matter how many trials remained, I was going to Fengtian University. The letter wasn't a final student ID, but it allowed me to skip the ordinary admission process and proceed directly to the new student trial. If my level stagnated or my battle judgment failed over the next 2 months, 800 points wouldn't protect me. The conditions suited me perfectly. I had never wanted an entrance ticket that let me coast for 4 years on one result. Before leaving, Director Fu quietly warned that Black Sun Rose might already be watching me and urged caution until enrollment. He plainly suspected the Shao family as well, but the current evidence couldn't support a conviction. I had killed member after member inside the dungeon and emerged with the only qualifying result. Regardless of whether the organization had confirmed I was the lightning user, it wouldn't treat me as an ordinary survivor. Publicizing my score had earned admission eligibility while also placing a visible mark on me for Black Sun Rose. The director remained calm and proud from beginning to end, like a rooster holding its head high. But he spoke through rules and strength. I had no need to flatter him. Once the Soul Guard Bureau and city military had completely withdrawn, the examination finally ended. Some students had been killed, and survivors awaited a makeup exam. The apparent crisis subsided, but Black Sun Rose disappeared underground again. Officials sealed the entire catastrophe beneath the sky dungeon and wouldn't reopen it soon. Surviving examinees could preserve their scores or take a makeup exam for a higher one, while schools and the city military jointly registered the families of casualties. One infiltration had changed many students' futures without forcing the organization's leader to reveal himself. The later investigation taught me that the Shao family's relationship with the organization ran far deeper than I imagined. In his youth, Shao Wangzu had been a marginal branch member of his clan. Black Sun Rose had helped him break away, rise in Bincheng, and establish his position. The Shao family's wealth and status depended on the organization, and they had long since lost the ability to withdraw. The organization secretly provided funds, territory, and class-holder resources, while the Shao family concealed identities and collected information on young class holders. Their relationship wasn't a single transaction, but a chain of mutual interests binding them for years. Shao Wangzu appeared to control industries throughout Bincheng, yet he had never made the critical decisions independently. After returning home, Shao Xing demanded that his father sever their connection. Shao Wangzu explicitly refused and prepared to introduce his son to the Bincheng branch. After the college entrance operation failed, the branch also placed me on its target list. Shao Xing's desire to retreat didn't mean he could leave. If the organization could raise the Shao family, it could take everything back. Absorbing the next generation into the branch was both a reward and a hostage arrangement. For me, that meant the danger wouldn't disappear with the examination's end. It would shift from public dungeons into daily life, where it was more difficult to guard against. The days after the examination were quiet. Black Sun Rose seemed to vanish abruptly. The system's daily rewards continued arriving. Current remaining evolution points, 999-320-0000. At last, I began upgrading the Sunset set. The examination was over, reducing the benefit of hiding my strength with epic equipment. Black Sun Rose might attack in the real world next, so both defense and movement needed improvement. Evolving all 3 pieces at once would prevent the set effect from breaking after only one part was upgraded. Each item had to be evolved separately. The set couldn't be processed as one object. I confirmed the material condition and cost in sequence, and the system displayed 600,000 points every time. This also avoided one evolved piece altering the set structure and making the other 2 incompatible. 600,000 consumed. Sunset Headband evolved into Starfall Battle Helm. Transcendent HP, plus 200,000. Spirit plus 12,000. 600,000 consumed. Sunset Long Robe evolved into Starfall Emperor Armor. Transcendent HP, plus 200,000. Strength plus 13,000. 600,000 consumed. Sunset Battle Boots evolved into Starfall Gold Thread Boots. Transcendent Mana plus 200,000. Agility plus 11,000. 3-piece set. Additional all attributes plus 500,000. HP and mana plus 200,000 each. Set passive Might of Starfall. Borrows the 9 stars of the Big Dipper to temporarily enhance different attributes for 24 hours. Randomly changes star position every 24 hours. 1 star unlocked every 20 levels. Active stars. Greedy Wolf. Fortune Preserver. Next star requires level 60. Greedy Wolf. User's attack and skill damage x 100. Does not affect summons. Fortune Preserver. HP and mana recovery speed x 100. Current star position. Greedy Wolf. I tried to switch actively to Fortune Preserver, but the set didn't respond. The star position updated randomly at a fixed time each day and couldn't be reset by removing and re-equipping the set, entering a dungeon, or spending mana. If the day's effect wasn't suitable, I could only adjust my battle strategy rather than choose the strongest ability. The 9 stars of the Big Dipper didn't activate 9 effects at once. Each day, one randomly selected unlocked star took effect. At my current level, it could choose only Greedy Wolf or Fortune Preserver. The next star wouldn't unlock until level 60. Greedy Wolf enhanced output, while Fortune Preserver enhanced recovery. Their uses were entirely different, and I couldn't select either voluntarily. Evolving the entire set cost only 180,000 points, raised it from Epic to Transcendent, and granted a continuously active random star position. Immortal Radiance would further increase the equipment attributes by 2,000%. I compared the panel line by line and confirmed that every base number from the set first entered equipment attributes, then received Immortal Radiance's amplification. Greedy Wolf's 100-fold damage took effect at the final stage. It didn't merely add another string of digits to strength. It multiplied the fully calculated attack by 100 again. When I equipped the set, an illusion of deep space briefly appeared behind me. The 9 stars of the Big Dipper lit within it one after another, like a built-in entrance animation. The Battle Helm, Emperor Armor, and Gold Thread Boots joined without seams, while their starlight receded according to my thoughts. Their appearance retained the general outline of the Sunset set, but the color had shifted from dark red to deep blue with gold patterns. Even someone familiar with the original would only assume it had been strengthened, without easily recognizing its transcendent quality. The illusion lasted only a few seconds, but couldn't be completely hidden. If I changed equipment in a crowd, anyone could see the set's quality was extraordinary. I decided to cover the star patterns with a robe or cloak normally and fully reveal the effect only in real battle. Level 55. HP 1610100/1610100. Recovers 161010 per minute. Mana 510100/510100. Recovers 52010 per minute. Strength 14866,404. Agility 148,30665. Spirit 148,42351. All 3 values exceeded 14 million. Their differences came from the Universe Fragment, Azure Lotus Sword, original editions, and individual set pieces. Greedy Wolf didn't appear in the attribute column. It acted directly on final attacks, so anyone reading only the panel would still severely underestimate my true damage. Current evolution points 997,520,0000. That number corresponded exactly to the 3 600,000 point costs. The system still retained nearly 10 billion points, meaning I could continue evolving other abilities. But the more powerful an item became, the more noticeable the phenomenon. There was no need to expose every trump card at once. Equipment, Starfall Set, Cloud-Chasing Boots of 10,000 miles, Weathered Fragment of the Universe, Azure Lotus Sword of the Supreme Tao. The Nether Emperor's level and damage rose to 8907E. More absurdly, Greedy Wolf's 100-fold amplification applied to my own skill damage, putting the final result in the approximate range of 8 trillion. That number meant more than instantly killing a boss. I even worried that one full-force strike might leave an irreparable hole in Blue Star. There was no suitable reference point for damage measured in trillions. An ordinary dungeon boss's HP wasn't even a rounding error. Testing against a random target would only destroy the dungeon and its drops. I needed a stable, high-difficulty dungeon with enough enemies to observe Greedy Wolf's real influence on both single-target and area skills. My phone rang at that exact moment, pulling me away from the shock of the numbers. On the phone, Chung Yu first praised my college entrance performance at length. The Chung family's influence had already secured him special admission to Fengtian University, so he didn't need to take the examination. But to become my classmate, he had formally confirmed he would attend Fengtian. His claim that he was doing it to be classmates was only half the reason. Fengtian University possessed resources unavailable to the Chung family through its benching connections, and his elders had wanted him to go all along. My admission removed his last hesitation and led the Chu family to make the same decision quickly. I interrupted the praise and told him to get to the point. He wanted to farm several more dungeons before the semester began. Leveling alone had always been exhausting, and Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker couldn't reliably kill bosses instantly. After forming a party with me, he had finally experienced what it felt like to sweep everything in our path. Chung Yu called this operation training, but had arranged the route, supplies, and escape so comfortably that what he truly wanted was safe experience. I didn't expose him. I only required that I choose the dungeon's difficulty. If he and Chu Tianming continued farming low difficulty areas, their levels would rise, yet they still wouldn't know how to judge a genuinely dangerous situation. After resting at home for several days, I also wanted to move around and agreed to leave that day. I hadn't stopped training completely during my rest. Every day, I familiarized myself with the additional agility, practiced controlling strength without destroying the furniture, and repeatedly calculated the minimum damage of different skills under Greedy Wolf. Before entering another dungeon, I had to turn how strong I can hit into knowing how strong I should hit. About a dozen minutes later, a convoy of sports cars appeared downstairs. Chung Yu and Chu Tianming got out at the same time and jostled to speak to me first. One said someone should carry me downstairs. The other immediately promised to come upstairs personally and carry me next time. The bodyguards from both families parked the convoy in perfect order but didn't dare approach to stop the argument. Chung Yu treated first little brother as a formal position, while Chu Tianming regarded every trip as a chance to surpass him. Fortunately, they competed in attitude without disobeying combat orders. I stopped the quarrel and told them to discuss the dungeon directly. This time, Chung Yu had prepared a complete support team, a healer, a priest, and a high-agility scout. The healing class holder had been assigned directly by Lu Zhonglin and claimed she could restore 500 HP per second. Her support set raised her healing to an extremely high level. Any party would compete for her. By conventional standards, the party composition was fine. The scout located monsters, the priest removed negative conditions, the healer maintained everyone's health, and others carried supplies. The problem was that more members meant more people to protect during mandatory missions, while kill experience would continue to be split according to party rules. My HP exceeded 1.6 million, and my natural recovery already surpassed 2,000 per second. 500 points of healing was less than 1/5 of my regeneration. More party members would only reduce everyone's experience share. The healer's expression darkened when she heard the comparison, but that didn't mean her ability was poor. 500 per second was enough to keep an ordinary frontline class holder below level 50 stable during most battles, making her a rare resource in benching. My attributes had simply left the normal scale, leaving no place for her advantage in this party. There's no need for all this. Send everyone else home. Chung Yu and Chu Tianming are enough with me. There was another reason I retained a 3-person team. Chung Yu and Chu Tianming had already learned my commands in previous dungeons. When something abnormal appeared, they retreated to a safe location first. Even a higher-level temporary support member who didn't understand the range of my lightning or the Nether Emperor might accidentally enter the attack line during a field-clearing strike. The female healer was visibly unconvinced but could only obey her young master. Chung Yu didn't question me either and dismissed the entire support team immediately. I didn't require Chung Yu to criticize her publicly. I only explained that the dungeon didn't need healing support and asked him to settle everyone's promised compensation as usual. The support team had made no mistake. After being called in temporarily and sent home, they shouldn't bear the cost of our judgment. Chung Yu agreed at once without using his status to pressure anyone. Chu Tianming seized the opportunity to promise he would find a class holder with even greater healing next time. Chung Yu immediately argued that even if the Chu family emptied its entire fortune, it couldn't find a better healer than the Chung family. Both interpreted the problem as insufficient healing numbers and missed the central reason I had refused the support team: party structure. Even 50,000 healing per second would be useless against an attack capable of instantly killing me. Against one that couldn't, the Starfall set and natural recovery were already enough. Another healer would simply become one more person I had to protect. I didn't join their argument. For all their verbal competition, both fell silent the moment I gave the order to leave. Cheng Yu checked the entrance credentials, while Chu Tianming inspected the medicine and weapons. That was the execution I needed, not time wasted on who could flatter me better. What I needed now wasn't healing. It was a target capable of withstanding 8 trillion damage. After learning I was going to Fengtian University, Chu Tianming also asked his family to arrange enrollment. That made Cheng Yu even more afraid Chu Tianming would steal his position as #1 little brother. The two were about to argue again when I warned them that if they continued, each could enter a separate dungeon. People in the entrance plaza made way when they saw us. My score of 800 had spread throughout benching. The fact that the young heirs of the Cheng and Chu families followed beside me like attendants made everyone even less willing to underestimate me. The plaza's rumors were more exaggerated than on the day the examination ended. Some said Fengtian University had trained me in secret, while others were certain the Cheng and Chu families had piled every treasured item they owned onto me. I didn't explain. I went to inspect the day's open dungeons on the mission monument. The more chaotic the rumors became, the harder my true ability was to guess. Cheng Yu proposed difficulty 30 first. I shook my head. At least 50. Both froze. Dungeon challenge rose off a cliff at difficulty 50. If 49 carried 1 danger star, 50 had at least 5. Many experienced adults deliberately stopped at 49. Below difficulty 50, most dungeons still allowed escape items if a mission failed. From 50 onward, the rules locked class holders completely inside the storyline. Enemies no longer stood around waiting to respawn. They scouted, surrounded, retreated, and even changed tactics according to a party's class composition. Higher numbers were only the surface. The true danger was that the dungeon began operating like a complete battlefield. Cheng Yu produced several mature guides for difficulty 30, while Chu Tianming suggested trying 41st. Both recommendations were prudent, but I needed to confirm the Starfall set's upper limit. At a lower difficulty, enemies couldn't withstand even one effective counterattack. Apart from increasing experience, I would learn nothing. I had already lowered the difficulty voluntarily. Alone, I might even have tried 60. Choosing 50 gave them a chance to survive while exposing them in advance to the intensity of Fengtian University. I told both to recheck their life-saving equipment. Cheng Yu possessed a death substitution item prepared by the Cheng family, while Chu Tianming carried an emergency barrier and high-tier medicine. Those might not bypass a mandatory mission, but they could withstand one accident. I also established that no matter what enemies they saw, neither could leave my perception range or pursue without permission. At last, we stopped before a black vortex. Demonic army destroys a nation, difficulty 50. Mission: repel the demonic invasion and defend the kingdom until the enemy withdraws. Once the mission begins, no class holder may leave before completion. The entrance device required all 3 of us to confirm separately. If one refused, the party wouldn't be transported. During the final countdown, Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming looked at each other, neither willing to retreat first. Competition pushed them to remain, but the true reason they confirmed was that I had never abandoned a teammate in our previous dungeons. Until the demonic army withdraws, gave no duration and didn't state its size. The mission might require defending against only a few waves, or it might last several months. More troubling, the scope of the kingdom was unclear. Protecting the capital might not count if every citizen and piece of territory was lost. The system could still judge that the nation had been destroyed. I read the risks aloud one by one and let them make the final choice. Entering with me wasn't a declaration of loyalty. It meant placing their lives inside a dungeon they couldn't leave early. They still had time to regret it. Every dungeon from difficulty 50 through 99 contained a mandatory mission, while those above 100 changed again. Nearby class holders thought we had become arrogant and were entering only to die. Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming were visibly afraid too. One question: are you going or not? If not, wait outside. They gritted their teeth and agreed. They believed a dungeon I selected should be safe. I believed 2 young heirs from great families ought to possess some way to protect themselves. We created a 3-person party on the spot. Loot distribution was set to need, while experience followed actual contribution. I served as captain, and Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming had to obey retreat and concealment orders. They had argued throughout the trip, but now both answered crisply. We entered together. At the time, I didn't see Xiao Xing in the distance. Several Black Sun Rose members recently introduced to him by Xiao Wangzu stood nearby. He offered them shares of the Xiao family under his control to kill me. They had initially agreed on 30%, only to raise the price to 50% immediately before entry. Only after the Soul Guard Bureau retrieved entrance records did I learn they had remained hidden behind a crowd. The Black Sun Rose members wore no identifying cloth, and their equipment resembled that of ordinary adventurers. Xiao Xing offered equity as payment because a cash transaction left traces too easily. It also proved he was desperate enough to destabilize his family's foundation. He ultimately agreed and led the group inside before the entrance closed. Only endless broken walls and ruins remained inside the dungeon. The demonic army had destroyed the former kingdom, and citizens fled through the wreckage. Gray-black clouds hung low over the sky. The air reeked of burned timber and blood. Homes along both sides of the road had just been looted, and their hearths were still burning, proving the enemy had advanced through the area only recently. Horns sounded continually in the distance, while several black columns converged north along different roads. The mission hadn't transported us directly into the capital. We landed in the already occupied southern region. That meant we first had to cross enemy territory and locate the heart of the remaining resistance. If we wasted too much time on the way and the king or capital fell first, the mission could fail immediately. Chu Tianming pointed several hundred yards away. An entire family was fleeing as soldiers wrapped in black energy pursued them. Opposing faction, Heavenly Demon Soldier, level 52. HP, 900000. Strength, 50,000. Speed, 46,000. Skills, Demonic Intimidation, Bloodblade Soul Theft. Demonic Intimidation reduced the will to fight in anyone with weaker spirit, while Bloodblade Soul Theft drained life through a wound. The strength and speed of these few soldiers exceeded those of ordinary level 50 class holders. If they entered benching without an organized group of experts to intercept them, one squad could massacre an entire neighborhood. At higher difficulties, monsters were already labeled an opposing faction. These were only ordinary soldiers, yet their attributes would let them rampage through a real city. I told Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming to conceal themselves and follow slowly, then rushed ahead of the family. The Heavenly Demon Soldiers mocked me for striking a stone with an egg, then spread out and encircled me, their blood-red blades slashing from different angles. The family included elderly people and children who couldn't endure the residual force of a battle. I deliberately walked another dozen yards forward to draw the fight away. The leftmost demon used intimidation first. The others concealed their footsteps beneath the mental shock and attacked from behind and both flanks. The intimidation produced no sensation. With spirit above 14 million, this level of control didn't even trigger a panel notification. Their blood-red blades formed a complete encirclement, but another power froze them before they touched the starlight. I revealed the starfall set, and an illusion of 9 stars briefly unfolded behind me. The demonic offensive hesitated for an instant. They had already sensed danger from my aura. Dark patterns across the Starfall Emperor armor lit one by one, with the greedy wolf position clearest at the center of the illusion. All 12 demons' expressions changed, but none retreated. Their faction rules and military orders forced them to continue even as instinct warned them. Blood-red blades descended from 12 directions. I don't even need to act personally against you. The Nether Emperor appeared from pale purple light and stopped every blade in midair with one sweep of his hand. He didn't expand into a gigantic divine form. He stood beside me at ordinary human size. Purple light first supported the blades, then traveled backward along the weapons. The 12 demons tried to release their grips and retreat, but their palms seemed frozen to the hilts. They couldn't even turn. -890788400000. Heavenly Demon Soldier Slain. EXP plus 500. Current kills, 12. Mission progress, 12/20000000000. The number represented the mission's total target, not the surviving troops at that moment. Even if new demons arrived later, the required base remained 2 billion. Conversely, we couldn't finish by killing a few leaders unless the entire demonic army voluntarily withdrew to its original world. I stared at the denominator and nearly thought I had misread it. 2 billion heavenly demons. Even if they stood still and allowed me to kill them, it would take time. An army of that scale, and with those attributes appearing in reality, could almost certainly conquer Blue Star. At 1 kill per second, it would take more than 60 years. At 100 per second, more than 2 months. 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder dealt sufficient damage, but selecting single targets was too inefficient. Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker covered a larger area, but might burn the already ruined kingdom along with the enemy. The Nether Emperor remained the best option for clearing. We only had to locate where the demonic army truly gathered. The rescued family knelt, treating me as a high god sent from the heavens. Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming finally caught up, but the phenomenon around the Starfall set caught their attention first. They demanded to know its quality. I helped the family rise, then asked for directions to the capital, forts along the route, and the location of the enemy's main force. They knew only that the king continued resisting in the north and southern towns had fallen one after another. Ordinary citizens couldn't know military numbers, but they could confirm that the demons were concentrating every force around the capital. Cheng Yu reached out to touch a star pattern on the armor. I slapped his hand away. This wasn't the time to display a transcendent set inside occupied territory, and the star effect changed each day. Explaining it once now would mean little. I pointed at the mission number. 2 billion demons. Aren't either of you concerned about that? They said that as long as I was here, another 2 billion would be only an appetizer. Their trust spared me from raising morale, but revealed another problem. They had become accustomed to me solving everything. In the next battle, I needed to assign them clear survival responsibilities. Otherwise, saying, "I trust you," would make them ignore genuine danger. I asked the rescued family where the palace stood. Since the mission required preventing the nation from being destroyed, the king and capital had to be the most important targets. They said the palace lay directly north under layer after layer of demonic siege. A king wasn't necessarily identical to his country, but because the dungeon preserved the ruling center, he at least controlled information on the army, population, and terrain. I had to find him first to determine the mission's failure conditions. If I only hunted scattered squads in the south, killing any number after the capital fell might be too late. I put on the cloud-chasing boots, grabbed one person in each hand, and teleported directly to the capital. Before traveling, I used the family's directions to confirm due north, then selected a relatively open location outside the palace. The cloud-chasing boots crossed great distances but didn't judge whether a destination was safe. If I materialized directly inside a demonic formation, Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming could be surrounded the moment we landed. The spatial pull lasted only a moment and caused me no discomfort, but this was their first time being carried across such a distance at high speed. As soon as their feet touched the ground, they grabbed the palace wall and dry heaved, temporarily forgetting to compete over who was more dependable. After nearly vomiting bile, Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming forced themselves to follow me into the Great Hall. The exhausted king leaned against his throne, dust covering his splendid robe. Fewer than 1,000 remained of the 100,000 royal guards, and the capital could fall at any moment. There were no ceremonial servants inside, only several wounded generals standing around a map. Black flags marked more than half the cities on the sand table, showing that only the area around the capital remained under the kingdom's control. Dark circles under the king's eyes proved he hadn't rested for days. When strangers suddenly appeared, his first reaction wasn't to beg for help, but to order the guards to protect the remaining officials. He didn't believe us when we said we could repel the enemy. If a mortal kingdom had failed despite committing every soldier, what could 3 young strangers do? I projected the record of the first 12 demons' deaths onto the hall floor, proving we at least stood with the kingdom. The king couldn't understand a classholder panel, but he recognized the military marks left by the demons' deaths. His suspicion eased somewhat, but not enough for him to remove the final defensive line. I proposed, withdraw every remaining soldier outside the city and preserve the kingdom's future. This battle doesn't require their participation. When the king heard that the battle didn't need them, he thought I intended to surrender the city. In fact, I had asked them to retreat into the inner city, not disarm. The soldiers could protect citizens and maintain order without standing between the Nether Emperor and millions of demons to endure meaningless casualties. That wasn't contempt for the soldiers. Against 2 billion enemies, fewer than 1,000 exhausted survivors couldn't even delay them. Throwing them onto the walls would only ensure no one remained to maintain order after the dungeon ended. Withdrawing into the inner city protected the wounded and prevented friendly fire when the Nether Emperor cleared the field. The king became furious. Once the guards withdrew, the demonic army could invade the Great Hall immediately. To him, I sounded like an envoy sent by the demons. Several generals drew their swords and surrounded me, Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming. They didn't attack immediately because our appearance had been too sudden, and the starlight around me made my strength impossible to judge. The king repeatedly demanded our identities and credentials, but I couldn't produce an official seal recognized by this world. From his perspective, the suspicion was entirely reasonable. His country had been driven into its final city, and 3 strangers suddenly demanded the removal of its defenses. No ruler could comply based on one promise. I didn't argue. Let me show you my sincerity first. The most direct way to earn belief wasn't an explanation. It was solving the problem before their eyes. I left Qingyu and Chu Tianming inside the hall to protect the king and keep them out of the broad battle outside. Then I walked toward the palace gates. The guards tried to stop me, but the king ultimately raised a hand and allowed me to pass. Better to see what gave me confidence than continue arguing in the hall. Qingyu and Chu Tianming pushed open the palace gates together. Beyond the capital, the demonic army surrounded every side like a black ocean, crashing against the walls in wave after wave. Each defense left another group of guards dead. From the wall, the enemies looked even denser than they had from the ground. Shield infantry formed the front. Archers and stone-hurling giant apes filled the middle, and an unknowable number of reserves waited in the distant black mist. Horns controlled every advance and retreat. Whenever the shield formation struck the gate, the rear simultaneously released a rain of arrows, giving the defenders no chance to breathe. 3 breaches had already appeared in the walls. The wounded couldn't be carried away and continued firing arrows while leaning against the stone. I first ordered nearby guards to retreat behind the towers, then limited the Nether Emperor's attack direction to outside the city. His power could sweep the battlefield. Controlling the boundary mattered more than increasing damage. Protect the palace. I'll return soon. I climbed the wall. The soldiers assumed I was a civilian who had wandered onto the battlefield and repeatedly urged me down. I didn't argue. I simply let the Nether Emperor reveal himself. Eliminate the entire heavenly demon army. Don't leave one alive. The Nether Emperor accepted the command and became a purple arrow of light crossing the battlefield. Demons below the wall collapsed in succession, and a gap rapidly tore through the tight encirclement. The generals behind initially ordered the vanguard to charge faster, believing their numbers could overwhelm any method. The first sweep of purple light followed the wall's outer edge and specifically eliminated shield soldiers already at close range. The second followed the path of the arrow rain and erased archers and giant apes together. The Nether Emperor didn't pause to confirm the result. Every target touched by the light displayed the same damage, and no demon could survive for a second strike. The demonic commander quickly changed formation, splitting the vanguard into dozens of units that attacked separate gates at once. He intended to force the Nether Emperor to rush back and forth, but underestimated the summoned speed. Purple light rebounded continuously outside the city. Before one afterimage faded, the next unit had already fallen. Wherever the light passed, heavenly demon soldiers, archers, and giant apes vanished in droves. -8907884000000. EXP plus 500, 580, 600. Mission progress 512/20000000000. Every demon's death was calculated independently. One attack from the Nether Emperor covering many targets didn't merge them into a single kill. The increase from 12 to 512 showed that the first sweep passed through 500 enemies. Later numbers accelerated as he entered denser formations. Mission progress 4512/200000000. Mission progress 204-512/20000000000. The progress jumped faster and faster, while notifications nearly merged into one. I disabled individual experience displays and retained only whole-stage mission updates, or the dense information would obscure my vision. The Nether Emperor continued advancing into the encirclement, forcing the battle line from the wall back onto the plain. Current kills exceed 3000000. Progress 3204-512/200000000. In less than 5 minutes, over 3 million demons had been eliminated, and my level rose rapidly. The 3 million figure wasn't an exaggerated estimate. It was a kill count confirmed individually by the system. An average of more than 10,000 per second still represented only a tiny portion of 2 billion. The apparently endless black tide around the capital was merely one siege force at the front of the army. Level increased to 56. 62. During continuous level-ups, the system collapsed intermediate notifications, but correctly calculated the base attributes at every level. Party experience was shared according to contribution and distance. Chengyu and Chu Tianming received a portion while inside the palace, but not more than I did as the direct combatant. Level 60 reached. Star position Giant Gate activated. Giant Gate. opens a gate to the void, and summons astral spirits. Astral spirit level equals mine. Attack equals all attributes x 1000. Every 100 spirit adds 1 astral spirit. Current summonable count, 148423. The giant gate count used my current spirit. 148423 corresponded exactly to more than 14 million points. Each astral spirit shared my current level, while its attack took the total of all attributes multiplied by 1000. Individually, they were inferior to the Nether Emperor, but their numbers and independent movement made them perfect against an army counted in billions. But the Daystar position remained Greedy Wolf. Reaching level 60 only added Giant Gate to the random pool and didn't immediately replace the current effect. To test the Astral Spirit Army, I had to wait for the daily update to select it. Each Astral Spirit's attack approached one cast of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, yet there were more than 140,000 of them. If Might of Starfall switched to Giant Gate one day, I could sit in the rear and allow the Astral Spirit Army to flatten the dungeon. Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming shared the enormous experience and approached level 50. The demonic strategist recommended retreating immediately to investigate because that day's losses already exceeded the previous half year. Although reluctant, the general ordered a withdrawal and planned to attack again that night, demanding the capital fall before the Demon Birth Festival. I didn't know those enemy arrangements by magic. We later captured military orders and records while clearing their camp and reconstructed the dispute. At the time, the defenders only saw the horns change, reinforcements stop, and the entire Black Tide retreat into the distance. The withdrawal proved the demons had complete judgment. They would test my attack range and prepare counters to a summoner for the next fight. Waiting in the capital for them to arrive in batches was too slow and gave their strategists time to adjust tactics. When the defenders saw the Black Tide retreat, they cheered and knelt before me. The soldiers who had urged me down from the wall minutes earlier could barely hold their weapons. Some believed the Nether Emperor was a divine general, while others treated the Starfall phenomenon as a heavenly oracle. I told them to treat the wounded and repair the gates. Kneeling couldn't heal injuries, and true victory remained far away. At last, they believed the kingdom had a path to survival. The king also left his throne and bowed to me personally. I helped him rise and explained that the crisis wasn't over. The mission required eliminating the entire army. We had killed only a little over 3 million, leaving an enormous distance to 2 billion. I again asked him to withdraw his exhausted soldiers. Days of battle had pushed them close to collapse, and the nation would need people for reconstruction. If only the king remained after the fighting, that would be no different from national destruction. This time, he didn't object. He ordered those still capable of fighting to guard the inner city in shifts while everyone else rested immediately. Craftsmen would prioritize repairing the water supply and granaries. My objective was completing the dungeon, while theirs was ensuring the kingdom continued to exist after the war. The two didn't conflict. That night, the palace held a feast. Despite never acting, Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming were treated as immortals. They accepted toasts from officials and couldn't stop enjoying themselves. The so-called feast consisted only of food barely gathered from storage. The city remained under rationing, and the king hadn't indulged us extravagantly. Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming couldn't understand the ancient language and relied entirely on the dungeon's automatic translation, but that didn't stop them from clinking cups with officials. If I hadn't interrupted, they might genuinely have treated defending the capital as the end of the mission. I reminded them that time inside the dungeon passed similarly to reality. If we defended at 3 million per day, we might miss even our sophomore year before completing the mission. 2 billion divided by 3 million was theoretically more than 600 days, not even accounting for the army dispersing, hiding, or gaining reinforcements. We couldn't leave during a mandatory mission, and the outside world wouldn't postpone the semester because we were trapped. We had to compress the battlefield proactively and force the enemy into an area where it could be cleared at once. I proposed attacking the Heavenly Demon's headquarters that night. The king preferred to remain on defense and wear them down, fearing no one could rescue me deep inside their camp. He worried that if I died, the capital couldn't withstand the next offensive. But defending also surrendered the initiative. The strategist had already witnessed the Nether Emperor. Next time, they might split forces to attack civilians or bypass the walls and destroy the granaries. I preferred to strike the command structure before their deployment was complete. You only need to rebuild your home and defend against scattered forces. If I encounter danger, I'll retreat. The king wanted to send a detachment with me, but I refused. Ordinary soldiers couldn't keep pace and would only increase the casualties. Yu and Chu Tianming wanted to follow as well. I left them in the palace. If a surviving unit launched a surprise attack, they were to use Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker to defend the gates and report through the party channel. Here, they could protect the mission's core without slowing my travel. After midnight, the system and set updated at the same time. Today's evolution points, plus 100,000. Current remaining evolution points, 998,020,0000. Might have starfall changed. Current star position, Fortune Preserver. The random result suited a deep assault perfectly. If it had remained Greedy Wolf, my burst damage would be higher. Under Fortune Preserver, I lost the final 100-fold damage amplification but gained almost limitless endurance. Against an army of 2 billion, sustained fighting was more useful than raising already excessive single-hit damage. Fortune Preserver multiplied HP and mana recovery speed by 100. The set star patterns shifted from the offensive Greedy Wolf to Fortune Preserver. The illusion of space behind me changed from sharp red radiance into gentle cyan light. I released one low-cost skill and watched the mana panel. The lost value began returning almost as soon as it appeared, matching the system's stated calculation. HP recovery per minute, 16101000. Mana recovery per minute, 5101000. The recovery speed already exceeded my maximum HP and mana. As long as an enemy couldn't empty the bar in one hit, I would return to full almost immediately. That didn't mean absolute immortality. If instantaneous damage exceeded 161,0100, recovery would have no chance to act. Seals, control, and direct erasure abilities might also bypass HP. I therefore kept the Nether Emperor beside me and didn't abandon defense simply because Fortune Preserver was active. In that state, I left the capital alone and headed for the headquarters of the 2 billion-strong army. Ruts and demonic energy from the retreating force remained outside the capital, so I needed no additional scouting to follow. The cloud-chasing boots carried me rapidly across the ruins, while the Nether Emperor traveled concealed in purple light. In the distance, campfires formed a black line without visible end. That was the true body of the mission. Chase the clouds. Pursue the sun carried me directly across the distance between the two armies and into the heavenly demon camp. The camp wasn't one continuous block. Guard posts stood every several li around the perimeter. Weapons, supplies, and the wounded occupied the middle layer, while the command tent lay at the deepest point. 2 billion troops couldn't fit within one field of vision. Campfires covered the horizon, while blood-red command runes floated above the black fog. I made no attempt to conceal my aura. The purpose of attacking openly was to draw out the command structure, then let the Nether Emperor clear from the center outward. Searching tents one by one from the perimeter would waste enormous time on travel alone. A soldier entered the command tent and reported that only one human was approaching. The heavenly demon strategist was more cautious than the general. Suspecting I was connected to the day's casualties, he came out personally to negotiate. Instead of ordering the entire camp to attack at once, the strategist first placed archers on elevated platforms and hit axe and saber troops on either side of the tents. He stood in the brightest firelight, giving him a clear view of my expression while conversation bought time for the encirclement. Captured orders later showed that after learning of the losses at the capital, he had suspected a high-tier summoner was involved. His true objective had always been to identify the summoner. Heavenly Demon Strategist, level 60. HP, 220,000. Strength, 80,000. Speed, 70,000. Skills, Keen Mind, Miraculous Recovery, Soul-Seizing Eyes. He first asked whether the events that day were connected to me, then offered terms. If I returned and opened the city gates, allowing the heavenly demons to massacre everyone inside, I could live and share the spoils. He even listed the supposed benefits. I could select any treasure in the kingdom and take prisoners as servants. It sounded like recruitment, but he was actually testing whether I would become distracted. If I turned my head toward the capital, the concealed ranged attacks would land simultaneously. I didn't bargain. The dungeon mission required defending the kingdom, while the demonic army's objective was destroying it. There was no room for cooperation. Letting the strategist continue speaking would only give him more time to prepare. So many villains have died because they talk too much. Have none of you ever learned from that? I summoned the Nether Emperor directly and pointed toward the camp blending into the night. Kill them all. Don't leave one alive. A purple rainbow of light crossed the camp, and huge numbers of demonic soldiers collapsed before they could react. The Nether Emperor first swept a circle around the command tent to clear every elite soldier closing in, then charged into the most densely populated section. Each wave of his hand made a mass of black figures freeze and fall together an instant later. The demonic horns shifted again and again from assault to reinforcement to retreat, but no formation could escape the purple light. -89078840000. Heavenly Demon Soldiers, Archers, and Axe and Saber Troops slain. EXP plus 500, 580, 600. New kills, 200000. Mission progress, 340512/20000000000. Unable to stop the Nether Emperor, the strategist immediately changed targets. His eyes turned blood red. Soul-seizing eyes attempted to pull at my mind first, while his body used the long robe as concealment and charged at high speed. He concluded that killing me would stop the massacre throughout the camp. His judgment was entirely correct in a conventional battle. No matter how powerful a summon, the contract usually dissolved if the master died. Soul-seizing eyes would create an instant of distraction, miraculous recovery guaranteed. He could withstand the counterattack, and then he would close the distance and behead me. Despite favoring an intelligence-based role, he wasn't helpless in melee. 70,000 speed could instantly cross the spaces between the tents. The mental attack produced no effect. I waited until he came within 3 punches distance before tossing out a blossom of palm thunder. The blood-red light from his eyes dissipated on contact with my mental barrier without even triggering a dazed notification. I hadn't acted early because I wanted to confirm whether he concealed a skill that could interfere with the summoning contract. Only after all 3 displayed abilities had been used did I end the test. Crack. -8907905000000. Before the strategist could reach melee range, Divine Thunder turned him into charcoal. Miraculous recovery needed the target to remain alive. It meant nothing against damage far exceeding his maximum HP. His follow-up orders, ambush, and attempts at persuasion ended beneath the thunder. Dying from talking too much didn't merely mean speaking for a long time. It meant voluntarily handing the initiative to the enemy while still holding an intelligence advantage. Heavenly Demon Strategist slain. EXP plus 1000. Mission progress, 3904-512/200000000. 4004-512/200000000. Level increased to 63. Within moments, the death count reached 4 million, yet I still considered it too slow. Nearby demons looked more horrified by that statement than by the mountain of bodies. Their total losses across years of war might not equal the damage from those few seconds. 4 million was unimaginable in reality, but reduced the mission denominator by only 2,000ths. The Nether Emperor's efficiency along one line was high, yet his coverage remained limited. I began calculating routes that would let 9 Heavens Divine Thunder and the Nether Emperor clear from opposite sides without striking the same areas repeatedly. The Heavenly Demon General finally emerged from the command tent. Heavenly Demon General, level 79. HP, 560,000. Strength, 380,000. Speed, 270,000. Skills, Hell Demon Saber, Death Blow, Twin Soul Rebirth, Attribute Surge. He roared and charged toward me. This was the second monster I had encountered that could return from death, and it was far stronger than the Bone Venerable. Twin Soul Rebirth meant at least 2 lives, while Attribute Surge could make its second phase even stronger. I didn't call the Nether Emperor back. He continued dealing with the army. The general was perfect for testing Fortune Preserver's recovery speed and whether the Starfall Emperor armor could withstand a direct attack from a level 79 enemy. I deliberately stood still to test Fortune Preserver rather than evade. That didn't mean absorbing damage without precautions. The Nether Emperor's protective purple light still covered me, and the Azure Lotus Sword could activate its formation at any moment. I first inspected the general's panel and confirmed it possessed no instant death, ceiling, or percentage HP ability. Only then did I treat the first slash as a test. The Heavenly Demon General activated Attribute Surge, and silver light covered its body. Enhanced state. HP 1120000. Strength 760,000. Speed 540,000. Remaining skills. Hell Demon Saber, Death Blow, Twin Soul Rebirth. The demonic saber struck the Starfall Emperor armor head-on. Sparks instantly filled my vision. Hell Demon Saber corroded the armor with death energy first, after which Deathblow concentrated its strength on the same point. The blade failed to penetrate the armor, but transmitted the impact fully into my body. In one instant, my HP bar fell to a sliver. If its damage had been 10,100 points higher, this test would have created a genuine risk of death. -1600000. The attack nearly emptied my HP bar. Believing it had succeeded, the general followed immediately with a second slash. A green recovery number rose first. +1610100. My HP returned to full instantly. As long as an enemy couldn't kill me with one attack, Fortune Preserver could keep me at maximum health. Resurrection required dying first. Now, I couldn't die at all. The green number looked 10 times larger than my maximum, but it restored only the missing portion. Excess healing didn't become a barrier. Fortune Preserver's advantage was its extremely short recovery interval, not an increase to maximum life. Against an enemy dealing more than my entire bar in one blow, I would still need to evade or depend on the protective purple light. Unable to accept what it saw, the general swung continuously, prepared to strike 10 or 100 times. I had obtained my test result and had no intention of continuing the exchange. My HP was already full before the second slash landed. By the time the third attack charged, even the pain from the previous impact had begun to fade. The general mistook the effect for a healing item with limited charges and accelerated its assault, exposing every gap in its technique. I was only testing the effect. You have no value left. A lightning blossom met the demonic saber head-on and blasted both the general and weapon away. -8907905000000. Current Heavenly Demon kills 50000000. Mission progress 9004-512/200000000. No kill notification appeared. The Heavenly Demon General rose from the charred ground, its broken saber reduced to fragments. Twin Soul Rebirth had triggered. Only terror remained in its eyes as it looked at me. After the first death, a cluster of black soul fire escaped its chest and rapidly reconstructed flesh. The second body didn't receive attribute surge again, nor did its weapon recover. Rebirth saved its life without removing the disadvantage I had created on the battlefield. A second bolt of divine thunder fell immediately. -8907905000000. Heavenly Demon General slain. EXP plus 1,300. I charged into the army's center and cleared alongside the Nether Emperor. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder no longer compressed into a single point. It expanded to maximum range, while a sea of lightning followed my movement and continually engulfed the demons. Each skill use consumed 10% of my mana, which will have Hongjun reduced by half. Fortune Preserver's recovery far exceeded the cost. I could release a forbidden ultimate like an ordinary attack without pause. I handled the densest central camp while the Nether Emperor moved clockwise around the perimeter. Before every lightning strike, I used spirit perception to confirm no kingdom captives were within range, then selected only the hostile faction. The lightning sea wasn't indiscriminate bombardment. It consisted of countless bolts tracking demons one after another, allowing most tents and terrain to remain intact. With a mana maximum of 510,100, each cast theoretically cost 51010. Will of Hongjun reduced that to only 25505. Fortune Preserver restored 5101000 per minute over 85,000 every second on average. As long as there was a brief pause between two casts, my mana rose rather than fell. Endurance couldn't become a restriction. Current Heavenly Demon kills 50000000. Mission progress 1400512/200000000. Level 66. Current Heavenly Demon kills 7000000. Mission progress 21004-512/200000000. Level 71. New kills 10000000000. Mission display 198888888/200000000. Level 78. The intermediate display of 198888888 didn't mean only a little more than 10 million remained. It was the system's instantaneous cumulative value during continuous settlement. Huge numbers of kills occurred simultaneously, so notifications refreshed in batches. I didn't stop to verify each one. I only confirmed that total progress kept approaching 2 billion. From the capital, people could see only lightning illuminating the night again and again in the distance. Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming shared the experience, and both reached level 60. They knew very well that I wasn't trapped in a desperate battle. I was one person surrounding an army of 2 billion. Level up notifications filled the party channel, and both repeatedly asked whether I needed support. I ordered them only to protect the king. Across a battlefield this large, even level 60 fighters could be surrounded by surviving demons. Keeping them at the mission's core was more valuable than letting them arrive and divide my attention. The lightning sea continued advancing while purple light harvested from the other side. At last, the final system notification appeared. All 2 billion heavenly demons eliminated. Mission complete. Proceed to the designated location to claim rewards. When the thunder stopped, the entire camp abruptly became quiet. The system's confirmation that all had been eliminated meant no demon escaped the count through transport, tunnels, or disguise. I sent the Nether Emperor on one final patrol, then followed the mission guidance toward a marked location near the command tent. By the time Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming arrived at the heavenly demon camp from the capital, I had been waiting a long time. Only when all 3 party members were present did the mission chest open automatically. The chest required every surviving member to attend, so a party leader couldn't claim the rewards alone. I gave them safe coordinates through the party channel, and they traveled there on kingdom mounts. The lightning scars and empty camp along the route left them silent for a long time. They had finally gained a concrete understanding of all 2 billion eliminated. Bloodthirsty Demon Saber, Legendary. Heavenly Demon Bracer, Epic. Golden Eyes, Earth Tier Skill Book. Chu Tianming wanted the Bloodthirsty Demon Saber. As a mage, he couldn't use a warrior weapon, but explained that his father was only a B-tier warrior. For years, the man had invested every resource in his son and always possessed ordinary personal equipment. His birthday was approaching, and Chu Tianming wanted to present the legendary weapon as a gift. The market price of a legendary weapon far exceeded that of epic equipment, and no one in Binching might even sell one publicly. Chu Tianming didn't use our friendship to demand it for free. He volunteered to purchase it at the appraised value. The reason sounded slightly sudden, but he spoke sincerely about his father. There was no need to pry into family details. I agreed to give him the saber on the condition that he pay market price, to be divided equally between me and Cheng Yu. Chu Tianming agreed immediately. All 3 of us had participated in the dungeon, so the drops belonged to the party in principle. Chu Tianming received the physical item, and the other 2 divided his payment. That was the fairest arrangement. A reputable merchant association could appraise the price once we returned to the city, ensuring neither that he overpaid nor that we undervalued a legendary weapon. Cheng Yu suddenly said his father's birthday was approaching too, obviously improvising an excuse. I pushed him away and threw the heavenly demon bracer to him without charging anything. The epic bracer was one quality below the saber and suited Cheng Yu's current level. The moment he caught it, he forgot his fabricated story and began reading the attributes. With each of us receiving something, the remaining skill book naturally fell to me. Golden Eyes was mine. The skill book was compatible with my Taoist class. Learning it would create an additional active ability without conflicting with 9 Heavens Divine Thunder or Yellow Springs Emperor Summoning Art. Its original quality was the lowest of the 3 rewards, but that made it best suited for system evolution. Keeping the legendary Demon Saber would only create a collectible I didn't know how to use. Active Aura. Enemy all attributes and maximum HP and mana minus 20% for 30 minutes. Cooldown, 35 minutes. Activation requirement. Mana must reach 1000. Consumes 100 mana per second. The original Golden Eyes was already powerful. A 20% reduction to every attribute for 30 minutes could change an evenly matched battle. A 35-minute cooldown meant waiting only 5 minutes after each full duration before using it again. The primary limitation was the continuous cost. An ordinary class holder couldn't maintain it easily. The system immediately detected the skill book. 600,000 evolution points consumed. Golden Eyes evolved into True Lord's Vertical Eye. Current remaining evolution points, 997, 960, 0000. The 600,000 point cost matched the change in balance. True Lord's Vertical Eye advanced directly from Earth Tier to Divine Tier, yet its evolution cost less than the Azure Lotus Sword. System prices depended not only on final quality, but also item type and original structure. True Lord's Vertical Eye, Divine Tier opens a vertical eye at the brow. After closing, leaves a faint golden vertical mark. Consumes 1 mana per second and reduces enemies' all attributes, HP, and mana by 99%. Current maximum continuous duration, 354 days. If the target's spirit is lower than mine, leaves them dazed for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 6 seconds. The evolved 99% reduction compressed almost every number to 1/100th of its original value, including HP, mana, and all 5-dimensional attributes. 1 mana per second was negligible beside my maximum of 510,100. The stated 354 days were a theoretical duration without any mana recovery. My natural regeneration far exceeded the cost, so I could maintain it indefinitely in practice. Days wasn't automatic permanent control. After a target suffered its 5-second effect, the same target couldn't be affected again until the 6th second, leaving a gap of about 1 second. It also required their spirit to be lower than mine. Against a target with greater spirit or control immunity, the 99% weakening still worked, but the mental suppression might fail. After closing the skill, I felt the pale gold vertical mark on my forehead. Opening it caused no pain. It only felt as though I had gained an additional point of view at my brow, one that directly revealed changes in every enemy's panel within range. When closed, the vertical pupil contracted into a fine line, but the faint golden mark didn't disappear completely. I used my hair to cover it slightly, so I wouldn't be surrounded the moment I returned to the city. Other class holders grew step by step into powerhouses. I looked increasingly like the mythological divine, Lord Erlang. I didn't treat the physical change as decoration. Black Sun Rose might recognize the mark, and officials might ask about it. Until I confirmed I could close the eye reliably, I wouldn't walk around with the vertical pupil permanently open. The closer an ability came to myth, the more carefully I needed to understand whom it would affect. The Taoist class, Divine Thunder, the Nether Emperor, and now a vertical eye at my brow none looked like an F-tier class in isolation. The system's evolution didn't seem to increase numbers alone. It pushed every skill toward the mythic concept behind it. I didn't know the endpoint. I only knew this: I would soon encounter a suitable test subject. We left the dungeon. After our cars passed beyond the city military's patrol range, several people suddenly blocked the road. They had chosen the interception point carefully. An abandoned construction zone lay ahead, with no stores or residents on either side, while 2 SUVs sealed the road behind us. The next patrol point was several miles away. Even if an ordinary distress signal went out, reinforcements would need time to arrive. The driver saw the problem and braked. Chengyu told the bodyguards to remain inside rather than rush out. If the enemy dared block a Chung family convoy outside patrol range, the few visible people couldn't be their entire preparation. Xiaoxing stood at the rear. Everyone with him wore a black and red strip and the Black Sun Rose emblem carved into their breastplates. This time, he made no attempt to hide it. Retying the symbol he had removed after the examination amounted to admitting his relationship with the organization. Huang Chong and the others formed 2 rows. Melee fighters blocked the road, while spellcasters remained outside the vehicle's range. They had clearly studied our route in advance. Chu Tianming got out first and berated them. With allies at his side, Xiaoxing told him not to interfere. But the minor leader, Huang Chong, declared that no one could leave. He had recognized Chengyu and believed killing the Chung family's heir would throw the clan in the capital into chaos, benefiting Black Sun Rose immensely. Xiaoxing had originally paid only for my death and hesitated when Huang Chong expanded the target. But he had already surrendered the Xiao family shares and possessed no authority over these people. Black Sun Rose wanted more than payment. It intended to use one ambush to strike the Chung family, Chu family, and Fengtian University's incoming students at the same time. Chengyu quietly told me to take Chu Tianming and leave while he remained behind. He guessed the enemy wouldn't dare kill the Chung heir casually and wanted to delay them with his identity. At least the plan showed he didn't think only of himself when danger appeared. Holding a death substitution item, he prepared to create a wall of fire with Vermilion Bird, Skybreaker, and let us break through along the side of the road. But after Huang Chong declared an extermination plan, the Chung family identity was no longer protection. It only made Chengyu a priority target. Xiaoxing urged Huang Chong to attack, declaring that his uncles were all level 60 and I would certainly die today. Who said I was leaving? I stepped out and looked at them. Don't you get tired of carrying on a one-sided conversation? Afraid the city military would discover them, Huang Chong immediately ordered an attack. A giant in front raised an axe and leaped, while several people behind charged their spells simultaneously. The giant would apply frontal pressure. One assassin on each side moved along the roadside ditch. and the mages prepared both flame and binding spells. Huang Chang himself stood in front of Xiao Xing and didn't join immediately. He was protecting the employer and wanted to observe my skills first. I stopped Qing Yu and Chu Tianming from acting. Several level 60 enemies were perfect for testing True Lord's vertical eye. I told both to retreat beside the vehicles so they wouldn't enter the vertical eye's enemy assessment. The skill had only just evolved. I didn't yet know whether it might affect teammates by mistake or whether the 99% weakening had a delay on real people. Yu Cheng's gigantic axe was already descending, giving me enough to complete the first field test. As the axe approached my head, the golden line at my brow opened to either side. It felt as though I were watching the entire space around us. True Lord's vertical eye activated. Yu Cheng, the giant leading the charge, suddenly froze. His panel had been reduced to extremely low values. The weakening had no travel time. The moment the vertical pupil opened, Yu Cheng's swollen muscles visibly contracted, and his descending motion seemed to lose its support. The axe's weight hadn't changed. His original strength around 50,000 had fallen to only 500, so the weapon immediately dragged both hands toward the ground. Giant Axe Slaughterer, level 61. HP, 1000/1000. Mana, 1/1. Strength, 500. Agility, 300. Spirit, 5. Giant Axe Bloodlust and Berserk Blow cannot activate because requirements are not met. Equipment. Afterglow Ruined Axe, Insanity Set. His level, class, and equipment names hadn't been erased, proving the vertical eye didn't alter skill structures. It weakened only the underlying values required to use them. Giant Axe Bloodlust and Berserk Blow remained in the skill bar, but ended automatically because mana, strength, and state requirements were insufficient. He realized in horror that his attributes had almost vanished. Every other Black Sun Rose member was weakened simultaneously, and their prepared skills began losing control. The fireball shrank to the size of a fingertip, the binding formation collapsed as soon as it lit, and the assassins in stealth stumbled visibly out of the roadside ditches when their agility plunged. 99% didn't strip away their classes. It compressed level 60 bodies to a scale inferior even to low-level monsters. As long as the vertical pupil remained open, the condition displayed no expiration. Huang Chang escaped the first wave of suppression and continued ordering his subordinates to tear me apart with brute force. He refused to believe anyone could directly alter a classholder panel. When the vertical eye opened, he had stood at the edge of its effective assessment range and possessed mental protection. That kept him from freezing like his people in the first instant. Seeing Yu Cheng still holding his axe, he assumed the skill only interrupted casting and ordered everyone to switch to ordinary attacks. True Lord's vertical eye mental suppression activated. Several enemies' gazes became vacant simultaneously. Skills dissipated in the mages' palms, and their bodies stopped like puppets. After being weakened, even the highest spirit among them was far below my 14 million. Every control condition was satisfied. When golden light from the vertical pupil swept over them, the connection between consciousness and body temporarily broke. They could barely remain standing. Cheng Yu waved a hand before Yu Cheng's eyes, but the man's pupils didn't follow it. Days lasted 5 seconds and had a cooldown of only 6. I could have continued observing, but I didn't want to waste time on foot soldiers. I drew the Azure Lotus sword and vanished from where I stood. Several streaks of sword light passed through throats and hearts almost simultaneously. By the time I reappeared, all the level 60 members fell together. Their wounds were as fine as threads and didn't even bleed immediately. Less than 5 seconds passed between drawing the sword and finishing the movement. I didn't activate the Immortal Slaying Absolute formation and used only my attribute-enhanced base speed. The enemies were dazed, and their HP had fallen to 1% of normal. Ordinary sword attacks were enough. This avoided the broad disturbance of lightning and kept the road and vehicles intact. I selected every point of impact carefully, first severing the ability of weapon-bearing arms to exert force, then striking the heart or throat. Even if someone recovered early from the daze, they couldn't counterattack immediately. When the final person fell, time still remained before the 6-second cooldown ended. Xiao Xing felt his scalp go numb. Huang Chang finally abandoned his contempt and demanded to know who I was. Black Sun Rose possessed extensive intelligence throughout benching, yet had no record of a student with this power. Is level 60 supposed to be high? I continued walking. Both my companions are almost there. To me, it barely counts as passing. Huang Chang was completely enraged. His body inflated like a balloon. Red light became beast for covering his skin, and blood filled his eyes. This complete beast transformation was available only to important members. It broke past the user's original limit, but left them in prolonged weakness afterward. His transformation mark wasn't on his chest. It lit along his spine from the back of his neck to his waist. The swelling muscles were only the visible change. The real transformation appeared in his panel. Strength reached 2 million. Agility rose to 4 million. And even spirit became 1 million. Compared with the ordinary members in the examination dungeon, Huangchang clearly possessed a more complete forbidden art. Blood-Mad World Slaughter would increase his attack further according to injury. Chaotic Blade Tempest sealed off a broad area, and Death Energy Breath bypassed melee range. If Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming fought him, any one of the three could prevent them from using a life-saving item in time. Huangchang. Class: Mystic Nether Death Warrior. Level 75. HP: 3000000. Mana: 20,000. Strength: 2000000. Agility: 4000000. Spirit: 1000000. Skills: Blood-Mad World Slaughter, Chaotic Blade Tempest, Death Energy Breath. Equipment: Black Death Sword, Emerald Jade Set. Seeing his million-level attributes, Huangchang became smug again. He said fewer than a handful of people had forced him to transform completely over more than 10 years, and I should consider myself fortunate. He didn't swing immediately. He wanted me to understand the gap between us and was waiting for the transformation to stabilize fully. Death energy surged across the Black Death Sword, while the Emerald Jade Set continually repaired damage from his mutating bones. Complete beast transformation was powerful, but not free. Every second it continued, the forbidden art consumed his body. I activated True Lord's Vertical Eye again. All attributes, HP, and mana weakened by 99%. HP, 30,000. Mana, 200. Strength, 20,000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 10,000. The complete transformation's amplification vanished instantly, leaving numbers even lower than his normal state. Huangchang finally believed his subordinates hadn't lied, but still tried to kill me first using his remaining speed and skills. The 99% weakening used his final panel after transformation, so he retained 20,000 strength and 40,000 agility rather than becoming entirely unable to move like Yu Cheng. Those values were still dangerous to ordinary class holders. To me, they could barely penetrate even the Starfall Emperor armor's base defense. The moment he raised the Black Death Sword, mental suppression activated. His limbs stiffened, and his consciousness felt dragged into an abyss by crushing sleep. Huangchang's 1 million spirit became only 10,000 after the weakening, far below mine. He tried to remain conscious through pain and even bit through his tongue, but couldn't interrupt the daze. The Black Death Sword stopped in midair. Chaotic Blade Tempest dispersed before it took shape when he lost control. I didn't swing immediately. I stood before him and waited for the 5-second daze to end. The foot soldiers had already proven the vertical I could support a kill. Now I needed intelligence. Huangchang led the party and knew the relationship between the Shao family and the Binqing branch. Killing him would certainly be convenient, but I would lose another prisoner. The vertical eye's control had a 1-second gap, but I never disabled the 99% weakening. Even if he recovered at the 5th second, his current speed couldn't escape my perception. Cheng Yu and Chu Tianming guarded behind me, while Xiao Xing hid farther away. The situation had completely reversed. Relax. Pain is normal. Endure it, and it will pass. Huangchang regained consciousness and stared at me. Genuine fear entered his voice for the first time. How does that damn technique of yours work?